Hello ladies and gentlemen, I think I can safely say that I recovered from the star-crossed review, and so I'm back to the DC Animated Universe retrospective with the first season of Justice League Unlimited, a season containing a record low number of episodes. All 3 seasons of JLU have 13 episodes, where both Justice League seasons had 26. So that should make these videos easier for me to make. Trust me, I'm never making a video as long as Justice League Season 2 ever again. It just needed to be done, and I did it. But anyway, the DVDs and digital releases of JLU would fool you into thinking there are 2 seasons of the show, the first having 26 episodes and the second having 13. In terms of production, there were 3 seasons, each with 13 episodes. I'm guessing some Warner Bros. Exec realized that having 13 episodes on a single set would mean they'd have to cut the price from the JL season box sets, and they were like, lol, no. And then they combined the first 2 seasons into one, and there you go. So, we're gonna safely ignore that fact for the remainder of the JLU videos. Speaking of production, Justice League Season 2 was a freaking explosive season of television. When Star-Crossed ended, I'm sure everyone watching was like, geez, how are they gonna follow this up? Trust me, the crew making it thought the same thing. They really went all out with Star-Crossed, as Dwayne McDuffie explained that he wrote that ending like it was the end of the show, but they got picked up for more episodes, and so here we are. In Star-Crossed, the Earth was almost completely destroyed, the Javelin was blown up, the Watchtower went up in smoke alongside the bypass generator, and Shiera had left the Justice League. Needless to say, the status quo of JL was completely obliterated in that episode. Continuing the show like that would be rating suicide. There was really no going up from there. The answer to this problem was to take the show in a new direction. This is how we got Justice League Unlimited. This isn't the first time we've seen a mid-show refresh. I mean, we had 3 straight seasons of Batman TAS, and then we switched into the new Batman adventures for the last season. However, I only ever call it TNBA when discussing it on its own merits. Otherwise, it's Batman Season 4. Justice League Unlimited, JLU for short, obviously, is a direct continuation of JL, like TNBA was, but in TNBA, the difference between it and BTAS were very surface level, like the character designs or the higher focus on sidekicks, which in and of itself is a weak distinction because Batman Season 3 had Dick Grayson's Robin in every episode of the season's back half when the show was rebranded as The Adventures of Batman and Robin. So take that, TNBA haters.
You lost.
This is hard to describe, but the basic point is JLU is directly after JL, but this first season especially feels like a completely different show from the previous 2. The idea behind this season was to essentially downscale from Justice League Season 2. JLU Season 1 rarely, if ever, has the kind of stakes that over half the roster of the last season did. The name Unlimited comes from how the League has expanded greatly since the near failure they had in Star-Crossed. The writers of this season also wanted to tell episodic adventures with the new character roster, explore the new team and have fun while doing it. The writing quality was not to go down, but the scale was going to. I think this is a great idea. Before rising the tension back up in JLU's second season, it was a great choice to have a season off. As magnificent as Justice League Season 2 was, it's the kind of thing that everyone deserved a break from. I mean, I'm feeling that way, and all I did was review the darn thing. Imagine making such a season. The biggest change this season isn't even the massive character roster, it's the already established episodic nature of it all. But more importantly, the pacing has been overhauled. Justice League was a very slow-paced show. And that's not a con, by the way, it's just true. With 44 minutes to tell the story, both seasons fleshed out their stories with small character moments in between the big set pieces and important plot points. But JLU is bringing us back to the 22-minute format. As BTAS Seasons 1 through 4 and Superman Seasons 1 and 3 showed, this is no problem. You can tell great stories in that time, but if you get too ambitious for the allotted time, or have stories that aren't that interesting, you have the occasional rushed, but also occasionally padded Superman Season 2. So I'm not against the shorter runtime, I'm just telling you up front to expect a change in pace from the last 2 seasons. Trust me, it was the biggest shock to me, as I've just spent months diving into Justice League Seasons 1 and 2, and now I had to get used to a new structure. Personally speaking, JLU came at just the right time for me. I said my earliest memory was my 3rd birthday, with Star-Crossed airing just a few months after that, so that means I have very vague images of Justice League in my mind, but my nostalgia for the original JL comes from that Season 2 DVD. JLU is the one I have all the memories of, as the show first aired on July 31st of 2004. Think about that. This is a world where I hadn't even played a video game yet, and Slide 2 wasn't even out yet. This is a pre-Slide 2 universe, people, and boy do I not want to live in that reality. To the point, I have far more vivid memories of this show's run on television. And damn was JLU a great time to not only be someone who loves superheroes, but a great time to be someone who's been following the DCAU since Batman TAS came on, or at least since TNBSA. I really just said TNBSA, didn't I? Because JLU goes all the way with the continuity. Season 1 of JL tried to avoid its DCAU lineage, a poor choice, with Season 2 still only making light references to canon, but in this show, nope, Plot points and characters from BTAS, STAS, Batman Beyond, Justice League, it's all here, and the underlying story of the DCAU will finally rise to the forefront. Make no mistake, Justice League Unlimited is the DCAU fans' DCAU show, and I can't wait to get into that stuff. Hell, even the title Justice League Unlimited is some high-quality fan service. The Justice League has gone by a couple different names over the decades, like the Justice League of America, the Justice League International, etc. Our very first look at the DCAU Justice League, if you recall, was Batman Beyond Season 3's The Call. I rewatched part 1 of this episode pretty soon after posting the Batman Season 1 video, and my mind was blown when in the first few minutes we learned that this futuristic Justice League's name was the Justice League Unlimited. So I can only imagine what it was like from the perspective of a DCAU fan in the early 2000s to find out they were making a DCAU Justice League series. However, this show was plainly titled Justice League.
What? Like a bunch of super friends? More like a Justice League.
I can't confirm this, but I'm sure there were plenty of fans who were wondering, when did this team go from the 7-member Justice League into the Justice League Unlimited? The title of this show reveals to the audience, without even having to watch 1 minute of the first episode, that since the Justice League barely saved the Earth at the end of Starcross, the remaining 6 Leaguers decided to build a new Watchtower, a new Javelin, and expand membership to every single hero we've seen in the DCAU thus far, like Zatanna, Aquaman, Supergirl, or Dr. Fate, and a plethora of other heroes we've never seen before. That adds yet another dimension to Starcrossed, and I've already spent over an hour reviewing that episode. Anyway, this intro has gone on for quite a bit, so let's waste no more time and dive into Episode 1, Initiation. One of the best things about this episode is how it opens. The first thing we see is this tiny local grocery store being robbed by a couple of guys in ski masks. That's so engaging because we never saw anything like that in Justice League Season 2, or even Season 1 for that matter. Most episodes of Superman Season 3, and just about every episode of the first 2 Justice League seasons dealt with some big world-ending conflict. How does the first JLU episode open? Guys in ski masks robbing a place. That's so early BTAS or STAS, and I love it. After all, just because we only see the League battling gods and aliens doesn't mean the lower level conflicts aren't still happening. Another thing that's great is that we don't know how long it's been since Starcrossed happened, as we're introduced to the brand new character, Green Arrow, who mops the floor with these idiots. GL shows up with a shaved head and more facial hair, indicating that some time has passed. Although I will say I did prefer GL's look in the previous seasons, but I can live with this. GL and Arrow get beamed up to the new Watchtower, and yeah, the new Watchtower has a teleportation pad. Never again could the Javelin, say, be destroyed, leaving Superman, John, GL, and Flash unable to help Wonder Woman while she's fighting Thanagarians that broke into the Watchtower. On the new Watchtower, Green Arrow is greeted by Superman, Batman, the Flash, Wonder Woman, John, and of course, GL. Yes, Shiera is still gone from the League, which would make you think Green Arrow is the League's new 7th member until this happens.
Now where am I exactly? Among friends.
I've yet to comment on the intro, and that was because I wanted to save it for this point. Imagine watching this episode as someone who already loved Justice League. It's the subtle build-up to the shot of Green Arrow looking at the expanded League that gets me nostalgic every time. As this culminates with the intro, there's Wonder Woman, Batman, Superman, all the usual favorites, until... Seriously, just think of how much of a hype moment that was back in 2004. JLU appropriately has a new intro that goes along with the faster-paced episodes. Instead of a slow march and an epic piece to follow, this one is, well... I'm not really sure how to put it, just listen. I love these portraits they have of each main character as well, as they're timed to the music. I love the JLU intro, especially later on, but for these first few episodes I do have a complaint. In between the character portraits, you see clips from the show, which is no different than the Adventures of Batman and Robin, or STAS. What they show is exclusively clips from the episode you're watching, which can kind of spoil the surprise of what characters are going to be in the episode, you know? They also don't do it very well, as the clips are very stationary and aren't really timed with the music. I'm having a difficult time describing this, but I don't really like that aspect of the early episodes, but later on they settle with one intro that mixes clips from several different episodes that shows off the size of the League as we see all kinds of characters like Orion, Black Canary, the Atom, Red Tornado, Vigilante, Shining Knight, The Question, Aquaman, Dr. Fate, and so on. This is much preferred. Having said that, Initiation. I basically established this in the intro, but the Justice League has taken action to never let something like Starcrossed happen ever again. There are dozens of javelins flying in and out of the new Watchtower, which is equipped with a laser cannon so that Batman wouldn't need to, say, suicide bomb the thing into any bypass generators. And of course, there's an expanded League roster to tip the scales in their favor. The League is basically an independent army at this point. A great thing here is that the writers cleverly left out the part where Batman or Superman call up Zatanna, Etrigan, the Creeper, Steel, Fate, Aquaman, etc. and ask them to join the League. We see them recruit Green Arrow and that's it. The rest of the work has been done already so that we can just tell stories instead of wasting a whole season on team building. Which can of course lead to an interesting story as well, but the writers would have had to work extra hard to make that interesting for several episodes straight. So now that we have this massive league, Superman gives a speech to start the show.
Each of you brings something different to the table. Strength, speed, stealth, whatever. But we're all equal in at least one way. Each of us is willing to make the sacrifices a hero needs to make, even the ultimate one. Since there are so many of us, we have a chance to do more than just put out fires, both literal and figurative. We can be proactive. We can do some real good in the world. But we're going to have to be organized.
Jean is going to function as mission control, directing small groups of heroes on where they need to go and what they need to do.
We sent the lantern for you because you never gave us an answer.
Come on, I don't belong up here, fighting monsters and aliens and supervillains. I just helped the little guy. And a big club like this, you tend to forget all about him. So gee whiz, I'm flattered to be asked and all, but no thanks.
Suit yourself. Those monsters you don't fight, they tend to step on little guys.
Nuclear activity is detected in the east, so Jean orders GL to investigate alongside Captain Atom, as his whole body is made up of energy, so he might be of use, and Supergirl, as she needs the experience. They also have to bring Arrow since he needs a ride back to the ground.
So you're gonna let me drive, right?
Whoa, wait a minute. Has she been certified in a javelin?
Why don't you take the stick out, Corporal?
Captain.
Upon arrival, the government of this country wants the League to clear out as they have the situation, quote, under control. This episode doesn't do much with this, however, it's a really neat idea that the League's current size makes them much more of a political entity than they used to be. Jean tells GL that no matter how much they want to investigate, if the government of the country says no, then they don't have much of a leg to stand on.
Maybe the three of us should go back and...
No, we can't just do whatever we want. We have to respect the government's wishes, no matter what we might think of their policies.
Arrow doesn't really agree with that, so he goes to investigate alone, finding a nuclear monster that the government created to protect themselves that's gone renegade. Green Arrow is truly the standout character here, and he's going to be featured a lot throughout the show as the man who isn't afraid to speak truth to power, and they wanted you to like him, so that's why we get scenes of him laughing at Supergirl's antics, but in a serious situation he puts his money where his mouth is. Despite having no superpowers, he's out here using his arrows in inventive ways to do what he said, help the little guys. He doesn't really care what the policy is, he's gonna protect people, as the other JLU members join him. This monster thing is anything but a memorable antagonist, but thanks to it, there's good drama like Captain Atom's containment suit being destroyed as he flies into the sky to make sure the explosion can't hurt anybody, or Supergirl not being able to stop it as GL gets really badly injured by it, leading to my favorite moment from GL in the whole episode. His injuries are going to leave him sidelined for the rest of the episode, but in his current state, he gives Kara some advice, but accidentally calls her by a different name.
Shayara, you need a plan.
Oof. That just pulls on the heartstrings. The JLU does get a weapon to destroy it, but when all hope seems lost with Atom and Supergirl down, Arrow steps up and proves that he is perfect material for the JLU as he saves the day.
Say dirtbag.
And it wasn't easy. We get a lot of close calls in that scene, which makes the victory feel earned. With the kind of powers the League has assembled at the start, you might wonder why they were so insistent that Arrow joined the League, but Batman explains it really well in the ending.
Well, if it isn't the monster killer.
I was lucky. So was everybody else. Still don't think I belong up here.
That's the point. Someone like you will keep us honest.
Gee, Bats, I don't know. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy a good radiation burn as much as the next guy, but I don't think...
So, see you soon.
You just might.
Also, GL gives Supergirl a hard time for her recklessness, but at the same time, he admits that she did good today. A nice little moment. But that's it for Initiation. Again, this review is probably going to be a lot shorter than either JL videos, which is fine. To remind you again, the goal of JLU's first season was just have fun with it, have some good character moments, some good action, and it's done. With that goal in mind, I think Initiation succeeds at it. It's not an episode for the ages, but I think it gets the job done in setting us into this new pacing and structure. As my favorite episode all season is next. Episode 2, For the Man Who Has Everything. This episode is based off of a comic of the same name. Figured I'd just say that before anyone in the comments did. Right at the start, we see Wonder Woman now has her invisible jet from the olden days of comics. I don't know why the DCU Wonder Woman needs an invisible jet other than for fan service since she can already fly, but whatever. Diana has received a slight update to her appearance as she now has lines in her hair to make it look more like hair and less like a blob. Although going back through older footage, you find out that Diana's always had lines in her hair, it's just that you need specific lighting conditions in order to see that. So now it's more pronounced, and I think that's a good change. Wonder Woman and Batman have come to the Fortress of Solitude to celebrate Superman's birthday, and you can just tell how the founding Leaguers are like family more than a team now.
What'd you get him?
I'm not saying anything. He'll hear and spoil the surprise.
He can hear that, too.
How about you?
He's not the easiest person in the world to buy birthday presents for.
Bruce, you didn't get him a gift certificate.
No. Cash.
Narrowly saving the Earth from total annihilation together has that effect, I suppose. The celebration's cut short as Superman's hooked up to this alien plant thing that latches onto its host, tapping into that person's greatest desire and feeding them a lifelike simulation of it. This quote-unquote gift is courtesy of the returning villain, Mongol. Yeah, that guy from Justice League Season 1. I love Batman in this first scene between him and Mongol. He looks completely fearless and I'm here for it.
You mean how he humiliated you?
A jaundiced account.
The continuity here is a little off, though. Mongol wants revenge against Superman for what happened in Warworld, although if I was him, I'd want revenge against Draga more than anybody else. That goes back to my biggest issue with that episode, that Superman didn't get to finish off Mongol, it was Draga, the character nobody cared about. All Superman did was allow Draga to escape. Superman hardly did anything useful in that episode besides that. Hell, I'd probably want revenge against Green Lantern, Hawkgirl, and Jean more than Superman, as they destroyed the space gun that allowed Draga to finally beat Mongol, and yeah, that episode sucks. Moving on. Mongol is great in this episode, though. He left almost no impression last time, but here he's just such a despicable piece of shit, which makes for a great villain.
Clearly the males on this world are the smart ones.
Just listen to the way he describes Superman here.
I wonder where he thinks he is. Sitting on a throne ruling the universe. All you human garbage fawning at his feet. More honest, don't you think, than this pretense of being a selfless hero?
So you root for Wonder Woman as she beats this guy up, but then you see that 2 punches have hurt Wonder Woman's hands and have done no damage to the guy. The shock value of how powerful Mongol is just keeps coming as Batman obviously stands no chance, but Wonder Woman's one of the most powerful League members and she stands no chance either.
How nice of you to volunteer. To be the first of your race to die.
It just makes the situation feel really dire, even if the runtime isn't that long.
He'll kill her, Clark. And then he'll kill us all. Shake it off. Come back to us. Please.
You're just eagerly awaiting the moment Superman comes back and kicks ass. These scenes of Batman and Wonder Woman with Mongol come between scenes of Superman in his dream world, so let's finally see it. Superman wakes up in his home on Krypton, in a reality where it never exploded, but he still retains parts of his life from Earth as he lives on a farm where he grew up on Earth. His wife is named Loana, voiced by Lois's actress and has Lois's eyes, but Clark's friend Lana's hair and face, with a personality that feels like a middle ground between the two. They live this quaint life on Krypton with their son Van-El, and that adds to the hate you feel for Mongol because he's taunting Batman and Wonder Woman with the idea that Superman secretly desires to be a tyrant and pretends to be a hero, but he really just wants to be a normal family man living on Krypton, his destroyed world that he'll never be able to experience the culture of or live on himself. The fact that Superman laments Krypton's destruction was set up very early on in Superman Season 1 when Brainiac first appeared, with this episode really showing it off. I mean, think about how much hardship Superman's been through. During all of that, all he really wants is to live a simple, secluded life, but he's gifted with these powers, and so he feels like he has to fight against Darkseid or whoever because nobody else can. That is his true character. Every detail in this dream scene is just gut-wrenching, like when Superman takes Van-El to the city to see his grandfather, Jor-El, who is... oh my lord, is that Justice League Season 1 Superman again? I love the DCAU. This is what self-awareness looks like, people, and we can keep our story going while mocking our faults. But anyway, listen to what Van has to say.
I can't believe you left all this to live on a farm.
It's a nice place to visit, but...
It's a nice place to visit. Guys, Superman doesn't even like living in the city. He also does that because he thinks he has to in order to help the most amount of people as Superman. I'm sorry if this doesn't impact other people emotionally like it does me, but just hearing how many sacrifices to his personal life that Superman makes just to be Superman makes me feel bad for him, especially since we know this is a dream world where he has to leave it eventually. This part also really got to me, as Superman notices some tremors when talking to Jor-El, who tragically reveals that the last Son of Krypton Part 1 still happened in this dream world. It's just that Krypton never blew up. And an example of JLU fan service is right here, as the theme of Krypton's destruction from that first Superman episode plays in the background.
Something's going to happen. I can feel it in...
Oh, so you're a scientist now.
Dad.
Do I have to remind you about a certain prediction of my own, made, I'm embarrassed to say, when you were only a few days old? I announced to the world that Krypton was going to explode, and it took me years to salvage my reputation.
But maybe you were right. Maybe...
But as Batman pulls the Black Mercy off of Superman, the tremors get worse in the dream world, as Superman has to tell his son that this isn't real and that he's leaving. You guys all know I don't care for recasts, as Tim Daly just nailed Superman in the animated series, but George Newbern really stepped up in Justice League Season 2. However, I think it's this scene right here where he really proves to the audience just how great he is at being Superman.
Van, when you were born, it was the happiest day of my life. When I first saw your beautiful little face, your tiny fingers squeezed my hand so tight, like you never wanted to let go. I've watched every step, every struggle. But Van, Rao, help me. But I don't think you're real. I don't think any of this is real.
Don't say that, Daddy. Please, you're scaring me.
No, I don't want to scare you, Van.
For the final tragic nail in this coffin, to escape the dream, Superman must witness the destruction of Krypton firsthand with his terrified son, and the music's an even more tragic version of the STAS Krypton music. This really is a tough scene to watch, very worthy of its iconic status.
Daddy.
I promise you, I'll never forget.
Yes!
Oh no. But I can get back to Batman in a second, as Mongo's beating the crap out of Wonder Woman with Superman ready to get some payback.
Do you have any idea what you did to me?
To make the episode even better, Mongol's hateability doesn't go away now that Superman's back. He gets even worse with the way he cracks his neck here.
I fashioned a prison that you couldn't leave without sacrificing your heart's desire. It must have been like tearing off your own arm.
This is one of my favorite Superman fight scenes in the DCAU, because Superman is pulling no punches here. He has the reputation of being a Boy Scout, right? But in the animated universe, at least, when you mess with Superman, you'd better watch your six, because he will hold nothing back, and it is so great.
Happy birthday, Kryptonian. I give you oblivion.
Burn!
With this being a 22-minute adaptation of a comic book, Batman's Black Mercy dream was cut short, but what we have is still plenty impactful. We see the Waynes walking down a dark alley as a punk with a gun runs into them. This time, with a twist that Thomas Wayne starts beating the shit out of the guy, as Wonder Woman tries to get the thing off of Bruce. So, what's worse than Superman having to watch Krypton blow up for the first time? Batman having to watch this again. Another product of a shorter runtime is that we don't see how they get this monstrosity under control, but I do like this transition though. I swear, this is probably up there for the angriest Superman in the DCAU, and George Newbern does really well here too, as it just feels so tragic that Superman will never see the people of his world or from his dream ever again.
Happy! Do you know what I've lost?
Even if it's a larger-than-life concept, you totally buy all the emotions here. Wonder Woman tosses the Black Mercy at Mongol to save the day, bringing us to the ending. We don't see what he's dreaming, but you can faintly hear the screams of terror in the masses when they do a slow zoom in on him to close the episode. What a frickin' monster.
This was your birthday present. A new breed of rose called the Krypton. But...
Don't worry about it. I promise you, I'll never forget.
I wonder what he's seeing.
Whatever it is, it's too good for him.
For the Man Who Has Everything is a perfect example of what this season does best, and what the old episodic formula used to do well. Provide a really engaging story with a detestable villain, tragic moments make you feel and understand these characters. It takes the simplistic episodic nature from the old era DCAU and combines it with that depth and character writing from Justice League Season 2 and makes a great episode. Let me tell you now, this episode has no consequence to the rest of the DCAU, it's just a great episode that stands completely alone in its greatness. Gotta say, I'm loving this episodic thing. We're like 20 minutes in and we're 2 episodes down. Episode 3, Hawk and Dove. Meh. Episode 4, Fearful Symmetry. Just kidding. Hawk and Dove is one of my least favorite episodes this time. It's just really dry in one note. Basically, Ares has a combat suit created that feeds off of negativity and conflict and gives it to one side of a war to keep the conflict going. To keep with that negativity aspect, Diana's taken a day off from superheroics, but as Batman always says, crime doesn't take a vacation, so Jean alerts Diana of the war and conflict and requests that she helps out alongside Hawk and Dove, who, if I had to explain in any way, I'd say they're like if you took Raphael and Donatello out of the Ninja Turtles and made them a solo team.
Look, we got off on the wrong foot. But don't you think we could find plenty of things we all have in common if we just tried? Nope. Hank, say something. Preemptive strike.
In all seriousness, these brothers have good chemistry and are entertaining on their own. I like how, again, the DCAU doesn't waste good continuity opportunities, as the country at war could have been new, or a real country, but we're going back to Kosnia because the now Queen Audrey has requested the JLU's help because the southern and northern sides of Kosnia are battling, and Ares obviously wants to escalate that. That's pretty much the whole plot. Not much going on to explain or analyze. I like Ares' really weird sounding voice.
I didn't give you the Annihilator so you could run your enemies out of town. I gave you the Annihilator so you could annihilate them!
And by the end, Diana realizes the robot will stop if everyone stops fighting, and that's what happens. As she and the other heroes convince everybody to do that. I honestly don't really have anything to say about this episode. It's kind of a boring watch, but it does have some decent action scenes, cool looking locations, good lighting, and it's always fun to watch Wonder Woman beat the crap out of guys. But little else for me to say, really. Like, I actually feel bad if I've been given nothing on this episode that's worth anything. But if I said any more, I would just be wasting time since I wasn't interested in this episode and won't force myself to spend more time on it. Now we can do episode 4, Fearful Symmetry. It really excites me that we're finally talking about this episode. Not because this one really blows you away, but because we're getting one step closer to learning the true story of the DCAU. A man is seen running for his life as Supergirl is chasing him down to Star Labs, a frequent locale from STAS that never appeared in Justice League. Only problem is that this Supergirl is out for blood, casually causing collateral damage like it's nobody's business. This was a nightmare, but it felt real for her as she talks to Green Arrow about it.
What's the big deal? You had some nightmares.
These weren't just dreams. They felt like they really happened.
I don't know, I've had some dreams that felt mighty real. There was this one the other night.
A combo of Green Arrow and Supergirl on paper doesn't sound like a great fit, but it really does feel natural this episode. I suppose Green Arrow sees a bit of himself in a rebellious, eager teen like Supergirl and wants to help out. But it's at this moment that we get introduced to one of my favorite DCAU characters. Meet the Question.
Vague memories of a probe like one of those alien abduction things. Maybe you've just been hanging out in Kansas too long.
Wouldn't be so sure. Especially when she's the alien.
A man whose mask is a blank slate, a conspiracy buff that the League has around to solve tough cases. They have so much fun with this guy throughout the series, as he's excellently voiced by Jeffrey Combs, the guy who played Scarecrow in the new Batman adventures. Like most DCAU actors, I have no experience with Combs' work, but damn does he have range.
Fear is power.
Don't listen to this guy, everything's conspiracies with him.
Not conspiracies. Conspiracy. Singular.
This whole trip might just prove the kid shouldn't eat nachos before bed.
Peanut butter sandwiches.
How did you... What? Do you go through my trash?
Please. I go through everyone's trash.
In short, the plot of this episode is Supergirl, Arrow, and the Question trying to figure out what the source of Supergirl's nightmares are, which leads to my favorite aspect of Fearful Symmetry. In one word, continuity. What did I say at the start? JLU, especially the second season, is a very lore-heavy show. This was the final DCAU show after all, and it's time to start wrapping these plot lines up. The way this episode uses continuity creates a really suspenseful atmosphere, very fitting for a mystery. Listen to this.
Got all the signs of repressed memory. People dream what their minds don't want to remember. Easier to convince themselves it's all bunk.
Repressed memories of what? When?
You've been to Star Labs, treated for injuries there.
Yeah, a few years ago, when Superman was brainwashed and attacked the Earth. I got hurt and he took me to Star for help. I was in a coma for part of it.
Meaning there's a gap in time you can't account for. That's when.
A loose end from STAS's finale, Legacy, was the scene where Superman brought Supergirl to Star Labs for treatment. Superman immediately rushed to face Darkseid, and we know how the episode went down from Superman's perspective, but back on Earth, everyone was terrified. Superman just came out of nowhere and attacked a military base. Not to mention this scene, the last scene of Professor Hamilton.
There's nothing I can do.
Emil, she'll die.
But if I help either of you, it'd be considered an act of treason.
Hamilton!
Yes, of course. Just don't hurt me.
What I didn't bring up was the broadcast at the end where people were interviewed and their thoughts on Superman.
I used to consider him my friend, but now...
Hamilton was forced into treason by an angry Superman, who foolishly left an unconscious Supergirl alone with a Hamilton who feels betrayed by him. In the Legacy review, I made a point about how bad you'd feel for Superman being put in the situation, but at the same time, he did not react well at all. Facing Darkseid in a weakened state was a big mistake, and it could have easily been a fatal one had he not gotten lucky. But now, we know that yeah, Supergirl was nursed back to health at Star Labs, but they did something to her while she was out. Superman has a lot of blame on his shoulders for this, does he not? Back to the Question and his conspiracy. Let's let him explain it, because I love this part.
Reaching back to ancient Egypt, there's been a single cabal of powerful individuals directing the course of human history. But the common man prefers to believe they don't exist, which aids their success.
Global warming, military upheavals in the Third World, actors elected to public office.
The spread of coffee bars, germs outpacing antibiotics, and boy bands? Come on, who would gain from all this?
Who indeed?
So eerie. It's hard to describe this, but you can just feel light being shed on whatever has been lurking in the background on all these shows. Whatever it was pitch black in Batman TAS, a dark shadow in Superman, and a silhouette lurking right around the corner in Justice League. Hamilton himself actually returns. We never saw him in JL, but he's back and tries to explain these dreams, and how the machine she saw was actually a surgery device. Nobody calls this out, but listen to the air of passive aggression in his lines.
As for the rest of your dream, we humans are used to being vulnerable. But to you, surgery must have seemed terribly invasive.
So, I think that answered everything.
A little too well.
Does everything have a sinister motive in your world?
Yours too, you just don't know it.
But suddenly, the group is attacked by a squad of soldiers and an attack bot. Here we see the Question is certainly willing to fight dirty, and how skilled Green Arrow is.
What was that about?
What do you think? We're asking questions someone doesn't want answered.
Oh, learn a new tune already.
I'm starting to think he's right.
But he's right though. Somebody wanted to send a military squad after Supergirl, Green Arrow, and the Question of all people just because they asked about these dreams. Somebody feels threatened by that line of inquiry. So right after they leave Star Labs, bam, robot attack. The Question realizes that the man who commissioned for these combat robots to be developed is the same man that injured Superman and Supergirl so much back in Legacy. The General Hardcastle, who's now retired and looking to be forgotten in this small woods house. This is the eeriest part of the whole episode. Ignoring the fact that Hardcastle has aged like 25 years in 2, I'm guessing he spent too much time on Tatooine. Time for the bomb drops. According to Hardcastle, the government has never liked metahumans such as Superman because of their potential to destroy everything.
What do you know?
The military and big business have been in cahoots for decades. Top secret stuff. Experiments on metahumans, mutants, aliens. Searching for new technologies both for national security and profit. That volcano woman, she was one of ours. Same with those freaks the Joker made up like playing cards.
They've been working on projects that would give them the power to fight back against the League. Listen to this.
Any of it have to do with Supergirl?
It has to do with all of them. Your little club up in that spaceship? There's a file on every one of you. But I don't know anything about these dreams of yours. If it is connected to these people, I've been out of the loop too long to know.
And how do we find these people?
You don't. They find you.
They find you. Seriously, watching this episode makes me feel like I'm running through Arsenal gear again. But back to my favorite thing about this episode, the continuity. These projects keep failing because they never control their test subjects long enough to make the plan work. Whoever they is, mind you. This confirms it. The same people who were funding that Center for Gifted Youths, where it was a front to find the best anti-Superman weapon, which led to the first Volcana incident, were the same people that took children from parents to test their powers before Joker had used them for his own ends. I'm pretty sure I said something like this back in Wildcards, but I will repeat. Joker using people like that shouldn't come as any surprise, since that's just what he does. And that's the kind of guy he was before the acid bath. But somebody at the top, people who are supposed to be protecting our society, are doing this creepy crap, all in a shadowy attempt to destroy the Justice League. If it ever were to be necessary, and that's scary. The League would scoff at the notion in a second, but remember, it only took 6 Justice League members to take over the entire planet, and don't forget, Lex Luthor knows that. The mysteries that can only go unsolved is why Supergirl's so upset. The question asking how to find these people, but nobody really knows who they are at the absolute top, because Hardcastle, even when he was the face of all this back in STAS, was working for some kind of higher power. Whoever or whatever is at the top was not pleased when under Hardcastle's watch, Lois was able to sneak in and save Superman and Supergirl from impending execution. He decided to retire because he realized they'd come for him eventually, as these people always try to clean up any loose ends, as they were seen doing repeatedly in Where There's Smoke, but the people that got away, like the youth program director, were unimportant enough to let go of. Think about that. The guy running that creepy kid's place still doesn't know enough to be worth getting rid of past the part where he escapes. At least in that episode anyway. Joker did a full expose on this garbage in Wildcards, which is weird to say.
And they would have gotten away with it too, if not for me meddling with the kids.
The problem was that Joker didn't expose any person in particular, just the shady practice, which is not enough to shut them down. Hardcastle is different because he actually knew what their operation was all about, because he used to be a big player. He knows there's a file on every Justice League member, and for that, they'd have to get rid of him. Which is exactly what happens. After the heroes leave, this older, grittier Supergirl arrives and kills Hardcastle, so he's now out of the picture. This other Supergirl is called Galatea, and she's the one out for blood that Supergirl is dreaming about. Have I said enough times how much I love the question?
Question.
Go ahead.
Look at your monitor. I'm patching through a live feed. A scientist named Gilbert Hallstrom has been reported missing. He's from a biotech company called Nuvogen. It's the man from Kara's dream.
He really exists. Or did, anyway.
And only one network had the story.
Now that's the first lead in this whole business I can wrap my head around. We go to Nouveau Gen, we find out who this guy is.
No. First we find the source of the report.
What for?
Don't you know who owns the Eagle Network? The real owners?
He's way ahead of everybody else. I mean, that's such a good deduction. Only one network has the story of a missing person, who just so happened to appear in Supergirl's nightmare. So his plan is to find the reporter, and this part goes from really entertaining to an intense interrogation. Not Batman levels, but still.
So what do you think of that corporate prepackaged pop kids like these days? Hate it?
Hey, I just said... I never heard of Nuvogen or Hallstrom until last night. This girl I've been seeing, she slipped it to me, said I could run with it.
The girl? Tell me more.
She's just a girl, blonde hair, blue eyes, real farmer's daughter type.
And a handshake like a vice?
Yeah, really strong.
How long you been seeing her?
About a week.
She have bad dreams?
More like tossing and turning.
Can't sleep at night.
Also, in case you didn't know, Green Arrow is rich, much like Batman.
How you doing? Ollie, filling in.
What happened to Frank?
I heard some contest guy showed up at his door. Free trip to Aruba.
Why him and not me?
Tell me about it. You have a good one.
Good cold one's more like it.
Free trip to Aruba?
Had to send Frank somewhere. Shame how he dropped his keycard, though. Hallstrom was getting drowned in emails from their legal department. Sounds like they were scared he was going to blow the whistle on something. Doesn't say what. I don't believe it. That crazy old Hardcastle was right. These guys claim they're splicing heartier tomatoes. But really, they've been experimenting with metahuman DNA.
Not just any DNA. My DNA. Look. They cloned me. We must have some sort of psychic link. That's why I'm seeing things I didn't do.
Psychic link is a little weak and hard to make sense out of, but still, focus on the storyline part of it. Where in the hell do these people get enough of Supergirl's DNA to completely engineer a new Supergirl that works for them? It can only be one place at one time, when Superman stupidly left her behind at Star Labs when public opinion was pretty low on the escaped convict Superman. Since this is a virtual training ground, they get to go full in on the carnage in this scene.
It's like you're reading my mind, which is actually the problem and why you have to die.
And I like this action scene. I mean, Supergirl hasn't been in any so far that really stand out, so this is a first in that category. This episode review is running a little long, so to cut to the chase, some mysterious dude watching this fight on his computer has gathered enough test data from this first Supergirl Galatea brawl to pull the plug on it. Because so far, Galatea is still in the test phase, and I suppose her battling Supergirl was the last piece they needed. Alright, post-production here. I just wanted to point out, when I say that Galatea is in the test phase, I mean, she's still totally been hunting people down and killing them. I'm just saying is they still use a virtual training ground to hone her skills. But they destroy that in this episode. Back to the review. Not only do they shut off the simulation, but they cover their tracks completely to make sure the League can't come back and get more info.
We searched what was left of the place, but we never found the clone.
Maybe there was nothing to find.
Well, that's what they want us to think.
I'm just glad you're okay, Supergirl.
Professor, to make this clone of me, they'd have needed a DNA sample. Is there any chance it came from your lab?
No, we always destroy genetic material after surgery. It's standard procedure.
Okay. Thanks, Professor.
Give my best to Superman.
Will do. Bye.
You rest. We'll have you fixed up in no time.
And that confirms that Hamilton's in on it. He's the one who created, or at least had a large role in cloning Supergirl, and that's the note this episode goes out on.
I still don't get why someone cloned you in the first place.
This all started because Superman went renegade. They want a superhuman alien on their side, if it ever happens again.
Whoever they are.
Whoever these people are, they can't be stopped. At least not now. And they've got what they wanted. They're gonna nurse Galatea back to health and use her as a weapon once again, thus ending Fearful Symmetry. I had to spend so long in this episode because it's important. I think For the Man Who Has Everything makes for a more enjoyable watch, so I rank it above this episode, but I felt it important to give this episode a scene-by-scene review because of the fact that it sets up how these people are almost done perfecting their plan, which will come to fruition in JLU's second season. But with all the setup in this episode, I thought it was important to make sure all that stuff was discussed in the review. Episode 5. Kid Stuff. Morgan Le Fay and her son Mordred have returned and they've uncovered a gem that can give him the power she's wanted to give him for centuries. But he betrays Morgan by casting a spell that sends all adults to another dimension. This leads to a funny moment in class. Let me tell you kids, with some instructors, I'd hop on the table and pull a Spider-Man 3 if they faded away. But of course, with adults disappearing, that includes the League, members in this episode being Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and Green Lantern. And did I mention Batman was a badass? This episode takes LaFay and Mordred a lot less seriously than Justice League Season 1 did. The history from that episode is juxtaposed with how silly it is that she's kept herself middle-aged and him prepubescent for centuries.
And after I spent millennia feeding him, bathing him, preparing him to be king, where did I go wrong?
So with the magic power she does have, she transforms the heroes into kids so that they can return to our dimension and stop Mordred. What the hell is this? Obviously, an episode like this isn't too deep or complex, it's just for the novelty of seeing our favorite heroes like this. And I gotta say, whether he's 8, 38, or 80, Batman is always the most entertaining character.
Bet the little punk's in there. It's not a race.
Wait, couldn't Mordred just rebanish them with his powers? Whatever, who cares? I think it's cute that they meet a baby Etrigan and team up with him, and in general, this is just a charming little episode.
I'll go with Bruce, and John can go with Clark. Whatever. What's with them? Man, for somebody with like 50 different kinds of vision, you are so blind.
Which ends with Batman tricking Mordred into turning himself into an adult to prove he's not a chicken, which of course sends him to the other dimension, and this undoes the spell. He also undoes the spell that kept him a kid for so long, as he now ages into a very old man. Clearly the last time the League will ever have to worry about these two. But my absolute favorite part of this episode is the ending, which takes a sad turn as Batman just doesn't enjoy this sort of thing.
Circumstances aside, it was kind of enjoyable to be a kid again.
I haven't been a kid since I was 8 years old.
How crazy is it that I played this clip when discussing the flashback scenes from Mask of the Phantasm? That was 10 DCU videos ago, and it's been over 2 years since then. Time really flies. It's dawning on me how close we are to the end of this retrospective. But anyway, kid stuff is exactly what it looks like, a lighthearted romp where the Justice League saves the day in kid form. It's fun, it's worth a watch, but it's nothing special. But I do love that ending line, as Bruce Wayne really did die in that alley. He almost came back when he met Andrea, but it just didn't work out, and that only further plunged him into the abyss. But that's all I've got to say for this one. Let's move on to episode 6, This Little Piggy. This is Paul Dini's last DCU episode, so let's give a quick moment to remember just how much he contributed to this animated universe. He's just got a real talent for compelling character writing. He's written DCU stuff of all kinds. On the tragic side, he wrote stuff for Mask of the Phantasm, Return of the Joker, Mad Love, Legacy. And on the comedic side, he has such hits like Almost Got Him, or The Man Who Killed Batman, Joker's Millions, The Main Man, or just fun adventures like World's Finest or The Brave and the Bold, Comfort and Joy, and so on. What all of his stuff has in common is the strong focus on characters, and the ways they stay in character while being in a wide variety of different entertaining and engaging scenarios. Dwayne McDuffie is good at this too, but I think his main area of expertise is the depth of the characters and how they feel like human beings in his stories. I think it's great that different DCU talent can produce distinct but consistent content across like 8 shows and 6 movies. As for the episode in question, Bruce and Diana are on patrol in Gotham as they discuss their relationship. This is an iconic scene for Wonder Bat fans, as Batman is really funny here, and makes a relevant point that he can speak on from experience, as he saw Dick Grayson and Barbara Gordon go their separate ways, and just recently with Shira and Jon Stewart.
No dating for the Batman. It might cut into your brooding time.
1. Dating within the team always leads to disaster. 2. You're a princess from a society of immortal warriors. I'm a rich kid with issues. Lots of issues. And 3. If my enemies knew I had someone special, they wouldn't rest until they'd gotten to me through her.
Next.
The Crook turns out to be an evil sorceress that has previously encountered Diana's mother, and she gets revenge by transforming Diana into a pig. It's not going over my head, this is our second straight WTF episode, but Paul Dini has a fair share of those in his DCU resume, because after all, he wrote the Superman episodes with Mixia Spitlick. Batman's face here is pretty priceless, and beyond that, Batman takes Diana to an old friend, Zatanna from Batman TAS's second season. Seeing her again is another realization of just how long it's been since we last saw this character. I reviewed that episode years ago now. I bring it up all the time because that episode was the first time the DCU had ever shown another DC Comics character that was not Batman related. She has not appeared since then, so that's a cool milestone. Initially, I was going to bring up the fact that she now has actual magic powers when she didn't seem to back in her BTAS episode, but I realized that it makes sense when you think about it. When we last saw her, there were some weird experiments happening outside of the public eye, but when Batman's first 3 seasons took place, in the DCU's early to mid-90s, the Earth was much different. Think about it. Nobody knew that Atlantis existed yet. Nobody knew the Green Lantern Corps was out there. Nobody knew Themyscira existed. Superman was not on Earth. The freakiest character on Earth at that time was probably the Flash, if he even was around back then. Point is, magic just wasn't something you'd expect to see back then. And since then, this world has seen so many bizarre happenings thought impossible before. Within the last 5 years, there were 4 big-scale alien invasions. 4! So maybe Zatanna realized that she should try to learn real magic. But I'm really going off topic. I'm gonna need a spell to fix the script. Nothing works because Cersei, the sorceress's powers are too great, and Wonder Pig wanders off as Batman asks Wildebeest to help track her down as he has an animal specialty.
Excuse me, sir. I'm looking for a pig.
Gladys, it's for you!
The wacky antics in this episode could annoy some, but I can't help but be engaged with Wonder Woman overcoming the odds in these scenes. It's like the Beyond Season 2 episode, Egg Baby. It sounds silly, but somehow leaves me on the edge of my seat, like when Wonder Woman arrives in a pig slaughterhouse. A chilling moment, and a tense few scenes. When Batman and Zatanna track Cersei down, she says she'll undo the spell if Batman does the one thing he would never do.
Am I blue? Ain't these tears in my eyes telling you?
Yeah, this whole episode is building to this hilarious image that was a nod to Kevin Conroy's past on stage. I really enjoy this episode. It's another one that I would never call an all-time classic, but it's a fun, silly premise that the episode gets a lot of good moments out of. But it's good, and I really like this ending.
Is there anything you can't do?
There's one thing I've never been very good at. Saying thank you.
Wholesome Batman moments always get to me, and this is no different.
Did I miss anything?
Not really. The important thing is you're safe.
Yeah, of course. That's not the only important thing.
But yeah, guys, we're halfway done as we get more serious in episode 7, The Return. GL and Jean are discussing with the Guardians of Oa until an unidentified object comes crashing towards Oa. The Green Lanterns form a defensive line, but the thing is so powerful that it just goes right through them and completely destroys Oa. This power is Professor Ivo's android Amazo, who was last seen on Earth evolving into his final stage as he then left for the stars. But now he's on his way back to Earth, most likely to kill Luthor for what happened in Tabula Rasa. This is the first episode to really show off the scale of the Justice League Unlimited, as Jean establishes 3 lines of defense, a space team, an air team, and a ground team. Amazo has evolved so much in his time exploring that he's almost completely invulnerable. He really is basically a god now. But look at the forces lined up against him in the space team. There are like dozens of javelins and countless heroes. Let's watch.
You do not want to challenge me.
Line them up!
Of course, this episode marks the return of Lex Luthor, who, if you need a quick refresh, went through a lot in the last season. Well, in the first Justice League season, he was completely exposed and jailed, losing everything he had in Superman TAS. Last season, he was still dying from kryptonite poisoning, Mercy had turned against him, risen his company to heights he had never seen, with an evolving android out to kill him. That's bad enough, but he was arrested again at the start of a better world, but the League then needed his help to defeat the Justice Lords in exchange for a full pardon. After that, he minded his own business for the rest of the season, but he still does have that knowledge in his back pocket with a growing interest in politics, which I can't help but assume has something to do with Lord Lex's death. But for the first time, we see Luthor in his mansion, and he's still biding his time. Let's listen in.
But the fact is, I'm not the man I was before. This device may prevent the spread of my kryptonite-induced cancer for another 30 years. Or another 30 days. For all I know, it might only be another 30 minutes. However fate plays her hand, I want my remaining time to have meaning, to make a positive difference in the world.
No way that's lasting, but before we can focus on it, Jean has sent 2 characters introduced in STAS, Supergirl and Steel, to protect Luthor as the last line of defense if the ground troops fail, as the space team already has. This part is really funny, as Luthor has a safe hiding place where nobody will ever find him.
A barber shop?
Gotta hand it to you, Luthor. Nobody would think to look for you here.
Luthor has a secret lair pretty well secured, but nothing will stop Amazo as the air team is defeated. As is the ground team. While these battles are happening, we meet a new character, the Atom, who's basically Ant-Man but in DC. But Jay, the Atom first appeared years before Ant-Man!
Ooh, Jay, can I take this one? Yeah, except Ant-Man is a widely known mainstream character who's appeared in 5 blockbusters. Atom, by comparison, is a B-level superhero that most mainstream audiences don't know about and would need the comparison to understand who he is. I'd never even heard of Atom until a minute ago, so who did what first is irrelevant in the face of public perception. Besides, this goes both ways. Did you know that Aquaman is technically a ripoff of the Submariner who appeared 2 years before Aquaman? But who the hell knows who the Submariner even is?
Actually, it's the Atom.
Case and point.
Checks in the mail. Anyway, he was with Supergirl on Steel, but was just at a microscopic size that allowed him to get into Luthor's secret base. The Atom's real name is Ray Palmer, a scientist who's perfected this size-changing belt. This is his first appearance in the flesh, but surprisingly he has been mentioned before. Let's go back 11 episodes.
4 days from your arrival, my younger self will steal a piece of dwarf star matter from a scientist named Ray Palmer. If you prevent that theft, I'll never be able to build my weapon.
Ray Palmer. Got it.
Yeah, the League met Ray Palmer when they preemptively shut down Vandal Savage's plan to steal Palmer's technology that was used to destroy the Earth in the bad future of Hereafter. Isn't continuity swell? Anyway, he's helping Luthor build a weapon to fire at Amazo when he comes crashing through the doors, and these scenes are really good.
We'll beat him, Lex. We will.
As are the scenes of Amazo tearing through the heroes and all of Luthor's defenses, as he really feels like a horror movie monster here.
An intriguing idea. Modifying the canon so that it could alter my programming. And it might have worked a month ago, when I was still nanotech. But I have transcended that limitation.
A subatomic universe.
Figured the android can't kill what he can't see.
Oh, but I can see you. Did you really think I couldn't follow you here? No universe, however large, however small, is denied to me.
The Green Lanterns arrive with enough force to wipe out half a planet, all to destroy Amazo, but Dr. Fate arrives at the Watchtower with a much different plan. That's another great thing about a big shared universe like this. Dr. Fate can just show up unannounced since he's a part of the team, so he's in on what's happening and we already know who he is, so we don't have to waste any time on it. But first, we find out that Amazo is not actually here to kill anybody. He wants Luthor because that is the closest connection he has to Professor Ivo, who's dead. He wants to know why he exists and for what purpose all this evolving serves. And Luthor has an interesting response about how he personally exists to see what the extent of evolution is. Luthor keeps working to push society forward just to see how much can be achieved in one lifetime, which is still short and fleeting no matter what you do. But an invulnerable android, he can explore forever and evolve 10,000 times over in one lifetime. Amazo really is a fascinating character in that way. Fate tries to stop the Lanterns but with no success as they prepare to attack. Instead, it turns out that Amazo did not destroy Oa at all, he just teleported it to another dimension and in a second he teleports it back. That's the true power of this thing. It can teleport whole planets to different dimensions, which is consistent with his coming here to get info from Luthor. He hasn't done anything with the intent to destroy in this whole episode, it's just that nobody talked to him to figure this out. Amazo is clearly suffering from a lack of purpose, and with great foreshadowing, Fate claims that he considers his purpose to help those who have lost their own. And I could think of somebody who knows Fate that is in that exact same boat. As he takes the android in, ending the episode.
Are you alright?
Fine. Although there was a moment when I actually thought John Stewart was going to attack me.
Oh, I don't know about that. His bark's a lot worse than his bite.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is where Shiera has been since her exit from the Justice League, and she will obviously be returning very soon. However, that's not till episode 11. As for right now, I really like the return. Tense action scenes, Amazo is compelling like he was before. As you never know what he's going to do, you feel bad for him as he has so much power but no idea why, and Luthor is a great character like usual. a big cast of characters, and a teaser for Shiera's return is a melting pot that leads me to say overall, really strong episode. But definitely one that serves as a means to an end, like Fearful Symmetry was. Spend an episode setting up Shiera, setting up Luthor, etc. That doesn't mean it can't still be good. So now, let's move on to my least favorite episode this season, Episode 8, The Greatest Story Never Told. So this episode focuses on Booster Gold, a character who has traveled back from the future to do good in our time. But in reality, he's here to get rich and famous in our time. But this is not working out, as nobody can remember or care about who he is.
Can I have your autograph?
Of course you can.
I thought you were Green Lantern.
His personality is really entertaining when mixed with the other characters, like how he criticizes Jean's marketability.
I fail to understand your obsession with fame.
Not fame, mega fame. Much more than, like, your level of fame. No offense, but you've got a hard-to-pronounce name. It doesn't stick in the mind. Now, Booster Gold. Don't you just love saying it?
That is the attitude that keeps you on the sidelines.
You're right. It's not just about fame. What'd you pull down last year, before taxes?
Or when he finally arrives on a mission and receives his assignment from Batman.
What about me? I was thinking maybe I'd go out on point.
Crowd control.
Crowd control. Who says you don't have a sense of humor?
Crowd control.
Now, wait just a... Got it.
The idea here is that the most insane and epic battle of all time is happening around Booster as buildings are being toppled by this grand wizard, and almost the whole league is here to stop him, while he gets to participate in none of it.
Superman. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Get back to crowd control.
As he ends up getting involved in another case where a Star Labs experiment has gone wrong, leading to this scientist becoming a walking black hole. Problem I have with this episode is that it's really slow and boring once the real story begins, as stopping this guy could take like 2 seconds, but Booster manages to drag it out for 12 minutes. Like this part where he has to put the nullifier on a guy's neck, and he gets right behind him, but then he gets hit by a train and then decides to give up. The name of the episode comes from the idea that while the League battles the Wizard in an epic battle, nobody would remember the small story of Booster helping this scientist stop her colleague as he's been fused with the experiment. The problem is just that The Greatest Story Never Told isn't so great, as the plot is less interesting than a citywide mega fight, of which we've seen numerous times already. Booster was entertaining when mixed with other characters, but once it's just him, I start tuning out of the episode. Well, except this part where Booster has to deliver a baby.
How many fingers am I holding up?
Do something useful!
Or this part where a kid asks him to save his ants, and Booster goes in thinking he's about to rescue some hot chick, only to find a mound of ants. But beyond that, I'd say this would be a good time to move on to Episode 9, Ultimatum. An oil rig's being attacked by underwater molten creatures. That ought to show you not to mess with nature, as we finally get a team up between Aquaman, Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman.
Not to worry, fellow heroes. The Ultimen are here.
Not them again.
This team called the Ultimen are kind of like the Justice Guild if they were real people, as they have really corny Silver Age dialogue, fanfare, and powers. I like how everyone thinks of Superman as some kind of Boy Scout, but of anyone, he's the person who cringes the hardest at these guys.
In man's quest to better himself, he must respect all of the world's creatures, including those poor beasts whose homes you've disturbed. It's imperative that we learn to share our planet if Earth is to survive.
He's certainly earnest. I think the word is corny.
The man funding the Ultiman project goes by the name Maxwell Lord, who takes a shot at the Justice League here.
They're heroes people can trust, relate to, depend on. They're not aloof. They don't put themselves above us mere mortals the way that some heroes do.
This is small, but I like how Batman, as Bruce Wayne, meets these tycoon types all the time and has an opinion on their cynical, money-grubbing ways.
I can't listen to any more of this. This guy's dripping more oil than that platform ever did.
And he has the gall to take cheap shots at us.
I know Maxwell Lord. All he cares about is money.
Well, it takes money to do what we do, and not everyone's independently wealthy.
Lord's a walking ego who'd do anything for a buck and some free publicity. If he's involved in this, it isn't about helping people.
So far, the Ultimen seem normal, as Lord pays them for their corny superheroics, until he takes a phone call from a mysterious onlooker concerned about the group's growing powers. Before that can be focused on, Giganta and Bizarro are in a fight with Wonder Woman, and since Tim Daly isn't here to do Superman, he can't do Bizarro either. So naturally, George Newbern is Bizarro, but frankly, I was shocked at how terrible it is. Like, I cringed the second he showed up.
Bizarro here to save the day!
He used to sound like a really screwed up Superman, and now he just sounds like a buff Kermit the Frog.
Me am Superman. He'd do anything for a woman I love.
Diana gets help from the Ultimate member, Long Shadow, who is the most eager to join the Justice League, and in a crucial moment, he recalls his origin story to Wonder Woman. But what it is isn't very important, and you'll see why. As that onlooker from earlier wants a physical examination to find out why the leader, Wind Dragon, has new powers, and Professor Hamilton? What does he have to do with this? With him involved, that can only mean it's connected to the group working on the Supergirl clone project, and now it's time to finally meet the woman in charge of this whole thing, one of the DCAU's main villains, Amanda Waller.
We should do everything we can to help them.
That's not our priority.
But Mrs. Waller, I really think that we...
Since when did your opinion count, Lord? How fast can you get the second team up and running? They're expendable.
Those opening lines were great. She doesn't give Lord a second to speak, and shows both of them the Ultimate are expendable and has a vague line about getting a second team up. As it's confirmed, the Ultimate are not real people, they're artificial creations, and since the project isn't complete enough to last, they're just gonna get scrapped and get replaced by another batch of Ultimen. This team of superpowered teens should remind you of something that just happened in the last season. The Royal Flush Gang incident in Justice League Season 2. Hamilton's involvement in the Ultimen project ties this with the Galatea project that Hardcastle confirmed was the same group behind Volcana and the Royal Flush Kids. But this build-up should firmly establish in your minds by now what's most important is that these maniacs are getting better at their craft with each and every attempt. What went wrong with Volcana? She broke away from them and they had to use time and resources to get her back, only for Superman to save her. The Royal Flush Kids were a step up as it was more than one agent to rely on, but since Joker snatched them for his own purposes, the Ultimate having a short lifespan eliminates these issues since if they were out on their own, or turned against them, they'd die sooner or later anyway. The most despicable part here is that they gave these Ultimen real memories and personalities instead of just making obedient robots. Long Shadow was able to vividly recall his backstory of his parents to Wonder Woman, but it's all implanted memory. Seriously, Amanda Waller is not one to mess with. She's wanted this anti-superhero team to be a thing for a while now, and they've almost perfected it. I mean, they weren't even planning on having them die. They'd rather have a stable team to use against superheroes, but I'm just saying, it is a perk for the reasons I just mentioned. The Ultimen are outraged as the whole team minus Long Shadow go on a rampage, until the League proves why they are the best.
King of the Seas, remember? Lights out.
Seriously, Batman consistently has the funniest quips. He makes characters like Dante or Solid Snake look try-hard.
Peekaboo. Master will be expecting us. Then he's going to be disappointed.
Give me the staff.
I think you've had your workout for today. I doubt that modification's legal. Should have stuck to your desk jobs.
When the situation is diffused, we learn from the Ultimen about Project Cadmus, the name of the overarching project that has been in the works for years now. As the Cadmus people arrive to take the Ultimen back in, and Batman again has the best lines.
You need to step back.
Not gonna happen. Long Shadow's with us.
Safeties.
Mine are bigger than yours.
With an important line from Amanda Waller to end the episode on.
Who are you people?
That's a national security matter. And if I were you, I wouldn't probe the situation too closely. Rich boy.
With that said, for the remainder of his life, Long Shadow will work alongside the League while the rest of them presumably live out the rest of their days in a Cadmus lab, ending the episode. Ultimatum was another episode that has more of a focus on fleshing out what the DCAU has been building up to, more so than being a great standalone episode, which is fine because as is, I really like it. You feel bad for the Ultimen and you hate the suits behind the whole thing in a very classic BTAS kind of way, but as a DCAU storyline episode, we've been introduced to Amanda Waller, one of the core villains of JLU's next season. We've learned their name, Project Cadmus, and that they're coming closer to their goals, with massive amounts of funds backing them through Maxwell Lord. And lastly, Hardcastle said Cadmus had a file on every League member in Fearful Symmetry, but Waller knows who Batman is, so the next season is looking to be a challenge for the League, to say the absolute least. As this leads directly into the next episode, Episode 10, Dark Heart. An alien life form called the Dark Heart that produces spider drones that can replicate itself very quickly has appeared on a canyon as the military are the first responders, led by General Wade Eiling, excellently voiced by J.K. Simmons.
This is General Eiling, USAF. We're in the process of evacuating the 3 towns in the immediate vicinity. We need those things locked down.
The JLU obviously take over for the military, as this episode's basically one giant action scene between the JLU and the Dark Heart robots. A great excuse to finally have a bunch of League members in one giant scene, which is cool in live action, don't get me wrong, but in animation it's much more difficult to animate this many heroes in one episode. A roster including, but not limited to, Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Aquaman, Dr. Fate, Booster Gold, Atom Smasher, Black Canary, Supergirl, Elongated Man, Aztec, Captain Atom, The Atom, Shining Knight, Vigilante, Vixen, Stripe, Stargirl, and so many more. This episode is meant to feel very high stakes, as the League has a tough time destroying this thing as the clones keep reproducing at a rate faster than the JLU can destroy them. But that doesn't stop the episode from having funny moments like when Batman gets shot out of the sky.
Batman to all points. I could use some air support, since I can't fly. At all. Now would be good.
Now comes a very serious critique on not just this episode, but on the whole series. Justice League Season 2 was pretty bad with the CGI, like all the Thanagarian ships or the Watchtower in the early episodes of the season. It just doesn't hold up, and never really looked good at all. In that review, I said the CGI wasn't bad enough to distract from the great storytelling, and that's still true, but unfortunately, JLU isn't so lucky. This show decides to use CGI more frequently than the last season, like the Batplane, which has always looked good in traditional animation. Now it just stands out. Or the new Watchtower, or these helicopters, which just look awful. With no detail or shading, it just sticks out like a sore thumb. It also feels like the CGI animation moves at a lower frame rate than the show itself, but I can't confirm that. The real problem is how they put 2D characters in direct contact with this awful CG, and that's where it looks the worst. I saved it for this episode, as this episode really is just a big action scene, but my biggest takeaway from this episode is honestly how these spider things look abysmal. It's just a pre-animated GIF in the background with artifacts surrounding each one. It really takes you out of the experience in a way it never did in Justice League Season 2. So there you go. That's one thing Justice League's first season did well that the other seasons didn't. No CG. One method used to save the day by the League is Jean powering up the Watchtower's fusion cannon and firing at the ground, but the General is pissed because this episode was the first time this cannon was ever mentioned. I know I told you about it back in Initiation, but clearly the League never bothered telling anyone in the government about their nuclear space laser. A big mistake. The episode's plot is resolved by sending the Atom inside the Dark Heart as he learns the origins of this thing and its destructive history, and then he blocks the passageway to the core of the Dark Heart, and that ends the battle, as the General decides to take the remains of the Dark Heart, alluding to the fact that he's involved with Cadmus.
I don't suppose you need any help destroying that. Wouldn't want that technology falling into the wrong hands.
We can learn a lot from it. It'd almost beat the Justice League, after all.
Why would you need something to do that, General?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because it turns out the Justice League has had a secret space-based weapon of mass destruction all along. And we're going to be talking about that someday. Believe me. Ma'am?
Amazing. Show him a weapon that destroyed its creators and every other thing it saw, and he wants to play with it. What's to stop history from repeating itself right here on Earth?
We are.
Now that the big 3 Cadmus episodes this season have been discussed, let's talk about them as a threat to the League. Introducing the Tiers of Villainy, of which there are 5. Tier 1 is at the bottom. These are your street punks, the kind of people Batman takes out in 5 seconds with no issue.
I'm fine. I eat punks like these for breakfast.
Tier 2 are the mob bosses that Tier 1 works for. You know, your Rupert Thornes or your Bruno Mannheims. Tiers 1 and 2 are the tiers that inspired characters like Batman and Superman to take action. And in response to these heroes, we get Tier 3, the supervillains. Characters like the Joker, Two-Face, Metallo, characters that would not exist if not for the superheroes. That's usually something Batman stories explore, whether or not Batman's a force for good, as he was created to fight the mob, but he indirectly created many of the supercriminal element in Gotham. But that's a discussion for a different video. Then there's Tier 4, alien invaders like Darkseid, the Imperium, and the Thanagarians. A threat unfamiliar with the power to wipe out the planet completely. This is the maximum physical threat as seen in STAS and JL, but as I said in Initiation, the JLU is star-crossed proof. Tier 4 cannot be as much of a threat with the JLU around, which is why the main threat of JLU's second season is Tier 5, Cadmus. These people aren't even as physically threatening as a Tier 3, but they have the resources, knowledge, and authority. What can the JLU do in response to the General saying that they're taking the Dark Heart to study it as an anti-League weapon? Nothing, they're in charge. What can Batman do about Amanda Waller knowing his true name? Nothing. In Wildcards, we all expect the Joker to do something as vile as using teenagers against the League, but Cadmus was going to and nobody knew it. Just something to be excited about for the next season. Speaking of excitement, episode 11, Wake the Dead. 3 geeks have invested in magic spell books as they want to raise a great power to defeat the bullies at school. That sentence is really stupid and funny on its own, although I will say, something dumb like that causing this episode to happen is kinda lame, as this episode is a big one, but I'll leave it at that to get into the story. The great power these kids rose was Solomon Grundy, straight out of the grave he was given back in the Terror Beyond. Only his personality died back in that episode. Now he's just a raging monster. At Fate's Tower, we see Aquaman is hanging out there with Amazo and Shiera. As we get more insight on her post-Star-Crossed personality, she's no longer the hothead she was from the first 2 seasons of Justice League and is as mellow as they come. Shiera meets Inza, Fate's wife, as we get this interesting tidbit.
I'm not Lieutenant Shiera Hall of the Thanagarian Empire. Not anymore. I've been stripped of my rank, exiled from my homeworld. I'm not Hawk Girl. That was always a sham. Most people on Earth will never trust me again, and I can't blame them.
You could probably figure that she was exiled from Thanagar just by watching Star-Crossed, but now it's confirmed. She really has nowhere else to go.
When I do my job, people get hurt. People I care about.
And what happens when you don't do your job?
Inza's line rings true, though. Shiera's life has been filled with hardship, but just because she ran away from it doesn't mean the responsibilities she's fled from have gone anywhere. So it's time to go back. We're then introduced to Green Lantern's new romantic interest, Vixen, who has the power to have the power of any animal she chooses. That's a really awkward sentence, but I don't know how else to describe it. Grundy is tearing through the streets, and it probably costs the city a lot of money, but come to think of it, I'm sure this much carnage must really keep construction employment high. There have been like 4 or 5 citywide wreckings in this season alone. Much like the last episode, most of the runtime here is spent on this big Grundy fight, as he's almost unbeatable, even as Superman joins the fray. Grundy's entirely made up of magic energy, meaning the only thing that can stop him now is Shiera's magic-repelling mace, making this episode a natural conflict to bring her back with. I wasn't kidding about the carnage in this episode. Almost a whole bridge is destroyed. I was genuinely wondering how anyone was going to fix this until Aquaman came back to save the day, and I was geeking out on this Enemy Below music callback.
Shiera?
Hate the beard.
You okay?
Do I look okay?
Better than Grundy's about to.
Perhaps we can be of assistance.
Grundy is so powerful now that even Amazo can't beat him, which means Shiera has to use the mace to put him down for good.
Is this my destiny? To be a destroyer? To betray yet another friend?
It's not that simple. It never was.
Close your eyes.
Shiera is about to walk away, but Star-Crossed had consequences, and we're going to see that in the public here, as well as learning the result of the vote at the end of that episode.
Hawk Girl, do you think today's act can possibly make up for your complicity in the Thanagarian invasion of Earth?
Do you have a comment on your dismissal from the Justice League?
Hawkgirl was never dismissed from the League. She can come back whenever she likes. I recused myself because, well, anyway, Superman broke the tie.
I believe in second chances. I believe in redemption. But mostly, I believe in my friends.
You see, I knew that's how the vote went when writing the Star-Crossed review, and that was why I wanted to explain each character's potential vote in detail, since I think the final vote we have as of this episode makes a lot of sense. GL didn't vote because he thought he was biased, which brought the vote down to 5. Flash being a solid vote for her since she helped save the day in the end. Jean voting for her because he felt bad that she was now an outcast to her own people. Batman voting against her because he doesn't trust anyone. Diana voting against her because of her feeling personally betrayed. We saw Superman on the fence, but in the end he was a vote for Shiera, as I would have been. I mean, think about how many people she saved and how she risked her life for her fellow League members as Hawkgirl. She was always a good person at the end of the day, just made really bad choices. In the straw poll from that review, out of 154 votes, 112 of you voted to keep Shiera and 42 of you voted to keep her out. I like how she was gone for a decent amount of time to still feel the loss, even though they always planned on bringing her back. But let's see the public's reaction to Shayera's return.
Traitor! Go back! Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Back off! She doesn't have to take that from you people!
Yes, I do. But it's okay. I guess I deserve some of it.
You saved our lives. God bless you, Chicalcon.
You deserve that, too.
This is something I forgot to mention, but before this point, the intro had only showed the 6 Justice League members that were the founding members after Shayera leaving and Star-Crossed in the intro of the show and like those portraits we were talking about at the beginning of the review. I know, it's been a while. But anyway, it's at this point when Shayera is now added back into the intro at precisely this point. Just figured I'd say that for the sake of being thorough. And that's it for Wake the Dead. A really strong episode, bringing one of my favorite DCU characters back to the forefront. We've covered a lot of ground here in a relatively short amount of time, but we've now reached the final episode. The only 2-part episode in all of JLU, episodes 12 and 13, The Once and Future Thing. This isn't exactly what you'd expect from a JLU season finale, but it's certainly strong. It's another time-traveling adventure, much like the ending of Justice League's first season. We open this episode in the world of Batman Beyond, which in case you didn't know, takes place decades after JLU. We don't see Batman. We cut to a house with an arguing husband and wife, only with a husband who invented time travel.
You worthless, good-for-nothing, wretched waste of space! You invented a time machine and can't think of anything useful to do with it!
I can think of one thing. I can use it to get away from you!
Meanwhile, at the Watchtower, things aren't looking good with Shayera back on the team.
By all means, you first.
Diana's carrying a grudge.
She'll get over it. How about you carrying anything?
What, Shayera? We're cool. We're giving each other our space. I'm seeing Vixen now.
Yeah, Diana has not let go of her hatred she has for Shayera, and that's going to be a focus on a later episode. In the meantime, the time traveler Kronos has arrived to steal a utility belt as he opens a portal in time that Batman, Wonder Woman, and GL follow him through. More DCU fan service to come in this episode, as the first time period visited is the late 1870s, as Batman pulls a line straight out of Sly 4.
Where? I think the question is when.
The Wild West was a focus in the BTAS Season 3 episode, Showdown, as Ra's al Ghul recapped the story of his attempt to halt the progress of the government expanding westward as Jonah Hex had the bounty for Ra's son, Arcady Duval. God, that was 147 episode reviews ago, and with 2 movies as well. Back on point, it's really fun watching Wonder Woman dodge these bullets.
Those are the biggest, slowest bullets I've ever seen.
But Kevin Conroy sounds like he's got a cold in this episode.
Look at the date. June 1879.
Clearly time's being messed with as one gunslinger has a Batman Beyond level weapon, meaning that Kronos must be stopped. It's weird how Maid of Honor had the TNBA Bruce Wayne design only with black eyes instead of blue, and then Starcrossed gave us a new Bruce design mixing BTAS and TNBA, but now this Bruce model just looks like it was ripped right out of Mystery of the Batwoman.
Those empty holsters aren't going to scare anybody. You sure you don't want one of these?
Positive.
I don't have much to say about this episode, honestly. I think the jokes all land pretty well, the story's pretty fun to watch, but there is this dialogue between Kronos and the JLU.
You tried to steal Batman's utility belt.
And you chased me. But time tunnels are somewhat counterintuitive. Even though you were only seconds behind me, I arrived here nearly 6 months before you did.
Where's your time travel device?
Now that's a story. As soon as I got here, I was robbed.
Yeah, take that, Sly 4, the game where tossing somebody in a time machine just accidentally makes them show up on the same day as the Cooper gang. The League actually meets a younger Jonah Hex as well as the other vigilantes that are looking to find the guy who stole Kronos' time-traveling suit. And with a whole team together, they do a big tribute to JL, and I got a kick out of that. Why don't we have the JLU soundtrack again? After fighting a bunch of robots, law and order is re-established to how it was before time travel was introduced to this town as the former sheriff takes down the villain. But to lead into part 2, Kronos steals the time belt back and jumps into the future. Now the 3 Leaguers in this episode will take a part in a Batman Beyond adventure. How cool is this? I mean, part 1 takes us back to a previous era mentioned in a BTAS episode, and part 2 takes us to the future of Batman Beyond? Again, JLU is the DCAU fans' DCAU show. But yeah, in this world, Static is now way older, as he was like 15 or something in his series.
Static? What's going on?
And to give the basic gist of Beyond if you haven't seen it, Bruce Wayne has quit being Batman, and a teenager named Terry McGinnis goes through a Spider-Man-like origin story to become the new Batman of 2039, and beyond, as an old Bruce Wayne guides him from Wayne Manor. But now, a great reveal.
Dad?
One of the members of the Batman Beyond JLU was a man called Warhawk, and he instantly recognizes GL as his father, which sets up a conflict for the remainder of JLU, as GL is with Vixen now, thinking that his days with Shiera are over. But if Warhawk is his son, that means he will eventually get back with Shiera, which would send anybody through a loop. I mean, if this episode is true, then he's wasting his time with Vixen, right? Since he'll eventually settle down with Shiera anyway. But if he drops Vixen for her, then he would have done it because of this time-traveling adventure, thus creating a time loop. Again, something to focus on for the next few seasons. Terry also introduces the 2 Bruces to one another.
Batman, Bruce Wayne, Batman. Or have you met?
Not now.
Great. What did they used to call it? Stereo?
Kevin Conroy deserves a lot of praise for this episode, as he effortlessly switches between old Bruce and JL Batman.
Those historical buildings we saw on the street. The timeline's been polluted. So polluted that history itself is becoming fluid.
Old Bruce and Batman have a great dynamic in their short moments of screen time. Like this part where Batman tries to interrogate one of Kronos' goons.
Where's Kronos? My arm's getting tired. I can't believe I was ever that green. This is how you interrogate someone.
And we've got 9,453 active Jokers organized into about 200 smaller groups. I don't know where Kronos is, and that's everything I know.
Everything.
I wet my bed until I was 14.
Losing my patience. I can't control my friend here much longer. You better give us something we can use.
Wow. Batman playing good cop. Everything's relative.
History is becoming so polluted that Diana just fades out of existence, and then Jon Stewart gets switched for Hal Jordan.
Enid Clinton, we've got business with your husband. What? John?
Hal Jordan, another time shift. I'm up to speed, carry on.
In the final fight, all kinds of wacky things start happening to the time stream, like Revolutionary War soldiers appearing and shooting at Terry.
Monsters! Fire at will!
A good detail being that musket fire really packs a punch for him, as the Batman Beyond suit wasn't designed to take that kind of abuse. Which is not something I would have thought of in a million years. I saw that on the Watchtower Database interview with Terry's voice actor. Anyway, let's end this episode already. Kronos tries to see the beginning of history itself, which is apparently a crime.
The Green Lanterns have a legend. No one can see the beginning of time. It's a universal law. Write him a ticket.
Earlier in the episode, they created a computer program that Batman can use to alter the time belt, which is a little contrived, but I can forgive it because it's really funny how Batman uses it.
You worthless, good-for-nothing, wretched waste of space! You invent a time machine and can't think of anything useful to do with it!
I can think of one thing.
Worthless, good-for-nothing, wretched waste of space! You invent a time machine and can't think of anything useful to do with it!
I can think of one thing.
Worthless, good-for-nothing, wretched waste of space!
Like, geez, Batman is such an asshole. Kronos now has to relive his wife screaming in his face for all eternity. But we end on the note of GL and Batman being the only ones who remember what happened, as GL's relationship with Shiera is bound to become more complicated going forward, thus ending Justice League Unlimited's first season. The Once and Future Thing is a very entertaining episode. It's unfortunately bloated and very plot point heavy, but it's still enjoyable, and I wouldn't mind rewatching it if I was asked to do so. However, as far as season finales are concerned, I would put Legacy, Star-Crossed, and even The Savage Time over this. It's just not as interesting from a review perspective as all of those were. But yeah, that's it for JLU's first season. Thank goodness, this review is a lot shorter than the last 3. I mean, the episode count was halved. It would be difficult to go past STAS Season 1 length with that in mind. Anyways, JLU's first season definitely succeeds at accomplishing what it sets out to do. It clearly aims to downscale the show from Justice League Season 2 before eventually rising the tension back up in JLU's second season. For what it is, I love it. However, this season certainly isn't the masterpiece that Justice League Season 2 was. Not even close. Even with the season's goal kept in mind, many of its episodes were really strong, but as I said numerous times, a lot of them weren't all-time classics, like Initiation or Kid Stuff, This Little Piggy, The Return, or The Once and Future Thing. Really solid, strong episodes, but they're just not mind-blowingly amazing. Then there were the boring episodes like Hawk and Dove and The Greatest Story Never Told. The best of this season, For the Man Who Has Everything, Wake the Dead, and the 3 Cadmus episodes, they were great. It's just that every episode of Justice League Season 2 minus 1 was essentially perfect. So of course, this season's a downgrade because of that. But it's definitely not something I'm upset about. It's hard to be upset with JLU Season 1 when it's still plenty good on its own, especially when considering its stated goal. If this was intended to live up to the quality of Justice League Season 2, it honestly would not get a very good review, but that's not the case. So where do I rank it? Well, first let me explain these rankings. And yes, I have switched to Tier Maker, it's a lot better than the images I used to make. We started this retrospective with a strong B that was given to Batman Season 1. An even greater B with Batman Season 2, going all the way to S with Phantasm, then down to A for Batman Season 3, Sub-Zero bringing it down to D, TNBA earning a higher place in A tier when compared to Batman Season 3, Batwoman earning a C, Superman Season 1 at the bottom of A tier, Superman Season 2 earning the highest in B tier, which I used to call an A, which is why I'm going over this now. These are my official rankings going forward. STAS Season 3 taking the top spot in A tier, JL Season 1 outdoing Batwoman in C tier, and JL Season 2 taking the top spot in S tier. So the question is, where does JLU's first season go? I wasn't sure where to place this season initially, but my final decision is to place it right here in A tier between Batman Season 3 and Superman Season 1. Why? Because the best this season has to offer is better than the rest of A tier, but as far as the DCAU's quality improvement over time is concerned, BTAS Seasons 3 and 4 and the last season of Superman are more impressive than this. Superman Season 1 should follow this trend, but that season had bad episodes in it and this one doesn't. So it ranks above that. And that's it! I really enjoyed JLU's first season. It's a strong start to the show and adequately delivered on what it promised. However, next up, we're going to be talking about Justice League Unlimited Season 2, where Cadmus will take center stage, and after 13 videos of build-up and hundreds of episodes reviewed, I'd say we've just about earned it. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you next time. Well, okay then, time to get back to work. Justice League Unlimited Season 2. I'm just gonna say it. This might just be the greatest season of television in the history of superheroes. I've spent the last 2.5 years devoting an obscene amount of time to the DC animated universe, starting with Batman the Animated Series, and the films that went along with it, jumping to Superman the Animated Series, and then Justice League, and we just did Justice League Unlimited Season 1, which, to recap, was a very strong season of television. JLU Season 1 set out to tell fun stories. They didn't want to set the world on fire with them, but they still wanted to leave an impact nonetheless. I would still take the last 2 seasons of Batman, the last season of Superman, Phantasm, Justice League Season 2 over it, but still, don't let that take away from the quality of JLU's first 13 episodes. But today, we're discussing the second season of Justice League Unlimited, all 13 episodes reviewed. I'm just floored that this retrospective has reached this point. This is the Cadmus season. The season all 13 of the previous videos had been leading up to. Even more build-up if you've also seen Batman Beyond, Static Shock, and the Zeta Project. This season is the center of this expansive spider web, and I don't know how to review it, but I'll certainly try. The Cadmus arc is one of the most famous parts of the DCAU, one of the highlights of the DCAU. Something I've described a few things as, like Phantasm or Mad Love or The Last Son of Krypton, World's Finest, Starcrossed, Return of the Joker, and so on. The Cadmus arc stands tall as one of the absolute best, as out of 13 episodes, it takes the focus of 8. I don't have much to introduce this video with, because this is it. The stage has been set up, the experiments in BTAS have taken place, we've seen Superman arrive on Earth, the uselessness of the government and the military, the Justice League is formed, the Justice Lords incident took place, Starcrossed happened, the events of the last season took place, where we learned that the government has been working to undermine the League in a group called Cadmus. But before we get into it, there's one thing I would like to mention. You might have been thinking of it yourself in the last video, as Supergirl was a member of the Justice League Unlimited, and yet we never saw the extended Batcast from TNBA join the fray, you know, Batgirl, Nightwing, and Robin. But there was a reason for that, and I will explain it as it will probably be the only time in this video where I will carry a slightly negative tone, as what I'm about to say may be one of the dumbest corporate decisions ever to affect the Batman IP. It goes by the name The Bat Embargo. Strap yourselves in, this is gonna be an overly long rant. Alright. So it's no secret that studio heads think kids are stupid, and maybe they're right. I mean, I wasn't, but the rest of you sure. But I think they went over the line with this one. With a few exceptions, when Batman the Animated Series first came on back in 1992, from then on, everything surrounding DC animation was a part of the DC Animated Universe. Batman series, the Phantasm feature, Superman the Animated Series, Sub-Zero, the New Batman Adventures, Batman Beyond, Return of the Joker, the Zeta Project, Static Shock, Batwoman, and Justice League. With the current direct-to-video series releasing movies in their own canon, but then sometimes releasing completely unrelated movies, it feels hard to believe that there was a solid decade of the DCAU taking up most of DC's spotlight. But anyway, in 2003, this changed. Yes, the Teen Titans animated series hit the air, and before it got started, it would be innocent enough to think it was a part of the DCAU. But that's a rabbit hole I don't feel like getting into right now. Long story short, it's not a part of the DCAU, but some DCAU veterans were a part of it. What was unique about this was how, of course, the Teen Titans series stars Robin, who already existed in the DCAU, but it was 2003. This didn't present much of a problem because at the time we had Justice League airing, which made an effort to not bring characters like Supergirl or Batgirl into it. Since it wasn't a big deal, we still managed to get Robin in Mystery of the Batwoman, even though a different version of Robin was also on TV at the time. To return to the idea that studio heads think kids are stupid, they evidently didn't think kids were capable of realizing that alternate continuities exist. So the belief was that multiple characters existing on the screen at the same time would be too confusing for the target audience, which leads us into the year 2004, where a non-DCAU Batman show was set to premiere, The Batman. I have plenty of nostalgia for both this and Teen Titans. Neither are DCAU quality, but that's okay. Point is, for The Batman to function as a show, it would obviously need Batman's cast of characters, so that is where the embargo comes in. The DCAU team, who in 2004 were working on Starcrossed and JLU, were not allowed to use Batman's cast of characters from BTAS in JLU. So no Robin, no Batgirl, no Nightwing, no Joker, no Two-Face, no Ra's al Ghul, and the list goes on. The thing about this that makes no sense to me is that they were of course allowed to use Batman, who is the main character. Why would two Jokers be confusing when two Batmans isn't? It just makes no sense and limits creativity. The Batman was not allowed to have Robin either since he was in Teen Titans, so when that show wanted to have a sidekick, Batgirl debuted first, but when Teen Titans was over, we got Robin in The Batman. Eventually, we got Batman Rise of Sinzu released on the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox, this being a DCAU game, specifically a TNBA game, which by definition has to have Batgirl, Robin, and Nightwing, and it did. Batman, Batgirl, and Nightwing were all voiced by the usuals, Kevin Conroy, Tara Strong, and Lauren Lester, but for Robin, he's voiced by Teen Titans Robin.
Speak of the devil. I feel like some Chinese takeout, taking out the trash.
Like, come on. Wouldn't this be more confusing? TNBA Robin is Tim Drake. The Teen Titans Robin is Dick Grayson, who by this point on the DCAU timeline is Nightwing. These three characters are barely alike, so why cross the wires with them? It's just so bizarre. But we aren't done yet, though. This did not just control the DC animation world. In 2005, the Batman film franchise was revived from the hole dug by Batman and Robin in 1997 with Batman Begins, Christopher Nolan's inventive new take on the world of Batman. A great series of movies, with the first two being some of my favorite superhero movies of all time. I'm sure you're smacking your forehead thinking, did they seriously allow this nonsense to carry over into a movie series completely unrelated to what was going on with the TV shows? Yes. When I was like 9 years old, I always wondered why Batman staples like Scarecrow, Two-Face, and Ra's al Ghul were not in the Batman. The answer is because they were reserved for the Nolan movies. Except Batman and Joker? Yeah, these three are so alike, aren't they? I'm just picturing Christopher Nolan in the boardroom with the writers of the Batman and the Warner Bros. Execs trying to figure out who can use who, and they have nothing to do with each other. This whole thing was rendered completely moot by Batman the Brave and the Bold premiering the exact same year as the Batman's finale. And what do you know, the world didn't explode. Bane and Catwoman also went on to appear in The Dark Knight Rises, and let's just say I didn't confuse them with the Batman's renditions. Seriously, was I a whiz kid, or were these execs just idiots thinking their audience was as dumb as they were? Ultimately, though, the DCAU team had a good attitude about it, viewing it as a challenge to work with other cool characters. Here's what Bruce Timm had to say about it on the Toon Zone forums.
I don't see the Bat embargo lifting anytime soon, but to tell you the truth, as much as I love those characters, I don't really miss them all that much. It's not like we don't have tons of other interesting characters to play with. If I were doing an actual Batman show and not allowed to use those characters, yeah, that'd be pretty galling, but Batman's only one ingredient in the Justice League brew. The Batman aren't really essential in any way to the current show. I mean, did you guys miss Ra's al Ghul in Wake the Dead? Would the return have been a better episode if Nightwing were in it? I know your answer would be yes, but seriously, I don't mind a break from those characters after working on them for so many years.
With Dwayne McDuffie having a similar statement. Oh, right, JLU Season 2. Now that we've spent 5 minutes explaining why Batman characters won't be appearing, let's get back on point and dive into Episode 1, The Cat and the Canary. As I said, there are 13 episodes this time. This is the Cadmus season, taking the spotlight in 8 of them. I will mark them all now, with non-Cadmus episodes having a JLU logo next to them. I want to give the Cadmus arc as much spotlight as possible, so I'll put more focus into those episodes than the other episodes, but that doesn't mean we're skipping over them, as these are all really great as well. Just figured I'd establish this. With the exception of The Greatest Story Never Told, JLU's first season never had an episode that solely focused on a character introduced as a member of the JLU, with this season's opening episode daring to tell an interesting story without Batman, Superman, or Wonder Woman. Our characters this time are Green Arrow, who we got to know pretty well last time, Black Canary finally making a proper appearance as it's been set up so far that Green Arrow has a thing for her, and her former trainer Wildcat, who's the textbook definition of an old age hero. His only talent is that he's a good fighter. No gadgets, no powers, no nothing. His day was much simpler. We didn't have any magic, we didn't have alien invaders back then. He's missing out on a mission with Black Canary since he's preoccupied fighting in this shady boxing ring where he beats up crooks that want to fight. Here he feels like a king as he can own everyone who comes his way, whereas in the Watchtower he'd feel like a low-ranking hero because of his weaknesses I just mentioned. The villain of this episode, Roulette, does a pretty good job keeping Wildcat under control. She knows exactly how to manipulate him.
I can't fault you for being loyal to the League. I just have a hard time understanding it.
What's so hard about it?
Well, you must have to swallow a lot of pride being one of the only normal humans in the group. No superpowers, not even a pile of gadgets like Batman's.
Black Canary can take care of herself just fine, as I think her fighting style is really unique and cool to watch. It just has such style to it, while using her weight to her advantage and using the weight of her enemies against them. Then we're introduced to her superpower, her sonic scream ability, which can shatter a whole truck. When she finds out about Wildcat spending his time in this back alley ring, she wants to help him overcome this addiction to fighting, which involves getting Green Arrow into it, as she knows he's already into her.
How about a wager? If I can get out of this hold, you help me.
Deal.
And he's loaded.
Most people, after they sold the company for $3 billion, would just kick back and relax.
I'm not most people. Besides, after taxes and the lawyers are through with you, you're lucky if you see $1.5 billion.
My heart bleeds.
For an episode as great as this one, I wish I had more to tell you about it, honestly, but the plot is pretty simple. What it does well, what this show always does well, is character interaction. It doesn't take a whole lot of time to set it up, but we clearly see how much respect Black Canary has for Wildcat and doesn't want to see him go down this road.
Then leave. Right now.
Fighting Atomic Skull tonight, and you know he deserves a beating.
Ted, come on.
Hey, I was the greatest, all right? I fought them all and I beat them all. And now look at me. Most of the time they keep me up in that stupid spaceship babysitting. They call me to do real work less and less.
As well as having some feelings for Green Arrow, but he can't help but feel used in scenes like this.
The location's a secret. For $1,000, this guy gives us the info and the ticket in.
Well, at least now I understand why you brought me along. You didn't need Green Arrow. You just needed green.
It isn't like that.
No? Then tell me, what's it like?
I thought I could trust you.
However, the writers cleverly used that to make for a surprising scene in the climax. Wildcat won't quit fighting, so Black Canary offers the ringleader a once-and-lifetime match between her and Wildcat. Green Arrow was made really likable in the last season, and this season really wants you to like him as well, as his role in the Cadmus story is critical, and that's why we have episodes like this. We can see he gets angry at times, so he definitely still feels like a real person, but we also see just how wise and mature he can be. This being that surprising scene I mentioned.
Like all that flirting you did up at the Watchtower. The way you acted interested, to get me to come with you.
Who said that was pretending?
Oh no, I know your game now.
It's not always a game.
No? Come here, look me in the eye and say so. Don't worry, you'll still get your main event.
It's already been established that she's a way better fighter than him, but he's going to do the fight with Wildcat for her, not just be macho or anything, because he knows how he can stop Wildcat for good. Let himself get freaking killed!
I don't have any powers, and you're still too old to knock me out.
You had enough, smart guy? Huh? Get up! I'm not done!
Think of the word that'll spread from this. Anything's possible here. Next time you fight, we'll clear millions!
No, I'm out. And this time, I mean it.
I'm sorry.
I'm not. It's a stunner. Puts you in metabolic stasis for a few minutes.
You wanted him to see what it would feel like to kill someone.
Think it worked?
It worked.
Post-production here. Apologies for how that was kind of choppily cut together. That's a much longer scene, as you can probably imagine, but you guys know the woes of making these videos, so I figured I'd just remind you of that at the start. If that ever happens again, you know who to blame. That's a really impactful moment. There's not much for me to dig into here, it's just great character work. Just the line, you wanted him to see what it would feel like to kill someone. It just adds a layer of weight to this whole thing. You feel all the emotions that would come from that, as Black Canary destroys the ring and sets Wildcat up with Jean to talk his issues out.
But I'd like some assurance it's gonna stick.
Excuse me?
Things like this, sometimes you can't stop all by yourself, no matter how much you want to.
Believe me, fighting's nowhere near as tough as this is gonna be.
How's he doing?
He'll make it. How about you? You recovering okay?
I've had worse.
I wouldn't brag about that.
Care to join me for a cup of coffee?
Yeah.
Good. You're buying.
Great episode to start on. Really relatable as a kind of addiction allegory, cleverly written with numerous great moments. What more could I ask for a first episode? Episode 2, The Ties That Bind. So this episode focuses on a brand new character, Mr. Miracle, the world's greatest escape artist that he can get out of any trap, as demonstrated by the opening. He's joined by Oberon and his wife Big Barda, who makes her first chronological appearance here. However, she was a member of the JLU in the Batman Beyond Justice League episode, which I think is really neat. Miracle escapes the trap, of course, but Oberon has disappeared as a familiar face steps in.
Don't worry, Dumpling. He's safe and sound, in Granny's loving care. Of course, if you ever want to see the old runt alive again, you will do exactly as Granny says.
Now this is a pleasant surprise. Granny Goodness hasn't been seen since Superman defeated her in Legacy, a very satisfying moment as she got what was coming to her. But she's captured Oberon, but he will be freed, and in exchange, Miracle and Barda will have to help her. When Calabac appeared as a part of the villain team in Hereafter, I was at first surprised to see him since you'd think he'd have better things to do, but then I remembered that Darkseid died back in Twilight, and I was really interested to hear from Granny what's happened to Apocalypse since the death of Darkseid in Justice League Season 2. Granny leads a faction of Apocalypse trying to keep Darkseid's world order in place, while a new villain named Vermin Wunderbar is rising in power in opposition to Granny as he wants to rule Apocalypse, as Darkseid's been gone for like 2 years now. And that's interesting, it takes the lore forward. Yeah, Darkseid was finally finished in Twilight, and while we then followed the League's exploits on Earth, obviously Darkseid's death had an impact on Apocalypse that was unseen until now. What Granny wants help with is Calabac having been taken hostage by Wunderbar in a place called the X-Pit, as Miracle was the only one to ever escape from it. So obviously, Miracle and Barda seek the help of the JLU as Flash and Elongated Man lament the League treating them like children.
I've been at this longer than you have. They still treat me like comic relief.
Better than being treated like a teenage sidekick. I mean, I was one of the original 7. Tell me the truth, Ralph. Do I seem immature to you?
Not in the least.
Even when I saw that joke coming, I laughed. Tell me the truth, Ralph. The delivery of that gets me every time. Jean does not want to help Miracle and Barda, which sounds selfish, but it was really interesting. He says that we're not going to help you because either way we'd be aiding a would-be dictator that will inevitably attack the Earth. So it's better just keep them fighting each other, which again sounds cold coming from Jean, but it does make sense in a strategic way. So Flash goes against Jean's wishes and decides to help them out anyway.
We can do it on our own.
Great news, Bertha. You don't have to.
Barda.
Isn't that what I said?
The ties that bind is Flash's return to the show, as he was completely absent in the last season. The story explores the fact that everyone looks down at Flash as some kind of immature child, but he really steps up and practically leads the team on Apocalypse here.
What are you guys, 12? I can't believe I'm the mature one here.
This whole episode is about the trio running through the X-Pit, finding all kinds of death traps on the way there. Nothing wrong with that, but I'm not going to go super in-depth on it. What is cool is that Mr. Miracle was in the X-Pit as a child. He was the son of Highfather. You remember that deal where Highfather and Darkseid traded sons, where Orion became a warrior for New Genesis? Well, Miracle didn't get that treatment. Instead, he became one of Granny's regular torture victims and kept trying to escape. His never-ending willpower allowed him to finally get away. That's a strong kid right there. I mean, Miracle only gets this one episode, and this willpower I described is internalized for the viewers. Think of it like this. We see a couple flashbacks of his child self trying to escape the X-Pit, even though it's hopeless. If we were dealing with all new lore here, audience members could potentially yawn through it, as we'd have to set up how bad this place is and how bad the torturer is. However, this episode only needs to show us the few escape attempts, and we already get it, because we already know Granny and know how awful she is. We know from STIS that Superman cracked under that pressure, so it would take someone with even greater will to escape, as a child no less. While we haven't seen this X-Pit before, it's on Apocalypse, and we know that Apocalypse sucks, so it comes as no surprise that this facility is torturous. At the final death trap, it looks like there's no hope left until they arrive out in a boom tube, only for Granny to not live up to her end of the bargain, yada yada yada. But then it turns into a really good scene.
See? What did I tell you? People are so predictable.
Try not to think about where you've got Oberon hidden. Darkseid's old palace. I'll guide you.
Flash in the ending exposits to the audience what happened, but if it's Flash and Jean going back and forth, I can't help but love it.
Flash?
Yeah, I know. I went behind your back. But look how everything turned out. We boomed back here for you, the switch went off perfectly, and now we've got Calibec locked up on Earth where neither side can use him.
You don't?
So yeah, I did go behind your back, but you know what? I'd do it again. What do you say to that, big guy?
I was only going to ask if you wanted to play Brawlin' Bots.
Dibs on the green one.
I wanted the green one.
That was another interesting episode with good characters and action scenes. This is also the last time we see Cal back, so goodbye to him, I guess.
Come on, Ugly, move that hairy butt.
It's humiliating to be rescued by your enemy.
But now we can get into the Cadmus arc properly with episode 3, The Doomsday Sanction. Both in and out of context, I think this is one of the funniest Batman moments of all time. Amanda Waller's in her home as the news report predicts a bad volcanic eruption, while also debating the merits of the new presidential candidate, Lex Luthor. But then, Batman makes a surprising entrance.
Get dressed. It's time we talked.
Like, what? Batman got past all the security, took the towel away from the usual spot, only so he could hand it to her when she reaches for it. Batman, like, what? And he's got this completely serious look on his face, like, get dressed. If there's one universal constant in the Cadmus arc, it's the fact that Batman is a freaking badass. Remember in Justice League Seasons 1 and 2 where I would say that JL Batman is best Batman? That definitely holds true for the Cadmus arc, and I can't wait to geek out over every example. This scene between Batman and Waller in the bathroom, as weird as that sounds, is what starts the big debate we have for the Cadmus arc.
I want to know what you think you're doing.
Did Superman ever mention that to get Luthor's pardon, he had to tell us about your parallel universe adventure? All about it? We started to wonder what would happen if you took the same action that the Justice Lords did, so I had my people run some computer simulations. If the Justice League ever went rogue, what do you think would be the result?
That's moot.
Humor me. In every single scenario, you beat us. Badly. But that was before Cadmus.
Whatever you think you're doing, if you present a threat to the world, the Justice League will take you down.
You've got a spaceship floating over our heads with a laser weapon pointing down. In another dimension, 7 of you overthrew the government and assassinated the president. We're the good guys, protecting our country from a very real threat. You.
So, interesting details. We finally learn how Luthor got the pardon at the end of A Better World. Superman had to tell the government about the Justice Lords and the kind of threat they pose to the Earth. Amanda Waller makes the interesting connection. What would happen if the Justice League decided to take the steps that the Justice Lords did? Batman, like most audience members, would just say that's pointless, we would never do it. However, what if they did? Should the government not be prepared for that? Think about how much easier it would be for the League to take over here. The Justice Lords were a team of 6, would have been 7 but Flash was dead. From what we can gather, the Justice Lords dimension was basically the same as ours until Luthor became president. It took 6 of those guys to take over everything, but here we have the JLU, an army of superheroes. Think about this. In Legacy, Superman and an army of parademons was unstoppable before Hardcastle and Luthor shot him with a kryptonite bomb. The Lords, as I said, were a team of 6. And the JLU has like 70 heroes on it. That's a lot of superpowers to fight against. And we saw in Dark Heart from the last season that the JLU has a nuclear space gun pointing at the ground. That is really scary, but I like how gray the issue is because the JLU thought it was a great idea to have the space gun because, as I emphasized in the last video, the JLU is star-crossed proof. No need to suicide bomb the Watchtower into the bypass generator. But think of how much of a bad look it is for the Justice League to not have told anyone about that space gun until they used it. So if the Dark Heart incident never happened, nobody would know that the space gun existed. So if we wanted to take over the Earth, we could just fire the space gun and no one would have expected a thing. Cadmus does have a reason to want to prep the world for some kind of Justice League takeover because of how badly the military base in Legacy got wrecked in like 10 minutes from Superman, and because of the Justice Lords, and because of the size of the JLU. Batman is clearly thinking over it as he came in here thinking, oh yeah, I'm gonna put a stop to the evil Project Cadmus. But no, he has to face the fact that Waller might have fair points here. Now we get to one of my favorite scenes all season. The founding League members are discussing Cadmus while the people at Cadmus are discussing the Justice League. And I just love how this is edited.
I want to hear what you learned.
Project Cadmus is in the business of developing weapons, specifically to fight us.
They're worried we've grown too powerful, and they want to even the odds.
Exactly. They were behind that business with the Ultraman and the Supergirl clone.
Galatea will be fully recovered soon and ready to return to active duty.
And the Doomsday weapon?
Considering the damage done to its frontal lobe, the cellular regeneration has been remarkable.
To make sure you guys are up to speed, I'll go over everyone at the Cadmus meeting table. We have Amanda Waller, the head of Cadmus, General Wade Eiling. He hates the JLU as much as Amanda Waller and wants to take action immediately. He was the guy who took the remains of the Dark Heart for Cadmus to use. And he also needs photos. Photos of Spider-Man! Amanda Waller has been looking for every possible angle to beat the Justice League, so we have Tala, a mystic, who can potentially come up with magic powers to fight the JLU with. Things get interesting with the returning characters. First, we see Professor Hugo Strange, whose only prior appearance was in Batman Season 2, The Strange Secret of Bruce Wayne, where Strange had a mind-reading machine and learned that Bruce Wayne was Batman. I'm sure Amanda Waller could figure it out on her own, but I'd like to think this is how she came to learn Batman's identity in Season 1 of JLU. Another connection could be the Ultramen. They all had fake implanted memories, right? Maybe in the decades since BTAS, Strange had the tech for that. Then there's Professor Hamilton, Superman's old ally from STAS turned villain in JLU, as he stole Supergirl's DNA in Legacy and has used it to create Galatea, the Supergirl clone. If not for his failure to kill Superman in Legacy, Hardcastle would be sitting here now. But he got killed off by Galatea in Fearful Symmetry. He knew too much. And lastly, we have Dr. Milo. What? We don't remember Batman Season 2, Episode 15, Moon of the Wolf? Really? Well, I guess I don't blame you. I mean, after all, I considered it a very mediocre episode to the point where I didn't even name drop Dr. Milo. I actually had no idea he was coming back in the Cadmus arc until after I posted that video.
Silly me.
Now his role in Cadmus is what ties a lot of BTAS's first 2 seasons to this season. Because what he brings to the table is the cross-species research that caused Batman so much trouble back in the day. Dr. Milo is the only remaining connection to that research. To recap this, in BTAS's first episode, On Leather Wings, Kirk Langstrom and Dr. March created the Man-Bat project, which Batman saved Langstrom from in that episode, but the research didn't get destroyed, as it was used against Catwoman by Dr. Dorian in Season 2, Episode 14, Tiger Tiger. That lab got destroyed, so we don't have any worry about that. Then Milo's episode happened right after that, with Anthony Romulus being turned into a werewolf, and finally, in Episode 17, Terror in the Sky, March's daughter and Langstrom's wife, Francine, got exposed to the Man-Bat formula and started transforming as well. A great episode, if I do say so myself. But the important part of it was Batman telling this to Dr. March.
Is that what it's going to take? Your daughter's life before you end this insanity?
The research on mixing human DNA with animals was finally destroyed, however it was too little too late, as Milo had some knowledge of it and was trying to make it work for Cadmus, but I'm guessing since the main research got destroyed, this is why he's having trouble with it and is fired from Cadmus.
That was just a prototype. Dr. Milo, I'm not known for my sense of humor, but I know a sick joke when I see one.
And then the episode turns into The Amazing Spider-Man 2.
And rest assured, Doctor, our people will be keeping. You can go now.
Back to the Founding League members discussing Cadmus.
We never try to take over like that.
The Justice Lords did, in their dimension. What's to stop us?
Me. Those guys went overboard because their Flash died. So as long as you all focus on keeping me alive, that'll never happen here.
Let's put a pin in that theory to explore another time.
I've seen the federal budget. There's no funding for a Project Cadmus. Where's the money coming from?
We're all thinking the same thing.
Luthor.
The obvious suspect. He funded General Hardcastle's rogue operations. But if he's bankrolling Cadmus, he's doing an excellent job of covering his tracks. I've got the Question looking into it, and...
not that kook.
I admit he's wound a bit too tightly. But if anyone can find a hidden link from Luthor to Cadmus, he's the man.
I don't know, I just think it's really cool that we have this suspenseful music as the two opposite teams are discussing the other, as the League can't just talk about how they're going to punch Cadmus until they stop. This is why I created the tiers of villainy, and this is why Darkseid of the Thanagarians were 4th and not at the top. To reiterate, they were the peak physical threat. Tier 4 can provide quite the mental threat in the case of the Thanagarians and Darkseid, but still, Cadmus is less powerful than Tier 3 with their bare hands, but Cadmus is Tier 5 because the League cannot beat them by punching them into submission. We have to discuss where Cadmus gets funding as it's not in the federal budget. How does Luthor's campaign play a role in it? All things to discuss. The continuity just keeps on coming as Milo's incredibly pissed off that he's been fired and walks into this secret room and finds Doomsday, the villain that the Justice Lords defeated at the end of A Better World Part 1. What we thought happened there was that the Lord showed up in our dimension and Doomsday just happened to arrive from space, giving the Lords a chance to win us over. But Doomsday was really a Cadmus project. He was yet another anti-Superman weapon and was trained and tortured into hating Superman and wanting him dead, being shown all of Superman's various powers and tactics. But remember, how did Justice Lord Superman beat Doomsday?
My bones are... my... bones.
Yeah, the Cadmus engineers never programmed in a defense for Superman burning his brain with heat vision, because that's something our Superman would never do. But as shown by the Arkham scene, Lord Superman started doing that a lot. So what really happened was that Cadmus was unable to control Doomsday, and so they sent him into outer space as he broke free, crashed into the city at the same time as the Lord's arrival, and then he was beaten and taken back by Cadmus. Originally, I thought it was strange how we're told that Doomsday was trained to hate Superman, but when we saw him in A Better World, he had this to say.
What do you want?
Same as you, I imagine. Power. Control. But I had to see the best this planet had to offer. I am not impressed.
Why would he claim he wants to take over the world when he only exists to kill Superman? But then I thought about it. If Cadmus was going to create a script for Doomsday to follow, he obviously wouldn't say, I am from Cadmus, headed by Amanda Waller, and I am out to destroy the Justice League because we fear that you're too powerful. He would instead say generic bad guy crap about taking over the world. It makes perfect sense. But now Doomsday himself doesn't care about that anymore and wants to kill Superman.
At every turn, Waller and Hamilton abused and betrayed you, just as they betrayed me. Don't we both deserve retribution?
Yes. Release me.
And you'll solve both our problems?
Yes.
What are you?
Your problem solved.
Yeah, Milo is dead now, with Doomsday on the loose to kill Superman. Back to that volcano. The League is doing a massive escort mission as Superman's trying to redirect the lava as we've seen him do once before, until Doomsday arrives to kill him.
Superman, I'm here to kill you. Is this a bad time?
Here's an interesting moment. I identified Waller as the main villain of JLU in the last video, however some were surprised by that description. I still stand by that, but villains can be three-dimensional characters, you know. Here we see that she really isn't looking for destruction. She actually wants the Earth to be protected from the Justice League. Listen to this scene where Waller and Eiling are going back and forth on it.
I love a well-conditioned soldier.
And what will your soldier do after he's killed Superman? We can't leave him loose. For all we know, he'll try to kill everyone on the planet. He has to be stopped before he leaves that island.
But how am I supposed to...
I don't care. Get it done.
This is Eiling. Authorization, firewall. Target locked. Package is ready.
Deliver the package.
What's this package, you may ask? Oh, a nuclear missile loaded with kryptonite. Eiling, what the hell? His orders were to stop Doomsday, so he's gonna send a nuke that will kill him, Superman, and the rest of the JLU who are on the ground trying to save the people of the island from the volcano. Like, holy shit, we're one Cadmus episode in, and the stakes are massive. Back on the Watchtower, Batman and Jean detect the missile, and remember when I said Batman was freaking badass in this season? Get a load of this.
Can we hit it from up here?
No, it's moving too fast. But who fired it?
Yes, Mr. President.
Call off the missile.
How did you get this now?
The missile headed for San Boquero.
How cool was that? Waller picks up a secret phone and goes, "Yes, Mr. President, call off the missile." Like, geez, Batman can just hack into a secret line? Like, that's just cool. I don't know what to say. Now, we know how much Batman cares for Superman, right? That's going to be put on full display here as Batman's going to risk his own life to make sure that kryptonite missile doesn't get close to the island.
Captain Adams on his way from Southern California.
His top speed's under Mach 2. He'll never get there in time. Clear the hangar! Now!
Initiating emergency drop. In 3, 2, 1.
Batman, you're going too fast.
If I let the Earth's gravity accelerate me, I should reach intercept in 2 minutes.
If you don't burn up on entry.
This might seem like a bit of a been there, done that from the ending of Starcrossed, that is. Bruce Timm even made a joke that clearly Batman has some kind of death wish because he keeps putting himself in these positions. However, I think the context is different enough for this still to be a really good standout scene for Batman. It's nowhere near Starcrossed levels of good, but Batman didn't want anyone else to have to make the sacrifice to save the Earth from the Thanagarians. Here, the plan isn't to die, it's to hopefully intercept the missile before it can hit Superman and everyone else on the island. Because Batman cares for his friends that much. He can still escape it no problem, it's just that he'll probably get hurt in the process. Back at Cadmus, Waller is again made out to be more complex than your ordinary villain, as her anger over the missile is contrasted with Eiling's amoral attitude about the island and Superman.
You're gonna kill Superman and everyone else on the island.
We have to sanction Doomsday. We were going to get to Superman somewhere down the line, and we've been trying to stop drug traffic from San Boquero for years. The way I see it, 3 birds, 1 stone.
Call it off.
Anti-abort safeties have already engaged. I couldn't stop it now if I wanted to.
Like, geez, say what you want about Superman, but the innocent people of the island are just gonna have to die because you want to stop drug trafficking? Batman really is a hero. Just watch this. This scene is so suspenseful.
The missile's armed with magnetic repulsors.
The only way past that is with the Javelin itself. You could give the hull an opposing charge.
Understood.
Batman, come in.
Back to Superman, he's clearly tired of fighting Doomsday and does something really suspicious.
Can't beat me the same way twice.
It didn't work, but Superman just tried to execute Doomsday like the Justice Lord did, as he tosses Doomsday into the eruption, which cools down, creating a temporary prison for him, leading to this really ominous ending.
All you need to know is that I will get free, and I will kill you.
If that's your final word.
I only use this as a last resort. It's gonna send you to another dimension. You won't be hurt, but you also won't hurt anyone else again.
You wish you'd killed me.
Holy shit, Superman just took it upon himself to take Doomsday to the Watchtower and banish him to the Phantom Zone. Again, I love how we don't have to explain what that is. Just go watch Superman Season 1 if you want to know. But more on point, that's really scary. I get it, it's Doomsday. But does this not prove that Cadmus has some legitimacy? In Justice League Season 2, I made a poll asking about people if they'd keep Shiera in the League or not. I'm going to do another one right here. Should Superman be allowed to just take a villain and banish him to the Phantom Zone without anyone else's consent? Does Superman deserve that authority as a non-government agent? Again, it's Doomsday and not, I don't know, Amanda Waller, but still, this is a slippery slope. In a better world, I made a point about how regimes like the Justice Lords don't start overnight, nor do the people behind them think they're doing anything wrong, which we'll revisit later in this video. Superman having the power to banish Doomsday to another dimension is the start of a slippery slope, because that precedent and the excuse, oh, it's Doomsday, he doesn't count, is what gets the ball to start rolling. What is to stop the League from escalating to the point where Joker doesn't count? And if Joker doesn't count, does Luthor count? If Luthor doesn't count, does Waller count? Power like that can corrupt anyone over a long time frame. Batman was not present for the banishment because he did survive earlier, but was really injured like I said, as Superman and Wonder Woman visit him in the medical bay. Batman has had a complete 180 from his "the League would never do anything wrong" idea from the start of the episode. Just watch this excellent scene.
You'll do anything to avoid monitor duty.
Sent him off to the Phantom Zone, didn't you?
He left us no choice.
Spoken like a true Justice Lord.
What? Come on.
Passing judgment like gods, with our superpowered army and our orbiting death ray. Cadmus is right to be scared. The human race wouldn't stand a chance.
We'd never go there. It isn't in our nature, and nothing can change that.
Nothing? What if Luthor does become president, like he did in their world? What would stop you from doing what that Superman did?
There's always that kryptonite you carry around.
You don't get to joke. Not today. I just took a bullet for you.
I'm sorry, Bruce. You're right. But you don't have to worry about the Justice League. Trust me. You know me.
Yeah, I do.
Get some rest.
Wow, what a strong start to a season-long arc. This episode had high stakes, memorable moments, suspense, action, complex ideas, continuity, and this is just the start of the Cadmus arc. What a great ending shot, too. I actually had chills looking at that shot of Luthor with the American flag behind him. This is a fantastic episode, and luckily we don't have to wait long for the next Cadmus episode, as we need to talk about episode 4, Task Force X. This episode is incredibly intense, just like the previous one, but they somehow managed to make it like that for completely different reasons. The episode opens at the Metropolis prison as background villain Deadshot, who I actually couldn't recognize at first because this is the first time we're ever seeing him without his mask on, is set for execution. I mean, he's a sniper, I don't want to know how high his body count is. But when they reach the gas chamber, this happens.
You can't just come in here. Release the prisoner, but release him.
What if I don't want to go with him? Then you can go and take your seat, tough guy.
This man, Colonel Flag, is working for Cadmus, and now they're forcing Deadshot to assist them in their next mission, or else he's dead.
How did you enjoy your last meal?
Not bad. The asparagus was a little overcooked, but the lobster was perfect.
It was laced with explosive nanites.
Excuse me?
That's right. Any escape attempt and, well, you're gonna look kind of funny trying to run away with no head.
That's a lot of trouble to go to just to keep little old me around.
I need someone who can adapt and overcome in a tight situation.
An expert with nothing to lose. This must be some nasty business.
A little B&E, a little grand larceny. No big deal.
Right. What's the target?
Justice League headquarters.
But it's not just him. Cadmus has assembled a team of convicts to work for them, including Flash's villain, Captain Boomerang, expert thief and inventor, Plastique, an explosives expert, and best of all, a BTAS villain that only appeared twice, Temple Fugit, the Clock King. He's a master with time and planning, with the same distinct and excellent voice acting he had all the way back in BTAS.
I've scheduled your visit for when they're at their weakest.
This team of convicts forced to fight or die is basically the Suicide Squad. However, I suppose you can't say suicide on TV, so they're the Task Force X. But honestly, I think that's a better name anyway. I mean, they're a task force, forced to do any mission Cadmus wants, hence the X. So here's the plan. Cadmus wants the team to break into the Watchtower where Deadshot and Plastique will make their way into the reactor room that powers the space laser and blow it up. This will create a diversion for Colonel Flag and Captain Boomerang to retrieve the package hidden towards the middle of the Watchtower, while the Clock King will monitor the mission from the ground as he knows which superheroes are on security detail at what time, as he's studied the schedule thoroughly. To get onto the Watchtower, Task Force X follow a team of JLU staffers at the pickup point and take their IDs, get beamed onto the station, and can blend in from there. The JLU has a full staff of human beings, and who's really going to notice them from when the eyes of these superheroes, all these humans in uniform look the same? Almost like the Justice Lords. To give you guys a tidbit about me, when it comes to characters I root for, I'm a pretty generic fan of the good guy. My favorite Ace Attorney character is Phoenix Wright, my favorite Mega Man character is X, Solid Snake for MGS, Sly and Sly Cooper, and so on. This is no different with superheroes, however, I don't mind seeing the bad guys do their thing and get away with it every now and again. This whole episode reminds me of that part in the Dark Side story of Sonic Adventure 2 where Shadow, Rouge, and Dr. Eggman strategically plan out the raid of Prison Island, and despite unexpected hiccups on the way there, they get away with it at the end of the day. I just love watching the planning of this devious operation as they have to come up with strategies to deal with unexpected changes in the plan, like if Superman shows up.
Okay, Plastique, you're setting the charge, and Superman walks in the room.
You said he wouldn't be there.
Last minute change in the duty roster. Superman's got the drop on you. What do?
Before or after I changed my shorts?
Yes, very amusing. You have 0.3 of a second to respond. What do you do?
I grab a hostage and threaten to blow him to Uranus if Big Blue doesn't back off. How's that sound?
No unnecessary killing.
Oh, come on.
You kill someone, they find the body, sound the alarm, and we're trapped.
Or you take the time to hide the body so they don't find it. Time we don't have to waste.
I wasn't sure what this episode would be like once they got on board the Watchtower, but I love this episode. Every single moment is just packed with suspense, like when Deadshot and Plastique get to the elevator.
Hey. How you doing? Excuse me, Mr. Lantern. For 6 weeks now, my wife's been after me for Hawkgirl's autograph. You wouldn't know where she's at today, would you? Haven't seen her. Okay. Thanks anyway.
What a troll. The episode is just filled with moments like that, where a superhero will show up in a dramatic fashion only to legit not blink an eye as these well-known convicts are just walking by, because the League can't be bothered to pay attention to what their staff actually looks like. The distraction goes off as Boomerang and Flag reach the target, which has been kept a mystery so far, but now we see Cadmus is here for the Annihilator armor. I can't stress how much I love continuity. JLU Season 1, Episode 3, Hawk and Dove, a seemingly inconsequential episode where Wonder Woman with the help of Hawk and Dove stops Ares and the Annihilator armor by realizing that it's fueled by rage, which is exactly how they activate it here.
Hephaestus' mighty vessel, chosen weapon of Ares, arise and destroy at my command.
It's not working. Now we're in it. What's your problem then, mate? Want to go a couple of rounds? Triggered by rage. Right, I forgot. Could have warned a bloke, though.
The JLU took the armor back to the Watchtower, but like I said in the Doomsday Sanction, Cadmus is out to get every possible anti-League weapon there is. Tala, the Cadmus Mystic, must have known about the armor, and then Amanda Waller must have arranged this setup to steal it. Of course, getting out is a lot more difficult than getting in. This is where many close calls are had, where Atom Smasher, Shining Knight, and Vigilante are trying to stop them, and this leads to a really dynamic fight scene that reminds the audience of just how powerful the armor is. It's to the point where I actually started rooting for the villains to get away as Jean is waiting for them at the teleporter pad.
Ask yourselves, is being in here with me what you truly desire?
Get out of the way, Martian.
Allow me.
Which is actually his first action scene in JLU. But it gets really intense when Task Force X leaves Plastique behind.
Plastique!
C'est la vie.
Tend to her. They thought of everything.
Now, let's see the ending scenes.
You really think we can do something with this?
An invulnerable juggernaut forged by the gods? Oh yes, Miss Fuller. Most definitely.
Most fun I've had since my last root canal. Well, gang, guess I'll be seeing...
Dream on, dirtbag. 5 years. You sign up for missions like this for 5 years. If you survive, then you go free. You don't like it, there's a nice warm seat waiting for you back at Bel Rev Correctional.
Tell me, Colonel, what's Waller got on you?
Not a thing. Some of us don't have to be blackmailed into serving their country.
Now that's good. It tells us just how motivated the people at Cadmus are to see the cause through. But the reaction at the Watchtower is even better. Jean is fucking pissed off at this infiltration, and it really makes the JLU look pretty scary. Take a look.
How did you know Vance was the inside man?
He was the only one on the tower whose mind I couldn't read. Cadmus must have supplied him with a sophisticated method of masking his thoughts.
So, what do we do with him now?
I'd like to go in there and wipe clean the last 2 years of his memory.
Whoa, that's a little harsh, don't you think?
He's a liability.
I'm sure he's already spilled everything he knows to Cadmus.
Don't you understand? We can't trust him.
Jean, we can't trust anyone now.
What a great ending. The quality of this episode really speaks for itself, but just damn, the whole Cadmus arc is off to a fantastic start. The next episode will continue this plot, but it's not a direct Cadmus episode, so let's dive into it. Episode 5, The Balance. Like I just said, this is not a direct Cadmus episode, but the opening does take place after Task Force X. Tala is working with the Annihilator armor, and of course, Cadmus wants to get past the weakness of needing conflict for the armor to work. Tala is evidently being instructed by the spirit of Felix Faust, who lives inside this mirror. At this point, you could introduce just about anything into the DCAU and have me not question it. Faust tricks Tala into letting him out as he possesses the armor, and with his control, now the weakness is gone. Which spells bad news for everybody else, because they never even defeated the armor to begin with. Tala also ends up in the mirror, not to be seen again this season. To the uninitiated, you might not remember this guy. Felix Faust was the villain of Justice League's 5th episode, Paradise Lost, where he was trying to awaken Hades from the pits of Tartarus deep inside Themyscira. But he was betrayed and killed by Hades. Of course he was. Tala has recovered his spirit from that event. I don't know why, it's just kind of weird to be in this episode where the events of a Justice League Season 1 episode like Paradise Lost is referenced as being a few years ago. I mean, it was just a couple months ago and I had to devote time and energy to that episode. But so much time has passed in canon. Unrelated, but it's also really weird just to look back on Justice League Season 1 or Season 2 in the past tense when doing these JLU videos, because for so long we're building up to it. But anyway, now that I've established the background, Faust is going straight back to Tartarus to get revenge on Hades for killing him. Back on the Watchtower, Flash is scheduled to dinner with Wonder Woman, but Flash, being as subtle as ever, this happens.
I'm sorry, I thought we were having dinner tonight.
Is it Tuesday? Silly me. Making dinner plans with two beautiful women on the same night.
Uh-huh. We can do this another time.
Don't be ridiculous. We can all have a meal together. It's a chance for us to get reacquainted, patch things up.
Assuming we want to.
Now there's an example of exactly the kind of thing we're not going to do anymore, right? I'm telling you, once we clear the air, everybody's going to be pals again. I always thought the reason you two don't get along is that you're so much alike.
Like her?
So that fails, but Jean is having trouble because all the League members with magic powers are in agony because of Faust upsetting the balance of power between order and chaos, as he's now taken the throne of Tartarus from Hades. Diana gets a direct order from the gods to travel to Tartarus and fix the mess. And the messenger was pretty funny, at least.
For a good time called Podenimus.
Wrong scroll. I think I got a shot. It's her cell number.
But Diana realizes that there may be an advantage that she didn't have when first battling the armor in Season 1. The armor is powered by magic energy, and what disrupts magic? Shiera's nth metal mace, which couldn't have been used last time because who wasn't in the Justice League at the time? This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. Just the way the writers this season are using continuity is great. They're combining things that are unrelated and making them connect in believable ways. Hawkgirl didn't even have anything to do with Paradise Lost to begin with, and now she's involved in that drama. But speaking of drama, to add to it, Wonder Woman has hated Shiera ever since Star-Crossed. And that dinner scene, along with their first scene together in the Once and Future thing, makes it difficult for Diana to just ask for the mace. So she tries to steal it.
Something I can help you with?
Look, I need it. I'll bring it back.
We become pals while I wasn't looking?
There's trouble on Themyscira. Mystical trouble. Your mace disrupts magic. I thought...
Whatever's happening on that island of yours must be pretty bad for you to resort to this.
Life and death. Can I have it?
It's a package deal. You want the mace, you get me too.
You're doing this because you want to prove yourself to me, aren't you? Well, you don't have to. I forgave you a long time ago.
Did I ever ask you for your forgiveness?
Now that the best parts of the episode are out of the way, let's get to the story. Apollos is back and decides now's the time to activate the full power of the Wonder Woman armor, which doesn't amount to too much beyond the magic lasso of truth ability.
One more answer, and it better be the right one.
Or what? You'll kill me? Gosh, I might end up suffering eternal torment as punishment for my sins. Oh, wait, I already am!
Let me try. Tell me your name.
Abnegazar.
Tell me where to find Faust, Abnegazar.
In Hades' library.
Lead us there.
Okay.
Not yet. I've got one more question. Is there anything else we should know?
Yeah, you really, really shouldn't go in there. Now, could you please take this rope off of me? I'm a demon. The truth hurts.
I thought that last line was funny, but there are many great conversations in this episode.
You know what I mean.
I really don't. You told me our mission is to put Hades back on the throne. Whatever he's guilty of, we still got a job to do.
You wouldn't say that if you'd been there. If you'd seen what he tried to do to my mother. To me.
Be practical. We're going to need Hades to help take Faust down.
I don't even need your help.
Yes, you do. I can't make this decision for you, Diana, but however you want to play it, I'll back you up.
Then it's Faust.
The plan to fight Faust and leave Hades doesn't work because he just teleports them away, which leads to rescuing Hades anyway. They teleport back, but Faust doesn't think to, do it again. Regardless, I thought the finale was pretty cool as Hades helps take down Faust with classic Hawkgirl moments.
If we don't fight you, you're powerless.
That was before I fixed it.
Good to know.
Or this part at the end when Shiera loses the mace and Wonder Woman freaking grabs it. It's pretty awesome, not gonna lie. With everything back in balance, we get this really nice moment where Diana's banishment from Themyscira is lifted as well.
I'd better go.
Stay and rest for your trip. At the very least, you and your friend can share a meal with me.
But I've been banished. The gods...
This is your home, and I'm your mother. If the gods don't like it, they'll have to take it up with me.
So yeah, neat episode. Cool moments, good continuity. Although by this point, JLU Season 2 and good continuity are pretty synonymous. But still, worthy of praise. The banishment lift is nice, but I think the biggest thing to come out of this episode is Shiera and Diana being back on good terms.
What about us? Are we good?
Like oil and vinegar. We go together, but we don't mix.
Works for me.
So now they have no issues sitting in the conference room together, or fighting the bad guys together. They'll never be the friends we saw in the Terror Beyond ever again, which is sad, but hey, neither one of them wants to go past, I trust you and can work with you, but nothing more, and if that's the case, then that's a perfectly satisfying conclusion to that. Next up, another episode tangentially related to Cadmus, but not the main focus. That being Episode 6, Double Date. This episode opens with the JLU member Huntress trying to bust into this mansion and freaking murder the guy inside. Why? Well, the guy's name is Mandragora. He's a murderer himself, and Huntress is out for revenge, but she gets caught by Jean, and this scene was really interesting.
You know what Mandragora did, and I almost had him. He should have been there, but someone tipped him. You did it.
I had Mandragora moved, yes, for his own protection. And yours.
All right, Jean, so I get some Justice League demerits. Fine, just spare me the lecture. I can find him without your help.
You misunderstand. Tonight was a test, and you failed. Pack your things, Huntress. You're out.
Mandragora is a criminal, a terrible person, but Huntress was told to stay away, and because of this attempted murder, she's tossed out of the JLU. Now, this is telling about the politics of the JLU that I was alluding to last time. Mandragora is going to be an important witness for a case the local prosecutor's office is working on. For that reason, the JLU has no right or authority to seek him out. Things were so much different back when Batman was a solo agent and could just bust into a guy's place and demand answers. But this is 2003 and not the 80s and 90s. We have a JLU with an orbital space station, and not just a bunch of vigilantes. From Huntress being kicked out, I'm guessing the JLU has a rule against killing people, although this hasn't stopped the League before. Whatever. It really is kind of uncomfortable to watch, as Jean has placed Green Arrow and Black Canary as part of the security detail for Mandragora just to make sure Huntress doesn't strike again. Made even worse by the fact that this guy is really asking to get beat up.
Speaking of squealing, Black Canary, I notice you can't take your eyes off of me. One can hardly blame you. Perhaps after Agent Faraday helps absolve me of my alleged crimes, I could put you in a cage and have you sing for me.
Listen, you giant tub of...
Green Arrow, may I remind you that you're here strictly in a security capacity?
Yes, why don't you go and fetch me another 4 platters of oysters like a good little leprechaun?
Meanwhile, Huntress tries to trick the Question into helping her find Mandragora in exchange for info about Cadmus that she doesn't have. This leads to many a good line.
Okay, bored now. Goodbye.
You must be the ugliest guy of all time, Question. Hiding your face like that.
Go away. Don't touch that.
Wow. I had no idea that the Girl Scouts were responsible for the crop circle phenomenon.
Few people do. Few even think to ask the question.
Well, I have a question for you then. Do you know what apophenia is?
Apophenia, noun. The tendency to see connections where none exist.
Here's the deal. I tell you what I know about Cadmus. Immediately after you help me find out what rock Stephen Mandragora is hiding under.
Interesting.
You're not going in that house, Huntress. That I promise.
I'm here on League business, Canary.
That's not what Jean said. We just called him.
Okay, that didn't work.
Maybe this will. Why are you doing this, Question? You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
In the midst of the scuffle, Mandragora escapes as we get the setup for this episode.
We don't have time for this. We've got to ask the Question what he just picked up and put in his pocket. Me? Don't make me ask again. You mean this?
It's a storage key for a place down by the train station.
All right, you two stay here. Don't make me sick Black Canary on you. You've only seen her nice side so far. Ow! What was that for?
All that crazy mystery man mojo and you couldn't even pick up a clue without being seen?
The key wasn't the clue. The key was mine. Now, this list of container ship arrivals I palmed while they were yelling at you, that's the clue.
Why aren't we on our way to the train station?
Because I know when I'm being conned.
As Huntress reveals her hatred for Mandragora, I check to make sure JLU is inserted in the console and not Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonist.
One terrible night, Mandragora decided he no longer wished to take orders.
Get behind me, Helena. It'll be all right.
Your father hoped to protect you by hiding you in a closet. But you saw it all, Helena. Stephen Mandragora killed your parents while you watched, helplessly. Isn't that what happened?
All jokes aside, I think this was a well-done flashback. The music was emotional, visuals were intense without being violent like Sly 1 did. Well, combined with the Question's great acting, I can't complain. Arrow and Canary try to chase Q and H, and there are some intense moments here, but this all leads to the ending when Huntress tries to kill Mandragora again, only to find out that he has a son who is her age when her parents got killed. He had his son shipped to this city by boat and was stalling time with the prosecutors to finally see him. And the Question, like the awesome character he is, knew it all along. He knew that the kid would convince Huntress to stop, and at the same time, the other League members chasing them here to this spot would finally allow Mandragora to be beaten and taken back to jail. The perfect plan. One on the question's caliber, I'll say. But really though, why go to all these lengths? Well,
because I like you.
And that's the setup for a new relationship, in addition to the high amount we already have. And with that, another high quality episode's done and over with. The question being in an episode just adds that spice of humor and mystery to the point where you can't take your eyes off the screen. I love Green Arrow as well. Black Canary's a good character. I think Huntress is an interesting character. She got kicked out of the JLU and will never be allowed back in. And the episode had surprising moments and suspense. Much like all the other non-Cadmus episodes this season, it just tells a really worthwhile story in 22 minutes, and I love it. But now, we've made it to episode 7, Clash. This is where the meat of the Cadmus story really begins, in an episode where I was shaking for most of it because it's that much fun to watch. We've got no choice but to dive in right now. To start, Metamorpho is fighting against the Parasite, which is a pretty interesting combo, as Parasite getting a hold of Metamorpho's powers would end with a nasty beatdown for the heroes, but that's not going to stop Batman. And since we introduced Batman with the BTAS theme, Superman's gonna have to get the same treatment as a plane is crashing near Metropolis.
Superman, you're needed.
I'm in the middle of something. Can it wait?
Before Superman can do anything, Captain Marvel flies past him and ties up the Parasite while making a fool of himself.
I'm Captain Marvel, sir, and it is an honor. You're my biggest fan.
Excuse me?
I mean, I'm your biggest fan. Sorry, sir, it's a little overwhelming meeting you.
To briefly explain, the story of Captain Marvel is that he's really a kid who can transform into this big, strong hero by saying the word Shazam. When I was a kid, when this episode was made, this character was called Captain Marvel. What I found interesting when I played the Marvel Ultimate Alliance games on the Xbox 360 was that Marvel had a character that went by the same name. Earlier this year, both characters received a film adaptation. I don't know when this change was made, but DC's Captain Marvel now goes by Shazam, and the one from Marvel stays as Captain Marvel. I think that makes sense. After all, the gimmick of DC's Captain Marvel is that he shouts, Shazam. With an instant catchphrase like that, why shouldn't that be his name? So the conflict begins as Lois is interviewing the new member of the Justice League, and this one throwaway statement is not gonna go unnoticed. Let's listen.
What is it you value so much about the League?
Golly, I guess it's all the good they do. Not just helping people, which is great. I mean, that's the reason we're all here in the first place, right? But they really make a difference. They change the world.
How so?
Well, just look at Lex Luthor. He used to be a supervillain, for Pete's sake, and now he's one of the good guys. I think it's terrific that he's running for president, don't you?
Are you moving to Metropolis from Fawcett City?
Oh no. Lex Luthor's role in the story has been unclear up to this point. In the Doomsday Sanction, the Founding League members strongly believed that Lex was the one funding Cadmus, with the ominous shot of Luthor at the end of the episode giving us a taste of what was coming. Lex is running for president, and his poll numbers are really good. Back on the Watchtower, Captain Marvel fits in really well with the JLU. Everybody likes the happy-go-lucky energy he brings to the place. He just fits right in, but Superman clearly had a problem with him ever since his very first scene. The Cadmus arc is going to test Superman like nothing else has before, which begins as Superman demands that Captain Marvel go to the Founders meeting room.
When you joined this team, you became something more than just a hero.
I know that, sir, but
You became a symbol that represents all of us.
yes, sir.
We don't play favorites, we don't sell deodorant on television, and we don't get involved in politics.
Yes, sir.
And we certainly don't endorse supervillains for the presidency.
Now, wait a minute. I never said that I was endorsing Luthor. Just that I think it's great that someone like him can change into a good guy.
Life just isn't that simple.
Well, maybe it is sometimes. Maybe people can change. Can't they?
I mean, can you blame Captain Marvel here? Think about what he, an elementary schooler, knows about Lex Luthor. We know how evil he was, but before Superman the Animated Series and during the show's run, everything Lex did in the public view was good. Metropolis is so futuristic because of Lex Luthor. Superman never nailed him on anything. It was that game-changing scene at the start of Injustice for All when this changed. People now saw Lex as a criminal, but even then, this was a new development for everyone in the city. That was an incredibly cathartic scene for STAS fans, but I can only imagine the world's reaction to Luthor suddenly going from a respected leading entrepreneur to a criminal mastermind that loses access to his whole company, starts supervillain gangs, and works with evolving robots to kill Superman. This must have been portrayed as a great fall from grace for Luthor, but this changed again in the Justice Lords incident in a better world where this happened.
What deal? A full pardon in exchange for his help. Everything he does from now on is your fault! It's a high price, but it's better than the alternative.
Lex then appeared in Hereafter and The Return as a reformed member of society, which must have been portrayed as Luthor returning to his former glory. That we know was never fully true. My point is that Captain Marvel just said that it's great that Luthor can go from a bad guy back to being good. I mean, why shouldn't he think that? It was Superman himself that got Lex a presidential pardon in a better world. Superman's acting really hypocritical and shady too. Amanda Waller said that Superman had to tell the government about the Justice Lords to receive Lex's help, but the League obviously doesn't want anyone else to know about the Justice Lords, so the motive behind that pardon is kept a mystery. So to state the point, even though we know that was a means to an end in Justice League Season 2, and that Superman still stands by what he said, it just looks weird for him to then freak out over Lex running for president. We're only 7 minutes into Clash, and this issue is just so interesting and complex. Dwayne McDuffie and all the others on the writing team, because we can't forget that McDuffie wasn't the only writer, are getting a lot of credit here because the shades of gray we'll see in these episodes is just so compelling. As I've said a million times, the way the Cadmus conflict uses continuity is excellent, especially when Flash gets embarrassed when Superman goes, "We don't sell deodorant on television." They really did their homework when writing this season, when coming up with great continuity continuations and nods. On the subject of that, now it's time for Lex's introduction, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is one of Lex's best scenes of all time. He's being interviewed about his campaign and current prospects on TV. He knows that Superman is watching and tapping his foot to every word Lex says. So therefore, he tries to piss Superman off so much here, and I was literally, no joke, wanting to burst throughout. I was like, holy shit, while slamming my fist on the table. Like I alluded to earlier, I was shaking a lot during this episode because the character writing is just on point.
Let's be straight here, Lex. There are people out there right now rolling their eyes. They're saying that Lex Luthor hasn't changed, that he can't be trusted.
Can't say I blame them. But people can change. Take Hawkgirl, for instance.
You take her.
Now, Phil.
Hey, what you watching?
Shh. My point is, yes, she betrayed the Justice League. Yes, as a consequence of her actions, the Thanagarians almost destroyed our planet. But, seeing as how the League has welcomed her back into the fold, they've apparently forgiven her and offered her a second chance.
They've taken a lot of heat for that decision.
Maybe they're being naive. Some might say dangerously so. Or maybe they just want to give her a chance to redeem herself.
That was it. I did not see that coming. Lex was just totally twisting the knife in the League's back. As I'll say about the next episode, and I've probably said before, continuity makes it so that great episodes just stay great over time. Like, I love Robin's Reckoning from Batman Season 2, but it gets better as a precursor to Dick becoming Nightwing. I love Batman Season 2's Perchance to Dream, I mean, how could you not? It's an instant classic. But here we are in Justice League Unlimited Season 2, over 2 years and 12 videos removed from my review of that episode, and we don't talk about it. It doesn't stay relevant in the greater context of the DCAU storyline, which is not a flaw, it's just merely a point. A great episode will always be a great episode, but as I said, continuity can make an episode stay great and feel relevant and new, even though it's time when the analytical spotlight has passed. The textbook definition of this is the Superman finale, Legacy. It was a great episode in Superman Season 3, but it was relevant in Justice League Season 1 as I discussed that season skimming over it. It was important when Darkseid came back in Season 2. It was discussed again when everyone on Earth was sad and hereafter over Superman's death. And I used it as evidence for why Superman would vote for Hawkgirl to stay in the League and Starcrossed. It was also revealed in the last video that Legacy was one of the final straws for Cadmus. In JLU Season 1, Starcrossed was relevant because the JLU as a whole is an anti-Starcrossed defense. When Shiera returns and Wake the Dead, people aren't happy to see her. This is how Lex can twist the knife. It's the inverse of what I was saying about Lex. We, the audience, know how Shiera has suffered. We know that her siding with the League was a deciding factor in the Earth surviving that episode. But nobody else knows this. A part of the problem with the League that we'll be exploring is that they just hover over us in the space station and don't tell us anything. So consider how bad of a look it is to the world that after everything Luthor just said, because yes, Shiera's actions led to the imprisonment of the Justice League, the Thanagarians imposing martial law, and the near destruction of everything on Earth, and a few months later, Hawkgirl is just allowed back on the League? It looks weird and shady from the outside, and Lex can latch onto that, to drum up the masses and piss off Superman. It's so genius, while also using Captain Marvel's statements to his advantage as well.
According to Captain Marvel, they're giving me the same benefit of the doubt. And believe me, I intend to make the most of it. Lexor City is my way of accepting their goodwill and passing it on.
I hear there's a huge open house event tomorrow night with all proceeds going to charity.
That's right, Phil. And I'm hoping Superman will attend. I know how much he loves charities.
Hey, that's great, isn't it?
Let's talk about your...
Oh, God, now he's baiting Superman into going to the charity event for Lexor City, his new real estate project giving lower-income Americans a new lease on life. It's a good thing, but what matters to Lex, how bad would it be if Superman just didn't show up? What could Superman say? Lex is evil. Well, Superman, then why did you ask for him to be pardoned? You see, in another dimension, it took 6 members of the Justice League to raid the White House, kill President Luthor, and take over the entire planet, and we have like 60 heroes on a space station with a giant nuclear laser pointing downwards with Luthor running for president. Please don't be afraid of us. Yeah, no. Next, Batman and Superman beat up some lame-ass villains, and they don't even know why they're fighting, they just do.
What do these guys want, anyway? To take over the world? Or rob banks? I forget.
But more importantly, they're debating Captain Marvel.
But back to Captain Marvel. Why is everyone defending him? We like him. He's sunny.
Then, in a really scary moment, Hamilton calls Superman and Batman to come to Star Labs.
Yes?
This is Emil Hamilton. Jean was kind enough to patch me through.
What is it, Professor?
There's something here I think you should see.
If we took that sentence and put it in a script from 4 or 5 videos ago, that would be perfectly normal, but the dramatic irony is all over this scene. This creep works for Cadmus, but they don't know it. We do. So the question is, why is he telling Batman and Superman about a kryptonite robbery? Superman is so obviously dying for Luthor to be guilty, and now because of this, he's on edge.
The lock was nano-picked. LexCorp technology.
Then Luthor...
Which anyone could have gotten their hands on. Or for that matter, planted here to incriminate Luthor.
You know it was him.
I'm not entirely convinced. This is pretty sloppy for Lex.
He's the most arrogant human being on the planet. He wants us to know.
Maybe.
Maybe?
I'll go to the watchtower. See if the Atom can find something I missed.
Since when do you miss anything?
Since when do you jump to conclusions without evidence? Go to that charity event tonight. You'll help raise some money. And keep an eye on our elusive Mr. Luthor.
Superman is usually in control and therefore witty and reserved, but there were just those few times in STS or JL when Superman was not in control, and he tends to make irrational decisions when this is the case. It was a small character trait he had, but it was there nonetheless. This season is all about that. There's nothing Superman can do but hold his tongue, which continues in this Lexor City charity scene where Lex is just hamming it up to the next level. And it's driving Superman crazy!
30,000 people who'll never again have to worry about a roof over their heads, about a safe, clean environment for their children. 30,000 people. I'm sorry, but this is truly the greatest day of my life.
I never knew you had such a sentimental streak, Lex.
Oh, there's so much about me you don't know, Superman. I'd like to thank the Man of Steel for putting aside our differences and lending his prestigious presence to this very special night.
Anything for a good cause.
To Superman, our hero.
I lost it when Lex starts freaking crying into the mic. It's just so perfect. But now it's time for the plan to take effect.
The device is in place. T-minus 6 minutes.
Excellent. Make sure my escape route is secure.
Immediately!
Superman starts a hysteria over the ticking clock underneath the city. After all, Superman's on edge because kryptonite was stolen from Star Labs. Lex and Mercy were talking in just a way to make Superman suspicious because they knew he would hear them. He completely loses his cool here, to the point where even the little kid makes more sense than him.
You don't have X-ray vision. I do. There's some sort of device buried beneath us, and I'm shutting it down.
No! If you touch it, it could go off.
So you admit you put a bomb under this city?
An experimental fusion engine. It'll supply nearly free energy to everyone who lives here.
See? Then why the lead shielding?
It's for your protection. The engine creates energy through controlled fusion of kryptonite molecules.
See? And why didn't you tell me this?
Maybe Maybe I was afraid you wouldn't believe me.
Let's call the Atom or Steel to check the device over. See if what Luthor says is true.
At least someone around here is keeping a cool head.
There's no time for this.
You can't just... That's it. No more Mr. Nice Guy.
For the duration of this scene, remember that the news cameras are still rolling. Oh yeah, that's just the beginning. This city for low-income Americans that Luthor has supposedly poured his heart into, that people are actually excited to live in, is completely demolished, and it's all Superman's fault. That was some of the most carnage you will ever see in this show, and it wasn't badass for a single frame. You just know how badly Superman's tanking his image, and it's awful to watch, because how could anyone forget this? The people who were going to live here saw this. Everyone in the country watching this on their TVs saw it.
Fight's over, son.
And when the Atom finally does come, it gets worse.
Seems to be exactly what Luthor said it was.
I'm sorry. I didn't...
If anyone should apologize, Superman, it's me. I shouldn't have tried to make the free power a surprise. Given the circumstances, I should have known better.
Of course, the Justice League will pay for the damage.
Oh, no, I won't allow it. This one's on me.
The way the League acts is growing out of control, to the point where Captain Marvel holds a meeting with Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Flash, GL, Shiera, and Jean. 7 people whom he's worshipped and loved. 7 people who have put their lives on the line countless times. But when they don't get their way, they act like this? He quits the League. He's the most adult person here, and he's like 8 years old.
You were my heroes, every one of you. And you were more than a hero. I idolized you. I wanted to be you. Whenever I was out there facing down the bad guys, I'd think, what would Superman do? Now I know. I believe in fair play. I believe in taking people at their word and giving them the benefit of the doubt. Back home, I've come up against my share of pretty nasty bad guys, but I never had to act the way they did to win a fight. I always found another way. I guess I'm saying I like being a hero, a symbol. And that's why I'm quitting the Justice League. You don't act like heroes anymore.
They don't. That's the scary part. Think of all the casual damage that Batman and Superman just caused to the city just 10 minutes earlier without even thinking about it. Once again, I said the Justice Lords did not happen overnight. Gradually, more and more lines were being crossed, which led to what we saw. Lines were being crossed in the Doomsday Sanction. Lines were being crossed in Task Force X. This is a core debate of the season. Where is the line? But I'll put a pin in that for now. Batman has realized everything, leading to the amazing ending of this fantastic episode.
He's right.
They set you up, Clark.
Does it really make a difference? After all, They.
The plan worked better than I'd hoped. All I wanted was for Superman to destroy the energy source. But battling Captain Marvel? Demolishing Lexor City while those media morons filmed every horrific moment? It was more than I ever could have hoped for. Everything's going according to plan. And we're just getting started.
And that's that. Episode 8, Hunter's Moon. This is the last non-Cadmus episode all season, but it has ties to the best DCU episode ever made, so let's see it.
crazy? Do you know what I could do to you with this ring?
Promises, promises.
Why the ambush?
Seems like the only way I can get your attention. We haven't gone out in nearly a month.
It hasn't been that long.
Not going to argue about it, Boo. You're taking me out to dinner tonight. I'm in the mood for Chinese.
Jean gets a distress signal from a faraway planet where nth metal is presenting a danger to these people, as we get a great scene with Shayera, Jean, and really everyone involved.
You haven't been pulling your weight as a team leader.
Excuse me?
You're not alone anymore. Stop behaving as if you are.
I'll go with you.
No, you won't. You're both founding members. I don't want there to be any question who's leading the mission.
Then I'll go.
Fine.
You gotta be kidding me.
Javelin 26 is ready for you on pad 9. I'll have the last team member meet you there.
Come on, then.
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Vixen hasn't spent much time in space. Good experience for her.
You know what I mean. Sending my girlfriend and my ex on the same mission?
Difficult as it may be for you to believe, I don't take your love life into consideration when I make command decisions.
I'm already interested in the stakes of a mission where Hawkgirl and Vixen have to work together despite GL not wanting that to happen. But then it only gets better once this happens.
I've assembled a rescue party. Help is on the way.
Signing off. I don't know how to thank you.
But I'm sure I'll think of something.
Starcrossed has once again come back to haunt Shayera. Flash already gave us a face full of Starcrossed, but in an episode like this, really goes to show how Shayera will just never be able to live that down. Jean in the opening basically established that he wants missions to be headed by a founding League member and then newer JLU members will follow their lead. It's a logical system, and most members of the JLU would have no objections to taking orders from Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, GL, or Flash. But Hawkgirl is another story.
No. Reset your hyperdrive vectors.
Nobody likes a backseat driver, ma'am.
You need another 20 hours of flight time before you're certified.
And some of us are already rat certifiable.
Vigilante, you got a problem with me. We can take it to the gym after the mission's over.
No problem, ma'am. Maybe you ought to try riding side saddle for a change.
Let him be. Men have fragile egos. To get what you want, you have to know how to talk to them.
I don't do that.
So I've heard. But maybe you ought to learn.
I just feel bad for her every single time something like this happens. To make matters worse, the team gets ambushed by the freaking Thanagarians, who also want Shayera's head. Another reason to feel for her. She's hated on Earth and by the Thanagarians, to the point where Vixen and Vigilante are genuinely confused by the Thanagarians calling Shayera a traitor.
Hold up. I thought we were the ones she betrayed.
Sounds like she betrayed everybody, cowboy.
This confirms that nobody knows the true story of how the world was saved from the Thanagarian invasion. As for what's happening here, this is all that's left of the Thanagarians. I wasn't kidding when I said the bypass going off on Earth would be the deciding factor for the Thanagarians' fight with the Gordanians. As is obvious, the Thanagarians here are led by Parandol, who was a background character on Starcrossed, but she's the only person who can lead now. Why? Well, she tells us. As I said in my Starcrossed review, the Thanagarians immediately left the Earth when the bypass got destroyed because they needed to regroup and find a new way to beat the Gordanians. If you recall, when Hrotalik spoke with the High Council in Starcrossed Part 1, we learned that the Gordanians were closing in on Thanagar. When the Thanagarians returned from Earth, it was too late. Thanagar was being invaded by the Gordanians, most of their fleet was wiped out, and one squad got in an escape vessel and fled. But Hrotalik, still wounded from his fight with GL, decided that in order to defeat the Gordanians once and for all, he suicide bombed his command ship into theirs, saving the remaining Thanagarians' lives but losing his own in the process.
The war was already lost.
I didn't know.
You still have feelings for him.
For a lot of people I've let down.
So the Thanagarians blame Shayera for the loss in the war and the death of Hrotalik. Another one of my favorite details is that you might be wondering, well, why is Perrin in charge? What happened to Lieutenant Krager? He's right there in the robot suit. This is because of the part in Starcrossed where Jean decided to read his mind. The Thanagarians have mind-reading resistance, but when Jean pressed through to get the info, the inverse effect is that Krager's mind has been permanently fucked over by that. I love that detail. Actions have consequences. Jean reading Krager's mind was a deciding factor in the League's victory, however it did permanent damage to the guy.
And your friend, the Green One, did something to my mind. Something bad. I miss Commander Talik. I miss being able to think without pain. but no one's going to miss you.
We certainly don't have to feel bad for him. It's just great that what we've seen before is always casting a shadow on the present day, and it isn't just forgotten about, which is compounded when Shayera's teammates continue to throw suspicion on her.
You're still loyal to them, aren't you?
She ain't loyal to nobody.
It's not about loyalty. I understand them. I understand how they feel.
Well, ma'am, all this understanding is liable to get us killed.
I'm not going to argue with you. I'm in charge. You have to...
What, trust you? Seems to me that's been tried.
Vidge, we can't do this now. She's mission leader.
She's a Thanagarian. I don't know what you did during the invasion.
I fought them.
So did I, for all the good it done me. Filthy hawks caught me. Locked me up in a tiny cell, humiliated me. Your people, Hawk Girl.
If you don't trust me, you shouldn't have to follow me. I'm going to take Parandol's offer.
Turn yourself in. We've been through this already.
What do you care? I'm just a filthy hawk, right? When I look at myself, maybe I owe my people the chance to pass judgment on me.
You know, for the last few months, all I've been hearing is Shayera's so brave. Shayera's so tough. Shayera never quits.
Vixen.
I'm embarrassed to say that I was maybe a little jealous of you. But seeing you in action here, I'm thinking John must have been talking about some other Shayera.
That's my favorite part of the episode, as it's pretty by the numbers from then on. As you can probably predict, they defeat the Thanagarians and get away and make it back to the Watchtower on good terms.
I was worried about you.
Oh, poor GL. He can just never catch a break.
Not to mention his taste in movies.
I know. Old Yeller? What's that about? He still has feelings for you, you know.
I know.
Is it mutual?
What's not to love?
Funny thing about me. Whenever I start a book or a movie, no matter how bad it is, I just can't stop until I get to the end. So even though John and I have only been together for a little while, well, I just like to see things through.
On guard.
But anyway, Hunter's Moon wasn't some 10 out of 10 episode I would rewatch at the drop of a hat or anything, but it was still really strong. As it's a sequel to Star-Crossed, those words alone sound like a paradox, but for 22 minutes, I think this checked off all the boxes it needed to. Showed how difficult it is to be Shayera and live with what you've done on both Earth and Thanagar, tell us what happened to the Thanagarians, give us more insight on the relationship between the humans and the Thanagarians during Star-Crossed that we never saw. But now, we have just 5 episodes left. All of them Cadmus. All of them come right after another. There's been a lot of build-up for this, so I hope you guys are ready for Episode 9, Question Authority. Metropolis watches in awe as some guy with superpowers breaks buildings. Again with the carnage. I already made a joke point about it last video, but seriously, who's paying for this shit? Maybe it's Luthor. I mean, according to him.
I own Metropolis. My technology built it, my will keeps it going, and nearly 2/3 of its people work for me whether they know it or not.
Kill, Red, Frank, destroy!
I own Metropolis.
Superman and Captain Atom arrive to fight it off as he's from Apokolips, and Superman knows a thing or two about how to beat these guys by now.
But what's stopping him from coming right back?
You mean besides this?
Superman! Lois Lane, Daily Planet.
Yeah, Lois, I know.
Would you care to comment on what just happened here? I'd like an interview. One-on-one.
Now this is something I'm happy to see. Superman and Lois, after the end of Superman Season 3, go on dates, and I think that's cute. But things get more sinister when loyalty's questioned. General Eiling arrives for Captain Adams. Captain Nathaniel Adams. Even though he's with the JLU, he's been recommissioned to the Air Force. Damn, Cadmus is diabolical. They just know how to make things go their way, and by Air Force, I'm sure they mean Cadmus. Superman and Lois have a picnic on top of a bridge, and as much as Lois would love to have fun, she does have some serious concerns over the League lately, and who wouldn't? as Legacy comes back to haunt Superman again.
There's more than one way to get hurt. You remember what happened to your reputation when you were under Darkseid's control.
That was years ago.
People haven't forgotten. Not everybody.
I know.
Think about that dismissive response. I know Superman's been pretty busy between the end of STAS and now, but does he think Legacy is not a big deal anymore? Superman gets brainwashed by Darkseid into attacking the Earth? Sure, he got away with that once his memories came back, but the precedent for Superman being a danger to society was established that night. There's no going back from that. That episode changed Superman's relationship with Earth forever. If this was Justice League Season 1 or 2, we could forgive Superman for not thinking of that because he and the original JL did nothing but good. But the JLU, on the other hand, have been a bit more maverick, and people have noticed.
Like when you and Captain Marvel wrecked Lexor City on national television? Or maybe you mean when you fired that big space gun in the desert?
We come on a little strong sometimes, but it's for the people's own good.
That sounds like something Lex would say.
Don't even joke about that. I'm nothing like Lex Luthor.
Of course you're not. I'm just saying you can't serve the public without their confidence. It's a question of trust.
Great scene, as Superman should definitely take that advice, but what good story has a character learn a lesson before making more mistakes? Speaking of dating, the Question and Huntress have broken into a Cadmus office as the Question is even closer to finding the connection between Luthor and Cadmus. And I love this scene. The Question is just so funny.
When are we going out on a real date?
Trying to concentrate.
I'm not even in the Justice League anymore. You're lucky to have me along.
Hardly. You're drawn to my eccentric charm.
I said it last time and I'll say it again. They just had a ball with this guy.
Finished.
Me too.
Not quite.
You get what you came for?
I believe so. If there's a link between Luthor and Cadmus, I'll find it here.
Meanwhile, at Cadmus, really important scene here. Hamilton's helping Luthor, which first and foremost, Hamilton has really come full circle. He's been getting more evil ever since the end of STAS, but now he's given full blood tests to Lex Luthor. About as polar opposite as you can get from the good old days of Superman Season 1. More importantly, Lex's disease hasn't come up as much recently. Let's trace the history of this. Superman comes to Metropolis. He and Lex are already enemies. Lex gets his hands on kryptonite in episode 5, A Little Piece of Home. He loses it by the end, but stops at nothing to make sure he always has kryptonite. That just protects him from Superman. I mean, I recently started reading the DCAU tie-in comics, and the first issue of the Superman Adventures takes place right after the last Son of Krypton, and Superman can just burst into Lex's office, make fun of him for his latest scheme failing, and leave. But not with kryptonite around. The immediately obvious property of kryptonite was weakening Superman. But like I've said a million times, the scene at the start of Injustice for All changed everything. The fallout of Lex being exposed as a criminal has been made obvious, but this was also the same day that Luthor learned that the kryptonite he's been hoarding for all this time was exposing his cells to radiation that's killing him from within. Throughout that episode, he had many spaz attacks because of that condition. Before I move on though, you might be wondering how Batman doesn't fall victim to this. Or I'm just gonna go out on a limb and assume that Batman has always kept his kryptonite sealed in lead, which as established in STAS, blocks the radiation of kryptonite. Luthor is smart enough to think of that, but his cockiness overrides that when on the subject of beating Superman. Back to Injustice for All, with the help of the Ultra Humanite, Lex was able to build this harness that he still wears in Justice League Season 2 and JLU's first season. The latter of which being the season where he explained that this vest doesn't guarantee that the disease goes away, it could protect him for 30 more seconds or 30 more years, but in the moment, that vest is what got him through the seasons of Justice League to this current point. However, when analyzing Lex's blood, Hamilton cannot find any traces of the disease. Not only that, but Lex's body is now the build of a fit 20-year-old. But where did this come from, and why? Lex is now cured of his kryptonite condition and no longer needs the harness. The most important question is again, why? How? Who could have done that? More things to be excited about.
I'm in the middle of my physical, Mrs. Waller.
You might be in the middle of a hornet's nest. Question and Huntress have copied files from a high-security Cadmus terminal.
What did they get?
Tech support can't tell for certain. Maybe everything.
For all our sakes, we better hope that the encryption on those files is as good as we've been told.
The encryption isn't so good as the Question is hacked in, and while he thinks he's looking for the link between Luthor and Cadmus, he finds the simulations that Waller told Batman about in the Doomsday Sanction. We can assume what it is from the red lights, but we get confirmation when Huntress comes by and is mad that he's been cooped up in here for days. Now, the Huntress sees the footage that the Question just saw, and prepare yourself for this bone-chilling scene, as a lot of dots are now connected in your mind.
So go ahead. Fix it somehow, put me on trial, lock me up, but I'll beat it. And then we'll start the whole thing all over again.
I did love being a hero, but if this is where it leads, I'm done with it.
Oh my.
Yes, Cadmus has a full simulation of the Justice Lord Superman killing President Luthor. We knew this happened, Waller knew this happened, the Founding League members knew it. Obviously, they were there. But the Question and Huntress are surprised by this. Why? Did the Founding League members sweep this under the rug? Even to the conspiracy buff they put on the case to track down Luthor? And they thought he wasn't gonna find out about the Justice Lords killing Luthor? This is why he was babbling about destiny. He's seen all the simulations and has come to the conclusion that the Justice Lord's dimension is not strictly an alternate dimension, but also a time loop that we're living in. Flash will die, Luthor will be president, Superman will kill him in retaliation, the government and superheroes will go to war, and the Justice League, Lords, will win. But in this dimension, Cadmus exists, so it could devastate the whole planet. Oh my god. See, these are serious ideas. It puts you on the edge of your seat and we're barely watching any action scenes. The drama is so high because of just how bad the thought of Justice Lord's ideology making its way here is. The Question immediately talks to Superman, who drops everything to find out what he knows, and he's not afraid to call Superman out, who is clearly getting agitated by this conversation.
Always wondered what was in here. Private conference room. Original members only, yes. A place where you're free to discuss your secrets and lies.
You said something about me in the White House.
Not you exactly. Another version of you.
Stop dancing around it. Tell me what you know.
I know what you told everyone. The Justice Lords, a parallel universe version of the Justice League, came to our world to rid it of crime just as they did on their own world. With Lex Luthor's help, our Justice League managed to rout them before they could impose their totalitarian will on our populace. I also know what you didn't tell anyone outside of the original 7 members of the Justice League. On that other Earth, so very much like our own, a Superman so very much like you killed the president.
I'm done with it. Question. No one can know about this.
Or what? You'll incinerate me too?
I'd never do anything like that.
Wouldn't you? Didn't you recently try to lobotomize Doomsday with your heat vision, just as the Justice Lord did?
That's different.
It's the same. A heavily armed watchtower with an army of proactive heroes. Luthor running for president, if it's not quite the same. It soon will be. Have you seen Amanda Waller's computer simulations?
Batman told me about them.
Did he tell you all the models predict that a war between the Justice League and the government will devastate the planet?
We would never fight the government.
Not even if Luthor was the government?
While writing this, I'm sitting in total silence. Superman, why is he so upset the Question knows what the Lords did? It makes the news more dramatic for the Question because the original 7 Justice League members decided that nobody else on the JLU or on Earth could know about it. We know that the League are not the monsters that the Lords were, but it looks pretty shady for them to hide it, all the while building up a force that could surpass the Justice Lords in strength. The PR disaster that is the JLU in this season is endlessly entertaining to watch. I promise you, you'll be glued to the screen during these episodes. The Question touches on exactly what I was saying during the Doomsday sanction. Superman even used the rationalization that Doomsday can be sentenced by them because he's Doomsday, a monster. But how is that different than what the Justice Lord Superman did to Doomsday in a better world? Superman even tried to kill him in the same fashion. Once again, that line of logic is a slippery slope, the same one that Justice Lord Superman must have gone on. It's scary because I totally understand outsiders being afraid of the JLU, and now I understand why insiders would be afraid of the original JL members because they're keeping secrets like this in their private meeting room. The Question, knowing Luthor's polling data is high, is determined to make sure that Luthor cannot become president and that Superman will never turn into a Justice Lord. This is one of the most dramatic scenes in the DCAU yet, as Jeffrey Combs and Clancy Brown just kill it in this scene, with the Question proving his devotion to saving the world.
Everything that exists has a specific nature. Each entity exists as something in particular and has characteristics that are part of what it is. A is A. And no matter what reality he calls home, Luthor is Luthor. If I'm to save the world, your existence must come to an end before you take office.
You're going to kill me so that Superman can't.
I'm a well-known crackpot. The Justice League's reputation will survive my actions, and Superman's legacy will remain intact.
But then, this happens.
Interesting plan. Unfortunately for you, it's not really an option.
What the hell? Lex Luthor now has superpowers? This really gets your mind racing because where did he get powers? How does this relate to his disease? Did he always have powers? Think about it. Lex Luthor has never thrown a punch before.
I abhor violence.
But then more bombs start dropping, like how we learn just how committed Lex is to ruining Superman. Not only was he willing to spend millions on Lexor City and be happy Superman tore it down, but then the whole campaign is fake.
Do you know how much power I'd have to give up to be president?
He has the poker face to give fake speeches, appear on the news, talk about his campaign, but there is no campaign!
That's right, conspiracy buff. I spent $75 million on a fake presidential campaign. All just to tick Superman off. Now, about those files you stole from me.
And he's been planning it ever since Season 2 of Justice League. This season has elevated Luthor from one of my favorite DCAU characters, which he's been since Superman Season 1, but now, Lex Luthor in the DCAU is one of the best villains of all time. Just, can you believe what's happening right now? The Question is then taken to a Cadmus base to get the info on what he knows, and for torture, they force him to watch the simulations of the end of the world that he's fearing so much.
This doesn't have to continue. I can stop you from seeing the visions at any time.
Luckily for us, though, even in torture, the Question is as funny as ever.
The plastic tips at the ends of shoelaces are called aglets. Their true purpose is sinister.
Tell me what you know.
There was a magic bullet.
Now, for a continuity nod that I never saw coming, Huntress has no idea what happened to the Question, and she wants Superman's help finding him. She's not in the League anymore, so her plan is to capture Jimmy Olsen and use the beacon that Superman gave him in STAS Season 3's Superman's Pal. Like, who the hell saw that coming? This next scene is the shadiest you will ever see Superman in the DCAU. The man just does not react well to stress. Superman is really crappy with dealing with that. So when he finds out that Huntress saw the video of Lord Superman killing Luthor, he wants to now help find the Question.
He saw a fake tape of you killing Luthor, freaked out, and ran off.
Question. This is Superman.
They find his communicator, which can only mean that Cadmus has taken him hostage. Get ready for this.
We know exactly where they are.
And you didn't do anything?
The Justice League plays by the rules. We'll move when we have solid evidence, not before. And we'll move within the limits of the law.
That's why I quit.
The way I remember it, you were fired. But you may have a point this time.
So?
So you and I will do this together. And we're doing it off the books.
What? That started normal, but Cadmus has Superman so on edge that he just said that. In a better world, I praised the ever-living daylights out of it's a high price, but it's better than the alternative. This is almost exactly the opposite. When speaking to a woman who was kicked out of the League for poor conduct, Superman says, but you may have a point. We're doing this one off the book. That is how much of an effect Cadmus had on him. Again, the tears of villainy. Darkseid never got Superman to willingly compromise on his ideals, but he hates Cadmus and Luthor becoming president that much. They break in, and I spotted this immediately. The shot composition of this break-in? Guards lined up, hopelessly firing lasers at Superman that will never work. Superman marching towards them, disarming them one by one. This is exactly like Justice Lord Superman's raid of the White House. This season is trying to show us how easy it is to fall victim to the slippery slope without even knowing that you're doing it, because at this point, Superman still thinks he's nothing like Lord Superman, which is why the main debate of this season is, where is the line? I said in A Better World that justice is a spectrum. Where is the line where Superman and the other heroes have gone too far? Now, I want them to rescue the Question because Cadmus is doing plenty wrong themselves, but still, this is just ugly to watch, especially when Superman finds Hamilton.
A lot of things are starting to make sense now, Professor Hamilton. When did Cadmus recruit you?
Recruit me? I went to them.
How can you work for these people? Do you know what they are?
Power brokers, politicians, criminals, and black ops mercenaries with one thing in common besides. They're humanity's last hope against your kind.
What are you talking about? Humanity doesn't need protection from us.
I used to believe that. I thought you were a guardian angel, come to answer our prayers. But Lucifer was an angel too, wasn't he?
Professor.
You forget, I've been on the receiving end of your wrath when you brought Supergirl to Star Labs for medical treatment. I know what you're capable of.
That's what this is about? One little scare and you betray us? You stole Kara's DNA, violated her trust, my trust.
The chicken or the egg, Superman?
Holy shit. He just compared Superman to the fucking devil. That just happened. Hamilton kept his cool there, but really, you can see right when Superman left that he must have had flashbacks of Superman getting in his face from Legacy, which is obviously not a good memory for the guy. But I don't care, Hamilton's a piece of garbage. He had a problem with Superman, but decided to take it out on Supergirl instead. The Question is rescued here, but things are only going to get worse, starting now.
That won't be necessary, Superman.
Good to see you, Captain. Cover our flank.
I'm afraid you misunderstand. I'm speaking as an officer of the United States Air Force.
Bad time to grow a sense of humor, Cap.
No joke, ma'am. I'm currently assigned to General Eiling's Special Projects Unit. My orders are to prevent you from taking Question out of this facility. So how's this gonna go down?
Episode 10, Flashpoint. Superman and Captain Atom begin to fight as he can harness the power of red solar energy, which saps Superman of his powers, and this is a brutal fight. With every punch, you can just feel Superman's reputation slipping away more and more as Captain Atom, despite wanting to help the League, his mission is to defeat Superman, and he's trying his best, but you can just see how taking these hits from Superman is literally breaking him.
This is Huntress, 2 for emergency pickup.
You are no longer a member of the Justice League. Clear this channel and...
Save it. Q is down and we're under fire. Get us out of here, then scan the area. Superman won't be far behind us.
Don't you touch him! He's Justice League.
The Justice League medics tend to Captain Atom, who, again, would rather be here than on a Cadmus base. But that central question comes up again. Where is the line? Superman just decided he was going to take a commissioned officer back to the Watchtower because he wants to, which leads to some of the best scenes in the whole animated universe.
You were right. I am the ugliest guy of all time.
Not in my eyes.
So that's what the Question looks like. Minus the torture part of it, he doesn't look half bad. But now we get a conversation between Superman and Supergirl, and it's been a while since that happened, so let's listen.
And so did Professor Hamilton. Hamilton's working for Cadmus. He's probably the one who...
Cloned me. Why?
He was afraid of us. I'm sorry, Kara.
Don't be. Just tell me when we're gonna go and shut them down.
One stop first. Wait here.
Hamilton deserves all the blame for the Supergirl clone, although you'd think Superman could at least apologize for leaving her with him right after intimidating him into helping her, right? No, because that was Superman in a high-stress situation where he did something irrational, and he's done that countless times in this video.
How did Cadmus get a hold of you?
I went to kill Luthor so that you wouldn't be able to.
That's not how we do things.
How do we do things, Superman? Your counterpart killed Luthor. This Luthor is scheming to enrage you.
Doing a pretty good job of it.
Ruining your reputation, turning your friends and comrades against you, creating a superpowered arms race. But you cannot succumb.
I can shut down Cadmus without killing Luthor.
Carry on, then. If you're wrong, It's not like it's the end of the world, right?
So if these scenes weren't bone-chilling enough, we get this scene between Superman, Supergirl, Jean, Flash, and Green Arrow, where we actually have to consider the merits of Cadmus.
We don't have hard evidence that they've committed any crimes.
Oh, come on. You know they're dirty.
Then maybe we should put more energy into proving it and less into acting like a bunch of hyperthyroid stormtroopers.
I don't remember asking you for your opinion.
No. How about when you guys hijacked me up here against my will and made me join this team? Batman said I was supposed to keep you guys honest.
Do I look like Batman to you?
Actually, you kinda do. Especially when you're all scally like that.
We can't let Cadmus get away with it.
No one's saying we should, but we have to keep a cool head.
Do you know what they did to me?
Look, kid. Hamilton's a piece of garbage, and Luthor's worse. But this isn't the way to stop them.
We must also consider the possibility that Cadmus is right to be afraid of us.
What?
And there is strong evidence of Cadmus having legitimate connections to the government.
Maybe to some rogue black ops group. The real government wouldn't get involved in anything like this.
Hey, I'm the only guy in the room who doesn't have superpowers, and let me tell you, you guys scare me. What if you do decide to go marching down there, taking care of whoever you think is guilty? Who could stop you? Me?
So you want the government to have a bunch of superhuman weapons just to keep us in check?
Look, I'm an old lefty. The government must do for people what people can't do for themselves. The people sure can't protect themselves from the likes of us.
We're not talking about the government. We're talking about a shadow cabinet that's taken it upon themselves to eliminate us. They came after us, we have to hit them back hard.
Grammy Flash always used to say the trouble with an eye for an eye is that everybody ends up blind.
It's all true. Green Arrow is right. The government has every right to think about how to defend the people from the Justice League if the situation ever came up. There is precedent for it that Superman is going out of his way to ignore. These last two episodes have painted the League in a really negative light, but we can't forget, Cadmus is an evil organization. These are the people who have no problem nuking islands with innocent people on them when their mission is to protect people from the League, creating deadly weapons of mass destruction, experimenting on human DNA, experimenting on and using children as potential anti-League weapons, using all kinds of government ties like the president or other wealthy influencers like Maxwell Lord or Lex Luthor to subtly manipulate the populace, working with violent terrorists to gain access to new weapons of mass destruction, and so on. That's the best part of the Cadmus debate. They have legitimate points against the JLU, which is deserving of the most praise because it would have been so easy to just make Cadmus an evil group that fears the League for no reason. No, that's what they were back in STAS when the government had no reason to hate Superman. They just did it for speculative reasons. But Legacy, A Better World, and the JLU itself give them plenty to be scared of, as I've said a billion times now. But they're still the villains because they do such awful shit. Both sides have a lot to learn from one another because combined they could do real good, but instead they're fighting each other. Amanda Waller has the base Superman rated completely cleared and evacuated as she tells Lex about it, who seems surprised that Superman did it so quickly. Lex is not afraid of the League as he has hacked into the Watchtower's nuclear space gun and targets the Cadmus base.
Goodbye, Mrs. Waller.
And accept any consequences after the...
Computer, report.
Binary fusion generator initialization sequence in progress.
Abort.
Unable to comply. System locked.
Override. Command Authority 004.
System Administrator John Jones recognized. Unable to comply.
All hands prepare for binary fusion discharge. This is not a drill. Have to do it the hard way.
Rerouting binary fusion control. Bypassing circuit break.
Oh my god, as if this day couldn't get any worse. Yes, this just happened. Lex Luthor, that diabolical piece of shit, hacked into the League space laser, fired it at the Cadmus base, and nearly obliterated the entire city surrounding it. To put it lightly, that's not a good look. Roads were lifted out of the ground, buildings were blown up, the ground came off the ground. It's unbelievable. It's all because the League put that stupid space gun on the Watchtower to begin with. What a terrible idea. The League can barely get to the ground now, as it was established in Darkheart that the Watchtower will take a full hour after binary fusion discharge to regain power. Of course, the President is pissed, and Jean defends the decision to have the space gun because, as I've said before, it wasn't added to be scary, it was for people's protection, if used in the right hands.
Even so, I've repeatedly expressed my strongest disapproval of you guys having that space cannon floating over everybody's head.
If we'd had it during the Thanagarian invasion, we might have avoided a great deal of suffering. We don't intend to be caught unprepared a second time.
I don't want to have this argument again.
But this is too much power for anyone to wield. It's really not wrong. This space gun would have finished off Starcrossed before Part 1 was even over. But at what cost? In Legacy, I always said, whether there was mind control or not, the world saw what Superman was capable of. This is the same thing, because yeah, Lex has done this to make the JLU look bad, but still, the Earth has seen the devastation that this gun can unleash. More than enough of a reason to want it destroyed immediately. The League barely scrounged up a ground team to do a rescue mission, and people saw what happened.
We did this. No, we didn't. You saw somebody took over the controls.
It's our gun. If we didn't have it, they couldn't have used it. It's too much power for anyone to have.
I'm glad we could lend a hand.
If you care so much, why did you shoot at us in the first place?
We did.
What do you mean?
First they shoot at us, then they come help us.
It's not that simple, buddy.
I heard it was an industrial accident. Are you saying you did shoot at us?
Well, I saw it. A big laser beam from the sky, just like the one you guys used to shoot those alien spiders in Nevada a few months ago.
It was an accident.
Well, that makes me feel a lot better.
All right, let's calm down.
The crowd blames the JLU for what just happened, and you can't fault them for it. However, we do have one problem. Flash reports that there were no casualties in the explosion, and quite frankly, I call bullshit. This isn't like the Ratchet & Clank movie where I feel there was some effort to soften the blow for the sake of the children. This episode was written by Dwayne McDuffie. I don't buy for a second that he actually wanted there to be no casualties. The man has never had a problem challenging children on TV. This man wrote The Terror Beyond, an episode I said children would find boring. At least I did. It was an episode where a lot of screen time was spent on Hawkgirl's atheism. Riveting stuff for children, really. I would bet the farm that Mr. McDuffie's hands were tied by the powers that be, and they had to say that stupid line. But like I said, I don't buy it. Flash is either mistaken or he's lying to himself. That explosion didn't kill just a person, it killed many people. Buildings blew up, cars that were moving were sent flying and landed on their heads. The ground left the ground. Bridges collapsed. What more do I need to say? People are injured, many are dead, and the rest are pissed off. That's the headcanon this video is working with. People died in this episode and I see it no other way. It's a shame a line like that made it in, but still. You know, while editing this, I thought it was kind of funny how out of context, I'm like, yes, people died, yeah! But I mean, like, of course, not that it's like a good thing, it's just more like it makes for better writing and better drama, so yeah. Back to the review. Cadmus considered what happened in the city to be retaliation. The facility was abandoned, however, Cadmus captured the question, they break him out, and an hour later, the city's blown up. Cadmus is ready for a full-scale counterattack.
I take it you're fit for duty again.
Never been fitter.
Good. Come with me. Your mission is to take down the Justice League. You're going to need help.
Episode 11, Panic in the Sky. In Ultimatum, I said that Cadmus was honing the craft of making anti-League weapons. Volcana failed, the Royal Flush Kids failed, the Ultimen failed, and now they've cut past having a personality, period. Galatea, the Supergirl clone, is going to lead this Ultimen army straight to the Watchtower and kill the Justice League. It's a simple plan, really. Galatea was roughly on Supergirl's level in Fearful Symmetry as she lost the battle in that episode. Ever since, they've been making her stronger and stronger, lifting almost 2 million pounds with one hand.
It's time we got the show on the road. Report to the staging area.
What?
Nothing. Goodbye, Daddy.
How creepy is that? Imagine being Hamilton. Galatea considers you to be her father because you created her, but you created her by stealing an unconscious 16-year-old girl's DNA. That ought to make you uncomfortable, but as Green Arrow said, Hamilton's a piece of garbage. We don't have to feel bad for him.
We aren't here to be liked. We're here to make the world a safer place. How are we doing so far today?
Come on, man.
I don't see the two goals as mutually exclusive. We should make a gesture of cooperation.
That's not a bad idea.
We could dismantle the binary fusion generator, at least until our innocence has been proven.
I've seen it on 100 worlds. Space-based weapons always destabilize planetary politics.
Okay, getting rid of that thing is a start, but it's not going to be enough. We have to regain their trust.
May I have your attention, please? I have an announcement to make. Until it's been proven that we aren't responsible for the tragedy in New Mexico, the founding members are turning ourselves in to U.S. custody.
What?
Absolutely not. That's insane.
No,
You can't do that.
now.
You can't.
No, don't do it.
Cooperate fully with the investigation. Give them whatever they ask for.
But Clark, Superman.
Hold the fort, Kara. We're counting on you.
This is where things get really intense. The plan is for the founding League members to turn themselves in while Supergirl, the strongest person here, has to hold the fort. Little do they know, an army of Ultimen are coming. Batman has been out of the story for a couple of episodes now, but trust me, he comes back with a bang.
You want me to what?
Turn yourself over into U.S. custody, along with the rest of us.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Meet us at the coordinates I'm sending first. We should all go over together.
This is the single dumbest plan I've ever heard. If you're feeling guilty, clear your own name. Don't stand on the sidelines waiting for somebody else to do it.
We've already voted. 5 in favor.
6.
You have to come with us, Bruce.
I don't have to do anything. I'm a part-timer, remember?
I don't have to do anything. I'm a part-timer, remember? Batman is just so fucking funny. He's gonna put his money where his mouth is, but that can be revisited in a moment.
But as soon as the Watchtower's back online, we've got 60 guys champing at the bit to find out who's really behind it all.
I'm worried about them, Steel. I'm worried about my cousin.
Don't be. Everybody in the League is good at their job, but those 7, they're the best ever. Not because they're the most powerful, they aren't. Not all of them. And it's not just because they were the first. It's because they're special. They've proven it time and again. They make the hard choices. They set the example. They do what's right, not what's easiest. And they always come out on top. They're gonna be okay, Kara. We all are.
As promised, we're surrendering ourselves to your authority.
Where's Batman?
Running late. The Batmobile had lost the wheel. The Joker got away. That's what I heard.
Those won't be necessary.
It's standard procedure.
This isn't a standard situation, son. I don't think it would have held them anyway.
The raid takes place as scheduled, with the JLU doing their absolute best to hold off the Ultimen. We see dozens of characters here doing their best, like Black Canary, Red Tornado, Metamorpho, and apparently the Creeper is even part of the JLU as well. It's tense, but I love it. Even the Watchtower's human staff aren't gonna back down. Supergirl goes to find Steel in the reactor room, only to find him being thrashed by Galatea. Another shot at Supergirl is the moment she's been waiting for so long now, and this is an interesting scene. A long time ago I watched this scene and thought it was pretty uncomfortable to watch. It still is, however I had always planned on this being a negative part of the video. In my review of Superman Season 3's Unity, I set this up by getting weirded out by the tentacle-themed antics we saw unfold before our eyes. As Supergirl is a DCU character I always thought was a good character, not as good as Batgirl, but still plenty likable. But, to not dance around the issue, she seemed to find herself wrapped in tentacles in both Unity and TNBA's Girls' Night Out. Little Girl Lost and Legacy didn't present a problem there, but it didn't go unnoticed. I thought this scene was the exclamation mark on that discomforting sentence, however, I no longer do. When you watch this scene in context, you'll be uncomfortable, or at least I am, but it actually works because it's representing one of the many ugly sides of Cadmus. Think about how much Supergirl has been through in her life. Her planet was nearly destroyed when she was 12. She and her family had to survive that hell for 4 years. She had to go into frozen isolation at 16, wakes up thanks to Superman like 30 years later, and her whole family was dead. She was taken to Earth, was given these powers, and had received nothing but punishment for it. Cadmus thinks they're doing the right thing, but here we have Supergirl, someone who had her DNA stolen and used to make an evil version of her that wants to see the original dead at any cost. And for what? Superman's actions and the League's actions. This girl has done nothing wrong, like the other kids Cadmus has hurt, but with this being Supergirl, a character we know, and is one of the good guys, it's that extra dose of sad and uncomfortable. As I'm sure there are a million things she'd rather do than fight Galatea, but she's going to keep trying because nobody else here stands a chance. Like, geez, that's bad. But what's not is the most badass Batman scene of all time right here.
We've got business, Waller. You told me once that you were a patriot. Well, it's time to step up. You have to know that the Justice League would never have fired that weapon at you.
Sure you would. It was retaliation for kidnapping your man, the Question.
We've had you under surveillance for months. You don't think we saw you evacuate your offices?
A warning shot, then.
Don't be dense. Someone took over our fusion cannon by remote control. There are maybe 3 people on Earth smart enough to pull that off. 2 of them were already on the watchtower, and that leaves...
Luthor.
You're too smart to trust him.
Who says I do? He provides off-the-books funding for Cadmus. As far as I'm concerned, that's all he's good for.
Then you must know he's got his own agenda.
He wants to be president. That's agenda enough for anybody.
Almost anybody. If I were you, I'd start looking at him. Hard.
Big mistake, Waller. You can never underestimate Lex Luthor, or you'll live to regret it. She thinks he wants to be president, but we know that he actually doesn't. That is how sealed up his true plans are. But seriously, fucking Batman just comes in, punches Eiling into the table. It's hard to call anything badass if that's not an example. And then he just disappears. But Batman was right. Cadmus did underestimate Luthor, and it turns out he's been undermining both sides from the very beginning.
He played me. I knew he was a snake, and I still let him bite me. He's recently had copies of a lot of our new technology shipped to LexCorp. That's what he's stolen, Professor. Could he have taken control of the Watchtower weapons system with that stuff?
Theoretically, yes, but that's the least of it. Good Lord, I think I know what he's planning to do.
Waller proving once again that she isn't out to kill the League. She wants the world safe. And the only person hurting the Earth right now goes by the name of Lex Luthor.
What?
The mission is scrubbed. Do you hear me? Stand down and await further instructions.
I'm not reading you. Can you repeat?
Don't do this, Galatea. The mission's over. Call off the ultimate. Do you hear me? Call...
Wrong number.
But Galatea being so smug, she leads to her own defeat once the Watchtower's power finally comes back on.
When I get rid of you, I'll be the only...
Somebody blow a fuse down there?
I'll say.
It's really difficult to make points about this, honestly. I mean, what the hell do you want me to say? The climax of the Cadmus arc really starts speaking for itself. Getting hyped over these plot points is as good as I can do. Now, back to Luthor. We see here that he's built a new Amazo body that looks like him?
Ironic. Years of plotting, hundreds of millions spent on Cadmus R&D projects, and none of it bore fruit. No, it's a lowly employee of LexCorp, Dr. Ivo, creator of Amazo, who we have to thank for my impending godhood.
You hear that? Lex is going to transfer his brain into this Amazo body and live for all eternity with the potential to have all the powers of Amazo. Prepare yourself, because the continuity is going to be laid on even more than we already have.
That was the last piece I needed.
Got it all figured out, have you?
When you and Adam worked together to stop the first Amazo, he showed you the blueprints. And I suspect you have a photographic memory.
I'm too modest to boast.
The real purpose of Cadmus was to give you superpowers.
And to ruin Superman's reputation. Imagine how sweet it will be when I save the world from the menace of the Justice League. Now, when I kill Superman, they'll build statues in my honor.
Maybe next time.
That was uncalled for.
First thing, this really emphasizes what I've been saying this whole time. Amazo literally has nothing to do with Cadmus. But yes, this was Luthor's true plan. Fund Cadmus so that they could help him ruin the reputation of Superman in the Justice League, while he secretly funneled this tech back to LexCorp where he would build a new Amazo body for himself, as it was his employee, Professor Ivo, that created Amazo. As Batman just said, Luthor and the Atom worked together in the Return to beat Amazo, and Luthor got to see the blueprints a second time and built a new one from memory. Now he's going to transfer his brain into this body and use his infinite powers to kill the Justice League and be remembered as the greatest hero of our time, of all time, for all eternity. Lex thought he was killing Waller and all the people at Cadmus when he hacked the space gun, which is why he ominously said, "Goodbye, Mrs. Waller," before hanging up the phone. The only question left is, where does Lex get superpowers from? Before we can worry about it, Waller steps up to save the day.
Hey, Lex. That android is Cadmus' property. You're gonna have to find somewhere else to keep your brain. A nano disassembler beam. Your design, I believe.
And it was his design! Remember that part in the Return? What Luthor and Adam created was a gun that could hurt Amazo. Waller just name-dropped it as a nanotech disassembler, as Luthor knew from Tabula Rasa that Amazo was created with nanotechnology. But it didn't work on Amazo in the Return because...
And it might have worked a month ago, when I was still nanotech, but I have transcended that limitation.
This is so cool, seriously.
Arrogant cow! It'll take weeks to build myself another android body.
You ain't got weeks, Baldy. You're under arrest for trying to use the Justice League's space gun to murder everyone at Cadmus.
Did you really think you could take me down all by yourself?
Actually, yeah. But on the off chance I might have been wrong.
Ta-da! It's over, Lex.
That's an applause moment if I ever saw one. I mean, it's the founding League members back together in a fight scene. We haven't seen these seven together like that since the opening of Starcrossed, and before that it was the opening of Hereafter. The JLU fought the good fight on the Watchtower, but now it's time for the founding League members to throw down. Also, that was a great line from Superman. It sounds like a JL Season 1 line on paper, but think of how much weight there is in that sentence. The last 7 videos have all been largely about Superman versus Lex Luthor. This is the final battle, and it's about time.
It's over, Lex.
That's powerful. We truly have come far from
I'll be watching you, Luthor.
In the first Superman episode, but then.
Not until I'd hoped to remain hidden until I could install myself into the android.
But you forced my hand.
Brainiac.
Episode 12, Divided We Fall. I told you guys to be ready for a continuity drop, and it's time. Brainiac lives inside Lex Luthor and has finally shown himself, but for how long and why? Well, let's flip back to Superman the Animated Series Season 2, Episode 9, Ghost in the Machine. In Superman Season 1, Brainiac left his program inside of LexCorp's database, and after a little bit of tinkering, Brainiac needed Luthor's help to finish his body, which Superman promptly destroyed. However, it was in that episode that this happened. Well, this also becomes one of the most important moments in the entire DCAU, so get out your notebooks and write it down.
Kal-El destroyed that body, foiling my plans. In any event, I always have a backup plan. Consider, how could you have survived a point-blank blast from me, unless
it wasn't intended to kill me.
Brainiac always has a backup plan, so he fired nanites into Luthor's body that, unlike the ones he used on Bruce in Nighttime, where he basically brainwashed Batman, these nanites over time injected themselves into Lex's body. Brainiac has been watching every single thing Luthor has done since Superman Season 2, even further explaining how Brainiac came to know of Bruce Wayne. He literally watched Lex work with Mr. Wayne in the episode right after Ghost in the Machine, World's Finest. Brainiac has been watching, waiting for Luthor to come up with the right plan that will allow Brainiac to gain the upper hand. I mean, what better candidate for the job? Brainiac already knew that Luthor was one of the brightest minds on Earth, but Lex even says it to Amazo in The Return.
What is my purpose? I must know. Tell me!
There's no way to tell. And that's why I stay in the game. My purpose, if you will, is to see where it's all going. And you'll live forever. You'll be able to see it all.
Brainiac heard and was listening. Speaking of Amazo, this means that Brainiac knew of how powerful Amazo was, and he was going to pounce right at this moment. Lex thought he was transferring his brain into the new Amazo body, but no, it would have been Brainiac leaving Luthor dead. Amazo was one of the most powerful characters to exist in this universe, but the one thing he always lacked was a purpose, a reason to grow stronger. But seriously, I want everybody to stop and consider this. Imagine the power of Amazo with the drive of Brainiac. There would not be a speck of this universe left. Brainiac needed Lex Luthor to live through all of these events in order to make it to this point, which means, oh, the question's about to kill Lex Luthor? Bam, modify the body to give Luthor superpowers. I'm sure Brainiac never cared about Luthor's cancer, but it was probably about to kill him. So Brainiac cured it, just like Luthor suspected his technology would have the power to do, going all the way back to Superman Season 1.
Who knows what else he has? A cure for cancer? A way to repair the ozone? A cure for cancer?
But now that the Justice League and Amanda Waller killed the Amazo plan, it's time to use Luthor to battle.
Hate to interrupt this special live performance of The Thing with Two Heads, but it's time to go to jail now.
What he said.
Now we can get to the final fight. In this climax, every character gets a shining moment, and I'm all for it. Like when Brainiac Luthor starts to zap the energy from the League.
But for you, the end comes now.
I am so willing to wait my turn.
But then takes off in this ship, and GL and Superman get on opposite sides and are all like, only for the League to find out that this was a diversion. Luthor's body is still not powerful enough for Brainiac, so they come up with a great plan, one that the League and Waller immediately realize. Cadmus took possession of the Dark Heart technology in the last season, with Waller confirming that they never got the stuff to work. But do you think Brainiac can't? Luthor Brainiac fuses with the Dark Heart tech to make the strongest body you could possibly have on Earth. Luthor deserves a lot of credit here, as he can talk his way out of anything. Brainiac's plan was to just take the Dark Heart stuff and use it for himself, as he says,
I have learned from my encounter with Darkseid that organic beings cannot be trusted.
But Lex bargains by saying that it's his creative vision and Brainiac's galaxy-wide knowledge would make for the perfect team, and it would. For the remainder of the battle, it's the founding League members only, as they can't get any backup. The anticipation here, it's just, I just love watching this.
All Justice Leaguers report to the transmitted coordinates immediately. This is an Omega-level alarm. All available members and associates respond immediately.
We're scrambling now, but at top speed we're over an hour away.
I doubt any of the others can get here any faster.
then the 7 of us will have to be enough.
Now that we have a slow moment, I should address the fact that many find the Cadmus arc of moral grays between the League and the government ending with a big Brainiac fight to be kinda lame. I'll say this. If you're watching JLU in a void, I think this Brainiac thing is straight out of left field. However, I just can't get over the attention to detail that the DCAU writers put in to make sure that continuity mattered. The fact that some seemingly random episode of STAS is now a timeline-changing event is really cool as somebody who's been doing the DCAU retrospective since the beginning. I've been hammering this in since the start of this video, all in an effort to lead to this moment. I think this big battle scene honestly plays a very important role, but I'll get to that in a second. Brainiac conjures up a bunch of Brainiacs to fight the League, but Luthor demonstrates his creativity that he mentioned by turning them into this.
No. We can do better than that. We've lost their trust.
Oh man, here we go. At first, I was thinking it was kind of lame to have these Justice Lord robots tell all the characters what they're thinking, but when you really stop and think about it, it's awesome. It's not the robots coming up with random shit. It's Luthor making them say these things. As we know, Luthor can read people really well and can come up with stuff to bother them over.
Do you think there's a single person on Thanagar or Earth who doesn't despise us?
We love the traitor. Loved and lost her. Forever!
He's really just guessing, which is why it doesn't work on Flash here, because he's not that self-conscious over his flaws.
Says you. I got a seat at the big conference table. I'm gonna paint my logo on it.
Never doing that again.
You've also got to laugh because Luthor can't come up with anything to bother Batman over. Doubly functional because we already saw Batman get in a battle of wits with his Justice Lord version anyway. Of course, the best one is Superman, as Lex just continues to twist the knife like he has been all season.
Power corrupts, after all. And who has more power than Superman?
I'm not like you! I'm nothing like you!
This is the part where you kill me, right? Come on, use your heat vision. You know you want to.
What do you say we switch dance partners? You enjoyed that a little too much.
Just letting off some steam. She broke my heart, you know.
Likewise, I'm sure.
We're almost done, I swear.
Take him down, now!
Now, where is Wonder Woman?
That explosion has left Flash with Luthor about to kill him to begin the time loop that the Question feared all along. But our Flash, he's not taking it lying down. I'm not joking when I say that what you're about to see is the single most badass moment in the entire DCAU. It's not Superman, it's not Batman, it was the Flash, and he stops Lex in a way only he could have.
Are you going to fight me, boy?
feel kinda funny.
Flash!
And Lex doesn't let a second go by without rubbing it in.
What do you know? I did kill him. I was mistaken earlier. I think this is the part where you kill me.
I'm not the man who killed President Luthor. Right now, I wish to heaven that I were, but I'm not.
That was, of course, a great moment. Love the detail that Batman knows Superman won't do it and stops Diana from interfering with it.
I feel Sonic's presence in the wind.
Sorry, wrong clip.
Superman, everyone! Flash is still alive. I'm in telepathic contact with him. His spirit is weak and growing weaker. But he's still here.
Flash!
Shaira?
Okay, so to explain what's going on here in painstaking detail, Flash went so fast that he got absorbed into the Speed Force. What's that, you ask? Well, in DC, the Speed Force is a cosmic entity that's responsible for moving time and space forward. This is where Flash and other speedsters get their powers from. In some incarnations, Flash is well versed in it. Or it's like here in the DCU world where Flash just now discovers that the Speed Force exists by going at a speed he never tried to go to before. Remember, I've been hyping this moment up for a long time. I've always said that Flash had more powers than he knows, like the time where he sped a bomb out of Las Vegas in 1 second. I know I just played the Sonic 06 clip, but that's just me having fun with it. Jean detecting Flash makes a lot more sense than anything in that game, because Jean can read minds if you didn't know. Flash opens a gateway to the Speed Force, explains how pretty it is, and then the other League members try to save him. That's what's happening.
No, Wally! Take my hand!
I'm here too, Wally! We're all here! You've gotta come back to us!
I can never go that fast again. If I do, I don't think I'm coming back.
That's right. Brainiac is neutralized. It's all over. Call off the airstrike.
You're absolutely sure?
Positive, Mr. President.
This is a really intense climax, and I can think of no better way for this to end. We're pulling continuity from the comic books, from the previous DCU shows. This is just where it's at. So back to what I was saying before. Why is a big robot fight a good way for the Cadmus story to end? Well, that's because Luthor Brainiac proves a point to Amanda Waller here. What was Cadmus going to do to stop Luthor? Nothing. As has been seen countless times, they are completely ineffective in the face of these threats. Who saved the day? The Justice League. But the Justice League still deserves blame for their own actions. They need to work with the people, not outside of them. But for now, Superman holds a speech, and I just love this ending.
This is the hardest thing I've ever had to say. I'm guilty. We're guilty of the sin of hubris. We had the best of intentions, to be Earth's guardians, to keep you safe, but we failed you. We looked down on the world from our tower in the sky and let our power and responsibilities separate us from the very people we were supposed to protect. No one should ever be afraid of us. For that reason, we're decommissioning the watchtower. The energy weapon up there is already gone. We're taking down the station as well. We want to thank the members of the Justice League for your courageous service. But in the future, you'll all have to act as independent agents. We're not going to be an army anymore. As of right now, we're disbanding the Justice League. This is the end.
This really has escalated because of what Superman said, the sin of hubris. For the longest time, Superman thought he was good enough to protect the Earth, but then comes the Imperium and the 7 heroes that formed the Justice League saved the day in a way Superman couldn't by himself. They thought this would be enough to protect the Earth. And honestly, I'd argue that the original Justice League got more good done than the JLU did, but that's neither here nor there. In Starcrossed, we almost lost. This is why the JLU was created. But they never stopped to consider how it looked on the flip side, even all the way back in Secret Origins, to just float a space station into the sky and watch over the Earth. The JLU crossed a lot of lines in this season, and Cadmus did as well. Disbanding the Justice League at this point makes a lot of sense, but it's the quitter's way. Green Arrow was saying a few episodes ago that maybe Cadmus is right, but he's learned the same lesson that Amanda Waller did. The Justice League is needed, but all we have to do is just make some changes, and then it could be the best Justice League that's ever existed. And he gives a counter speech to Superman that really steals the show.
Says who? You remember what we did yesterday? We saved the world, again. You don't think that has any value? Well, think again, pal. The Justice League goes on, with or without you. Look, nobody can question your service or commitment to making things better. If you're quitting because you think you've already done your fair share, fine. We'll throw you a parade. But if you're quitting because it's easier than continuing the fight, then you're not the heroes we all thought you were. The world needs the Justice League, and the Justice League needs you, Superman.
Superman looks over and has the approval of the crowd, but then he sees that he's got the approval of Lois and Jimmy and the other founding members, but this silent exchange between Batman and Superman is the best.
All right. Okay. But there are going to have to be some changes. Maybe we could open an embassy on Earth so we can be closer to the people. We could have a rotating staff, some kind of...
You guys can
hotline
handle
system.
this. I've got work back in Gotham. You've got my number.
I think so.
Quis custodiet ipsos custodies.
Who guards the Guardians? We got it covered.
But finally, we've reached the last scene. This takes place at the Daily Planet, Lois's last speaking appearance in the DCAU. In a lot of ways, the Cadmus arc is a sequel to STAS, as most of its continuity nods come from Superman the Animated Series. So it's fitting that the final scene is a quiet moment between Clark Kent and Lois Lane as an epilogue to STAS.
Working late?
Hey, Smallville. Finishing up my Justice League story. How many L's in ambivalent?
1. Is that your take on all this, Lois?
I've been as tough on the Justice League as anyone, especially on Superman. That's just because he's always set such a high standard. I'm gonna cut him a break. He's only human. You know what I mean.
Yeah, I do.
Wow, that was fan-freaking-tastic. I basically gave my concluding thoughts on the arc during Superman's speech, and I'm glad that the League, going forward, is going to open an embassy on Earth, create a hotline, making the JLU something people can trust. Other than that, I really don't have much to add in the Cadmus arc. So the story seems to be over now, going off the end of the last episode, but there's one more, so let's waste no more time and dive into episode 13, Epilogue. You know, I guess I never did get to talk about my thoughts on Unlimited Season 2 overall in the last video, as I was rudely cut off. No time like the present, I suppose. Justice League Unlimited Season 2 was one of the best things to ever grace superhero television. It challenged the target audience like none of the competition could ever dream of, with a compelling drama about moral grays, about what the rule of superheroes would be like in a politically active society like the United States of America. What made it so special was the fantastic character writing the DCAU has done so well since 1992, but also because of the truly commendable attention to detail. They say as much in the Cadmus Exposed behind the scenes video. When BTAS's first episode was written, was that research going to be a part of the Cadmus conspiracy? Hell no. Yeah, when Ghost in the Machine was written, that was just a blast of energy that was supposed to kill Luthor, but it didn't. However, this team went back and they watched all those government-focused BTAS, STAS, Justice League, and Batman Beyond episodes to figure out how many things we pick from and choose from to make it all one grand story. And that's what sets the Cadmus arc apart from other storylines that wouldn't dare pull an obscure plot point from a completely random episode of a previous show and make that the basis of the climax in a story that otherwise had nothing to do with it. But that's all the stuff you could have guessed by watching the last video. So this begs the question, where does Justice League Unlimited Season 2 rank on the DCAU tier list? For so long, I was hyping up the Justice League Season 2 review as the absolute peak. Nothing could top it. I was sure I was going to love JLU Season 2 quite a bit, and now I'll just say, I have rewritten this part over and over again. Some drafts saying Unlimited Season 2 was the best, and some saying Justice League Season 2 was the best. I'd go back and I'd rewatch my review of Wild Cards and Starcross, be like, yeah, this is the best. But then I'd go back and rewatch my reviews of Question Authority and Divided We Fall and be like, no, this is the best. For the first time in a season ranking, I absolutely cannot decide which of these two is better. JLU Season 2 is a spotless season, which JL Season 2 isn't, and the Cadmus arc really is one of the best parts in superhero TV history. But at the same time, I think Justice League Season 2 has more variety in its great storytelling, and I'd much rather rewatch Wild Cards or A Better World over Flashpoint or The Doomsday Sanction. as the Cadmus arc is a great watch if you put them all together, but Panic in the Sky isn't as fun with the other episodes in my opinion, which is fine, that's what they were going for. The Cadmus episodes basically form one episode, especially since Question Authority through Divided We Fall all have recaps and to be continued points. But technically they are still separate episodes that need other episodes to feel complete, something only a Dream from Justice League Season 2 doesn't have. But is that just the Justice League Season 2 nostalgia talking? Seriously, there were a lot of questions I had to consider when putting this tier placement together, and I have changed my mind countless times in the last couple weeks. But my final decision is, they're roughly tied, but I have that extra 1% affection for Justice League Season 2. At the end of the day, this is a good thing. I mean, here we have 2 seasons that are so good that I can't choose between them. There's certainly way worse spots to be in. Like I always say, these rankings aren't the most important part, it's the episode reviews themselves that really matter, and this is no different. I love Justice League Season 2, and I love Justice League Unlimited Season 2 more than most things out there. Tomorrow I might think Unlimited Season 2 is better, and then the next day be thinking Justice League Season 2 is the better one. And that's gotta count for something. And yes, there are 3 seasons of JLU. I thought we went over this in JLU Season 1, but I guess not. Let me roll the clip again. But anyway, the DVDs and digital releases of JLU would fool you into thinking there are 2 seasons of the show, the first having 26 episodes and the second having 13. In terms of production, there were 3 seasons, each with 13 episodes. I'm guessing some Warner Bros. Exec realized that having 13 episodes on a single set would mean they'd have to cut the price from the JL season box sets, and they were like, lol, no. And then they combined the first 2 seasons into one, and there you go. So, we're gonna safely ignore that fact for the remainder of the JLU videos. Also, when discussing the Cadmus arc in this Cadmus Exposed video, Mark Hamill had this to say.
Okay, and we're talking about an 8-episode arc in a 13-episode season, basically.
Basically, yeah.
8 out of 13 episodes? Sounds like the roster of Justice League Unlimited Season 2. If it was true that the first 26 episodes of JLU were one season and Season 2 was the last 13, then plain and simple, what Mark would have said would be 11 out of 26 episodes, because Fearful Symmetry, Ultimatum, and Dark Heart were all Cadmus episodes as well. There are 3 seasons of JLU, deal with it. With that established, can you believe we're even here right now? The studio heads had the balls to commission 13 more episodes of Justice League Unlimited after the Cadmus arc. I mean, seriously, it was crazy enough to demand this team to make more episodes after Starcrossed, but this? The Cadmus arc was just about all you could do to tell the next great storyline after Justice League Season 2. Well, that season told the best Tier 4 stories you possibly could, and JLU Season 2 told the best Tier 5 stories you could. Also, get Luthor out of there. He's no longer Tier 3, he's Tier 7. So good that he skipped straight past Tier 6 and went straight to Tier 7. Speaking of tier lists, in this season, the idea is to take all the Tier 3 villains, aka the costume villains, and make a JLU out of them. Secret Society Unlimited, Legion of Doom, if you will. Turning them into a Tier 4 threat and making that our opposition for the season. A return to the clear-cut good guys versus bad guys from previous seasons. An admirable plan, as I will say right off the bat, this season doesn't stand a chance of really beating Season 2 right from the start, but hey, it's JLU Season freaking 3. That's a tall order, so I'm not going to be too harsh on the season over that fact. They tried their best to come up with new ideas, and for that reason I'm just going to judge it as it is, instead of endlessly comparing it to the Cadmus arc, while also dealing with this shit. On that note, Justice League Unlimited Season 3, Episode 1, I Am Legion. The season wastes no time in starting the story as a criminal is escaping from jail after hijacking a police escort van. It's been a year since the Cadmus incident, and this particular criminal hasn't been heard from since. Yeah, it's Lex friggin' Luthor. He's back, and he's the season's main villain again. And they managed to continue making it good. Luthor in this season is downright the main character. As I said, he's escaping, but there's something off about Luthor this time.
What? I know. I'm going as fast as I can.
Yeah, he talks to himself out loud because he still feels Brainiac as a part of him, and he can hear Brainiac in his mind as well as see Brainiac when no one else can. Also, I love this STAS Luthor theme remix.
Luthor! Don't make any sudden moves. It's over.
Luthor was just saved by a villain working for another JL villain.
I'm far superior to any man.
Grodd, I appreciate the help, But gratitude only goes so far. I'm not interested in working with you or anyone else.
I think you'll change your mind once you've seen what I have to offer.
Grodd is back, and he, like I said in the intro, is out to make a counter JLU. I already can't wait for this, because we all know Grodd loves to be in charge, but so does Luthor, as these were the two leaders of the two different JL villain gangs. Well, there was also Arija, but she's dead, so she doesn't count. Back at the crime scene, it's so great to have Superman Classic back in action.
Why would you even try to move a prisoner that dangerous without calling us?
Maybe because we thought we could do our jobs without help from the mighty Justice League.
And yet, here we are.
Okay, Shaira. What's done is done. Let's see if we can pick up his trail.
Then we're introduced to Special Agent King Faraday, the new liaison between the District Attorney's Office and the Justice League Unlimited. At the end of Divided We Fall, it was established that the League is going to make changes, and this is one of them: direct collaboration with the people on Earth. Amanda Waller is also a JLU liaison, but she only appears once this season. Well, to be fair, this isn't Agent Faraday's first appearance anyway. He was the one guarding Mandragora in Double Date before he betrayed them anyway. Now, this officer will give us an interesting tidbit on Luthor.
We haven't had a peep out of him since he was arrested for that Brainiac business last summer.
He's a broken man. Just sits in his cell talking to himself.
When he's not stealing police vans, you mean?
That came out of nowhere.
So back to Grodd's villain team. This isn't like the JLU where we have this loving team. Here, the secret society is a protection business. It's so hard for criminals these days to make a dishonest buck with so many superheroes running around. So if a villain needs backup, you can just call Grodd and he'll send, I don't know, Toyman and Giganta to back you up, and if you get away, you owe Grodd a cut of the spoils. Pretty ingenious, because otherwise you have to risk battling the JLU, and who wants to do that alone? Of course, you won't see any Batman villains here because of the damn embargo, and while we don't need them, I can totally see Scarface or Two-Face, or maybe even Scarecrow wanting in on this. Joker's not really a team player, but it would be really funny to have him here bothering Lex Luthor, especially in episode 8. But we'll get to that when we get to that. So what's in it for Luthor? Well, Grodd has recovered the only piece of Brainiac left on Earth, and he will let Luthor have it if he works for the Secret Society.
Salvation comes at a price, Lex. First you do something for me, then you get your precious rock.
Do whatever he asks. My entire program resides in even the smallest part of me.
I could reconstitute you, bring you back to life.
Yes, we could be together again.
These are just really well-made scenes. It's important to remember this since this isn't the last season review, but this was the last season of the DCAU ever made, so the production values have hit an all-time high. But we can explore that more in the future episodes. Now, just because the Cadmus arc is over doesn't mean continuity is going with it. I never saw this coming, but let's flip back to the Justice League Season 1 finale, The Savage Time, when the Justice League minus Batman went back in time to fight in World War II to defeat Vandal Savage. A team called the Blackhawks assisted the League in that battle, however it's now 2004, and there is only one Blackhawk still left alive, as he gets a distress signal because Luthor and a squad of villains are raiding Blackhawk Island. What's that? Well, this answers a question I never thought to ask, but Vandal Savage had built a bunch of futuristic technology to beat the Allied powers. That tech didn't just go away. It got stored on Blackhawk Island as to not interfere with history any more than it already had. This man knows the Justice League as it's confirmed that yeah, the DCAU's World War II really does just have a point where 6 costume superheroes showed up, saved the day, and vanished. Adding more credence to the idea that Wonder Woman's appearance in World War II is why Lois Lane would say this.
Yeah, right. I'm Wonder Woman.
In response to a ridiculous scenario before Wonder Woman ever appeared in the first place. That must be really weird for this guy, though. I mean, you meet the Justice League in World War II in like 1943 or 1944, and then like 58 years pass and the Justice League is actually created. But they don't know you, but then one day they poof back out of nowhere and they do know you now. That really hurts the brain if I do say so myself. And as if there weren't enough relationships already, Flash now has a thing for this member of the JLU.
Why don't you just go talk to her?
Who, me? Talk to her? No way.
Yeah, you'd probably be wasting your time anyway. I hear she's, you know, Brazilian.
Ha ha.
If you're afraid to talk to her, I'll tell her for you.
Don't!
You are so very sad.
But of course, you'd only have a problem with that many relationships if you were like 12 years old. Also, this scene takes place on the new ground-based watchtower called the Metro Tower. In Batman Beyond's Justice League episode, we saw that the Watchtower was located on the ground, and now it's retroactively established that the Cadmus arc is the reason why this is. The space-based Watchtower still exists, but there's no space gun, and the League has a ground base that works with the local authorities. As for the actual Black Hawk Island mission, there's a lot of good moments to be found. Flash is just generally increased in the casual badassery. I guess crossing the circumference of the Earth 6 times under a minute does that. This really is small, but I got a lot of enjoyment out of this location. I mean, a secret island could have been anything, but just seeing relics from Vandal Savage's run in World War II is just so satisfying. Justice League Season 1 might not be my favorite, but you can bet cash money that I'll still geek out over referencing it. In fact, with Grodd being the villain this time, we do get a lot of quality callbacks to JL Season 1, but we can get to them when we get to them. Luthor and company escape with the staff Grodd wanted and bring it back to him as we get this great scene.
What are you going to do with it? Sell it to the highest bidder? Keep it yourself and try to conquer the world?
I was thinking it would look good on the wall in my office.
You mean you recruited me? Sent me to an island full of death traps? And up against the Justice League? You made me risk my life, and all for nothing?
Essentially, yes.
Monkey, I like your style. Give me the piece of Brainiac and we're even.
Not yet, Lex. Today was just a test. Your next mission is for real.
He still has something we need. We have to put up with him for the moment.
I've always been entertained by Grodd as a villain, but Grodd vs. Luthor is just so much fun to watch. We all know this setup can't last, because Luthor is too controlling for that, but in the meantime, we pay respects to the Black Hawks that have passed away.
It was worth it.
Ending, I Am Legion. Really enjoyable episode to start on. This review spent most of the time setting up the season, and that's because this episode is devoted to that, and so is the review. But yeah, good episode, and on that note, we shall move on to episode 2, Shadow of the Hawk. I marked the last season's episodes by Cadmus episodes versus non-Cadmus episodes. If I were to do the same here, there are 6 Legion episodes. You could argue 8, but episodes 3 and 9 are tangentially related, like the Balance or Double Date were last time. We have 2 of these Hawk-focused episodes, a Cadmus episode, and 2 other standard episodes. Point being, the Hawk plot, despite getting only 2 episodes of screen time, is basically the secondary plotline of the season. We start in Gotham with Batman, GL, Vixen, and Shiera battling some new villains. I usually forget that JL and JLU mostly take place in Metropolis, it just looks like a city, but then when we return to Gotham, it's the red sky from the new Batman adventures. Another thing people hold over that season's head. Couldn't tell you why. After the battle's won, Shiera is approached by this man called Carter Hall, which is an anagram of Hrotalic. Well, Katar Hall was the name of Hawkman in the comics, and that was where Hrotalic got his name from when they created the character in Starcrossed, but the DCU continuity is doing that exact thing, just in reverse.
I've been hoping to talk to you for a very long time.
And you are?
Carter Hall. I want to show you something. Easy. It's an artifact, not a weapon. Well, actually, it's both.
Thanagarian.
All the Thanagarian tech that was left behind after the war was either confiscated or destroyed.
Most, not all.
Thanagarian contraband sells for big bucks on the black market.
Where'd you get this?
In Egypt, during an archaeological dig. It's not from the invasion. It's been on Earth for over 8,000 years. You're Thanagarian. With your help, I could translate the glyphs, figure out how the technology got there. We could investigate this together. Come with me to Egypt.
Cairo's beautiful this time of year. I could recommend some nice restaurants.
We'll examine the artifact and get back to you when we know something. Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Thanagarian items have been on Earth for thousands of years, huh? I mean, I'm definitely interested to say the least. GL's love life is the running gag of the series, although I figured I'd remind the audience of something. GL's been so awkward about the Shiera-Vixen dynamic, not because of an inherent love triangle, but really because of the JLU Season 1 finale, The Once and Future Thing. The events of that episode, through time travel shenanigans, were decanonized, however Batman and GL both still remember that mission, even if it never actually happened. On that mission, GL met Warhawk, a member of the JLU as seen in Batman Beyond, who confirms that GL is his father and Shiera is his mother. GL doesn't know what to do with that knowledge as he wants to tell her but doesn't know how. This will come up again in episode 11.
Shiera, I wanted to... Judas Priest!
problem?
No, it's just, I've never seen you in a dress before.
You don't like it?
It's, fetching.
If you want one for Vixen, I can tell you where I got it.
Listen.
Speaking of Batman, he's as funny as ever in this episode. Also, I'll just apologize in advance for the extremely long clip you're about to see, but there's just a lot of important establishing dialogue in this scene, so, gotta play the whole thing.
Glad I caught you before you did something stupid.
Excuse me?
Carter Hall.
What about him?
I did some research. His birth name is Joseph Gardner.
You lied.
No. 6 months ago, he had it legally changed to Carter Hall. He's an archaeologist. Currently curator of the Midway City Museum. Had an excellent reputation until about 5 years ago, when he started claiming that aliens landed in ancient Egypt.
Aliens? Well, then he must be a lunatic, because we all know that there's no life on other planets.
There's more.
What?
Our Mr. Hall spends quite a bit of time on the internet.
Dang, lock him up.
He frequents the I Hate Hawkgirl bulletin boards.
That doesn't mean... boards? How many are there?
57. Web rings. Unaffiliated sites number in the hundreds.
Forget I asked.
Hall keeps getting banned from them for flaming the anti-Shaira posters.
So he's a fan?
He's a stalker. There.
So he was in the crowd. I don't see what...
Wait.
A coincidence. This doesn't mean he's...
I'm gonna have a little talk with this guy.
This isn't any of your business. Or yours.
It's League business.
Oh, really? Do I tell you who to date? Carter Hall has uncovered a genuine mystery, and I think it's worth investigating.
You should take backup.
I can take care of myself. Thanks.
The point is...
The point is, you don't trust me. Either of you. Don't wait up.
This isn't right.
I know, but don't...
No, I mean, this shouldn't be happening. When we traveled to the future, we met my son, mine and Shaira's. We're supposed to be together. It's our destiny.
If you really believe that, why are you still with Vixen?
I mean, really, that's an idea that really got me thinking 2 videos ago. How bad must it feel like to believe that you're destined to be with Shaira, but you're with Vixen anyway? Is there such a thing as destiny? So many questions would come from that time travel mission. Shaira does travel to Egypt with Carter, and the atmosphere in these tomb scenes is pretty well done. Episode 4 is where I really realized it, but the score in this season is really cinematic, and this is no different. But, of course, with Shaira being out here, one man has decided to follow them.
The trick is the raised glyphs. If you press them in the proper sequence, they disarm the defenses down here.
And if you get it wrong?
Well, we're already in a tomb, so that's handy.
Seriously, I freaking love Batman. The episode then takes a turn when Carter reveals the real reason why we're here.
I haven't been completely honest with you. I brought you here under false pretenses. Or should I say, destiny brought you.
What do you think you're...
You and I are the reincarnation of lovers who died here thousands of years ago. My real name is Qatar Hall. But you can call me Hawkman.
I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you. Exactly. I've got the worst taste in men.
I mean, laughing it off is certainly stronger than my reaction would have been. Where Carter gets this idea from is this device, the holocron. When Carter touched it, he was given visions of what happened on Earth thousands of years ago. 2 Thanagarians, Qatar Hall and Shiera Hall, crash-landed on Earth in the days of ancient Egypt, and it was thanks to the Thanagarians and their technology that the human civilization was turned into the ancient Egypt we all read about in 6th grade. But they were eventually poisoned by some kind of a jealous outsider. I think that's pretty interesting. I mean, really, the DCAU timeline has connections all throughout history, as Thanagarians creating the Egyptian society is something I'm sure the Question would love to look into. Carter thinks he and Shiera are the reincarnations of the old Qatar and Shiera, which is clearly who Shiera must have been named after. However, she reveals that the holocron didn't show him some previous life, it's supposed to log info and show it, but it must have been broken or something. The villain of this episode is this shadow thief that pops out of the wall and wants the Thanagarian tech for himself. More on him in episode 11. But for now, he gets beat and they escape the crumbling tomb as Batman gets in some quips.
I've waited thousands of years for us to find each other. I can wait a little longer.
How stupid do you think I am?
Scale of 1 to 10.
Funny. I meant this.
Hall was the one I didn't trust.
Right. That's why you planted this bug. How much did you hear?
A bunch of nonsense about reincarnation and destiny.
Maybe it isn't nonsense.
If you really believe that.
I don't have much to add here. I liked this episode, and it was better after having watched episode 11, so I'll just leave it at that. Episode 3, Chaos of the Earth's Core. This was the first episode I had mentioned as being tangentially related to the Legion of Doom, or the Secret Society, whatever. As we open in Japan as a giant monster is attacking the city with GL, Stripe, and Stargirl fighting on the scene. Stripe and Stargirl have been background characters before, this being their very first real action-heavy episode. Stargirl gets her powers from her staff that shoots beams and allows her to fly, and Stripe is a clunkier-looking Iron Man. Stargirl's already showing off, but overseas there's one superhero everyone loves, and she goes by the name Supergirl.
Probably here for the convention.
Convention?
With a new design that looks more Superman-esque, and I like it. I'm used to Supergirl's STAS appearance, but this works just fine as well. As Supergirl's older now, it makes sense to get a new costume, one that's actually canon, unlike Batman's various changes.
She's always blah 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 my cousin, blah 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 my cousin. Like we don't know who she means. Check me out, I'm Supergirl.
Ask me. The only thing that matters is we all pulled through.
Shut up, Pat. It wasn't World War III, it was a giant turtle.
If I was you, I wouldn't talk behind somebody's back when they got super hearing.
The heroes are plunged into the center of the Earth at the North Pole, and here Supergirl's powers don't work, as Stargirl enjoys this fact.
Oh, may I? Because it would be such an honor to help the great Supergirl out of a jam.
Seriously, this kid was really starting to get on my nerves for most of this episode. Until the end. But anyway, there is this giant piece of kryptonite powering this place as we get some new lore about the people who live here, however, admittedly I didn't really care. It wasn't that interesting, nor does it ever really come up again. But one of the villains here is Metallo. This is why this episode's connected to the Legion, but it's not a focus. The episode is about the heroes meeting the local tribe and teaming up with them for the war, but the villains are a part of the Secret Society. My absolute favorite part about this is, well, first, I want to say that many STS villains are back this season, and they actually have their original voice actors, which was the lamest part of Hereafter Part 1, where they didn't put any effort into that. Metallo had pretty distinct acting, so it's great to hear him again for the last time. But the real thing I love is that Supergirl really is a courageous hero. She has no powers now, and the kryptonite's slowly killing her, but she still stands against Metallo and tries to win, even if the odds are greatly stacked against her, while also fighting in the big war, not only having no powers, but also with a chance of getting hurt since her invincibility is gone. Which is a textbook definition of courageous.
I can't move without my kryptonite battery, but it's killing you.
I won't quit. You don't have to.
Now let's see this ending with Metallo.
You won't get anything out of me.
Pretty soon, you aren't going to have the breath to talk. Who knows? 5 minutes. 1.
All right. I've joined forces with...
Whoa, Nelly! This isn't Silver Banshee's work. Somebody else didn't want Metallo to give them up.
Grodd has tapped into everyone's mind and caused that to happen. An ominous ending, as the League clearly has a new villain group to worry about. Also, Supergirl reveals how long she's been on Earth for.
Superman tried to keep me on the farm, made me hide there for 3 years.
This season is 1 year after the Cadmus arc, which was 1 year after Unlimited Season 1, 3 years after Supergirl comes to Earth at 16. Placing the top half of Superman Season 3 in 1999, Supergirl being 17 1 year later in Unity, placing the back half of that season in 2000. Secret Origins takes place at the end of the year, Justice League's first 2 seasons taking place in 2001, putting Kara at 18 in JL Season 2 cameos, 19 Unlimited Season 1, 20 during the Cadmus incident, and now verging on 21. Figured I'd mention that. Which leads us into Episode 4, To Another Shore. You might notice that these reviews are shorter in this video than the last video or Justice League Season 2, and that's because I realized something. The Cadmus arc is over. We watched it, we reviewed it, it's done. The Cadmus arc is what I, as a reviewer, was building up to the whole time in almost all these videos. In some ways you don't even know. Yet. That's where all this continuity was heading, and now it's done. This season tells a story, and I'm doing my best to cover it, but there's no need to spend 25 minutes on this episode. I can just give you my thoughts on it because we aren't building up to anything anymore. After this video, we're doing 3 straight seasons of Batman Beyond, an episodic show like BNSTAS. Why spend 25 minutes on Earthmover from Beyond Season 2? With that said, climate change is affecting the glaciers to where a giant ship from ancient times has been revealed to the public. For a lot of people, that sentence is a turnoff for this episode, and when I was in high school, I probably would have taken points off for mentioning climate change, or global warming as it was predominantly called in 2006. But that's just stupid. It's a real life thing. Stories base themselves off of real life, so there's no issue with it. Admittedly, hearing the words global warming coming out of Wonder Woman's voice sounds kind of awkward, but again, the premise is fine by me. Especially since this Arctic region is where many world leaders are gathering to discuss the issue. Wonder Woman is there as a spokesperson of Themyscira, and I think that's interesting. In Superman the Animated Series, this world was introduced to concepts thought impossible just 1 year before, but in Justice League Season 1, the floodgates were opened even more as Atlantis and Themyscira had gone public. So to see that Atlantis and Themyscira are joining the global debate as officially recognized parts of the world is interesting. Also, I'm sure Diana speaks for the Justice League Unlimited as well, something they never would have even bothered doing pre-Cadmus.
Agent Faraday, what are you doing here?
Not smoking. Want some?
No thanks.
I'm here with the special security team. The vice president is attending. But you know that already. I saw you reading him the riot act earlier.
I'm not much of a diplomat.
Don't sell yourself short, lady. You're an international incident waiting to happen. By the way, if you raise your voice to the VP again, my men are under orders to shoot you.
But I'm getting ahead of myself. The episode opens in the Watchtower as Diana is begging Jean to leave HQ for once.
The Justice League currently has 23 active missions in progress. Only I can properly deploy what remains of our resources.
Oh, please. Mr. Terrific can fill in. He's smart enough to do monitor duty and the Sunday Times crossword at the same time.
Go ahead, Jean. I'm already finished with the crossword.
You did it in ink again, didn't you?
Mr. Terrific is more than capable, but I insist on remaining where I'm needed.
Turn around and talk to me. You've been cooped up like a hermit in the Watchtower for almost 2 years now.
I can better serve the League.
We're not even going to have that argument. You're a super strong, nearly invulnerable, telepathic shape changer. The reason you aren't on the ground protecting humanity is because you don't want to be. You don't actually like humanity all that much, do you?
I don't dislike them.
You're not the only newcomer to this world around here. People have strange ways and take a lot of getting used to. But it's worth the effort.
Ever since he became Mission Command in Unlimited Season 1, Jean has barely gone anywhere, the only exception being Divided We Fall. Literally, that was Jean's only mission in the entire last 2 years. That's fucking sad. Since he's been Mission Control, we haven't really had a moment to focus on Jean's loneliness. In Season 1, Jean almost sacrificed Earth for a chance to bring Mars back. In Season 2, he was surprised the humans had potential for selfishness in such great numbers. In that episode, Tabula Rasa, Jean learned that humans also had the capacity for great good, which kept him on the team. But you realize now how disconnected he is from the people he saves. But for now, he stays on the Watchtower. The Secret Society wants that ship that was discovered as Luthor has enhanced everyone's abilities. But why does Grodd want the ship? Well, I'll let him explain, because this was the scene that convinced me that Unlimited Season 3 felt really cinematic.
First, I want to tell you a story. In Scandinavia, early in the 10th century, lived Prince John, the greatest warrior of his era. His tremendous skill and valor brought him fame throughout the world as the legendary Viking Prince. His adventures were epic, as were the legends that grew around his exploits. Prince John, sole survivor of a bloody war, its purpose lost to time, met a Valkyrie. Impossibly, they fell in love and swore their hearts to each other. But Odin, king of the Norse gods, discovered their illicit affair and enraged, banished Jon from Valhalla, begging to be allowed to remain with his love. Odin agreed, saying that if Jon died a heroic death, he and his love would again be united for all eternity. But Odin was a crafty god and cruel. Before exiling Jon, he gifted him with invulnerability to harm from metal, wood, fire, and water. The Viking prince soon realized that he would never die a hero's death, because no weapon on earth could slay him. He trod boldly across a troubled world in search of adventure and an honorable death, growing ever more distant from humanity. Eventually, weary of the endless fight for justice and despairing in his loneliness, he sailed north, beyond the boundaries of the known world, and passed from the knowledge of men. That is, until now.
Grodd could say anything and it would pack a lot of weight and atmosphere, because they really casted him well.
I hate bananas.
When the villains attack, we get this classic homage for the first time in Justice League with Diana's JL Season 1 theme playing. I don't know how that works, but it's a moment to smile at. Most of this episode's a big fight scene where Diana gets hit by Devil Ray's poison dart, but I guess was cured off-screen. She basically tells us as much as the end of the episode. The action is just really well animated here, and I'm happy to say. I mean, if you're watching in production order, this is like the 20th season, and the fact they can still make entertaining action scenes is a compliment. I also love Green Arrow in this season. He's just a regular part of the family. People call him Ollie like the founding members would call each other Bruce or Clark. Arrow even calls Superman Clark in episode 10. He just has a lot of fun with superheroics now as to being the cynic he was in the first two Unlimited seasons.
And Black Canary said a buzzsaw arrow was self-indulgent.
Diana begs for Jean to join this fight, as he finally does, and you'd think it would be pretty badass, but he tries to read Giganta's mind, but Grodd's block affects her like it did Metallo in the last episode, and once the mission's done, we actually get a really sad moment.
Meanwhile, something's definitely not kosher. Strange thefts, supervillains with their heads hot-wired to short out if you question them. We got a real mystery developing here.
True, but it's a mystery you'll have to solve without me. I've been thinking about what you said, and about the horrible despair of Prince John's life. I'm a Martian. I'll live far longer than he did, and unless I find a way to connect with humanity, I'll live out that time totally alone.
I was thinking this while Grodd told the story of Prince John, that Jean's life has been similar. He was the only Martian to survive the Imperium attack and stood watch over them for a long time until the astronauts came and ruined it, sending the Imperium to Earth where Secret Origins then happens. Jean's been fighting with the League because there's nothing else to do, but he's leaving now. He wants to find some meaning in human life, one he'll never find just directing missions. In Justice League Season 2, Flash was basically established as the heart of the team, which he proved in Hereafter and Starcrossed where he hugs Shiera on her way out, and he does the same for Jean. Yeah, Jean is gone. He'll never appear again till the series finale.
I pass, like night, from land to land. I have strange power of speech. That moment that his face I see, I know the man that must hear me. To him my tale I teach.
I really like this ending for his character. He will live on Earth for the rest of his days, outlive all of his friends, so it's important to find meaning on Earth before it's too late. Let go of his family on Mars, who he lost all those centuries ago. And that's that for To Another Shore. But speaking of Flash, let's dive in episode 5, Flash and Substance. So this episode takes place in Central City, Flash's base of operations. I don't know that many Flash villains, but I'm just so used to Batman's villains or Spider-Man's villains being really serious, so when I see this backstreet bar where Flash's villains just hang out, I couldn't help but laugh.
If I don't visualize a mortgage payment soon, the wife will have me bagging groceries for a living.
She's always been an ice queen, that one. Captain Boomerang, you old son of a wallaby. Mirror Master, Captain Cold. Does me good to see the old faces. Even the trickster. We heard you were out early. Time off for good behavior, you might say. I cut me a good deal.
That's right, Captain Boomerang has been let out of Task Force X, and what does he do? Go back to trying to kill the Flash. Can you imagine how many dangerous missions this guy must have gone on if that Watchtower raid was only one example? Honestly, even if he wanted to go back to crime, you'd think Flash would be small potatoes by now. But that's what makes comic book villains, I guess. This roster includes the aforementioned Captain Boomerang, the Trickster, Mirror Master, and Captain Cold.
Well, at least he didn't make me eat my own laser kaleidoscope.
That's a rumor. A complete exaggeration.
And anyway, it was a laser pistol.
It's like that time I stole an entire train while it was moving. The way people tell it, you'd think the Flash shoved my coal gun.
You know, I've had him on the ropes too.
They find out that the city is building a museum to honor the greatness of the Flash, which makes sense. Like I said in JL Season 2, Flash was the most commercial hero of the League, but he was also the most connected with the people, even more than Superman, as Flash would give gifts to the orphan children, and was nice to everyone around him. I guess we have Superman to thank for that. I mean, he really used to be kind of a jerk. With the Flash Museum being a thing, the villains are going to team up and kill Flash. Simple plan, really. As we actually get to see Wally West's job as a forensic scientist, confirming that shot from The Brave and the Bold to be a flashback of Wally himself.
But we went one better. Turns out the soap is the same brand as the one in the victim's kitchen.
Nice work. That's the way to nail a crook.
It's one way.
It's always weird to think that he's a scientist given how much of a goofball he is. But hey, they did show that he is the energy of the room like he is on the Justice League.
Later, Rick.
Take care.
Later, Margie.
Have a good one.
Later, Tony. Watchtower, table for one.
So he feels like the same person. On the Watchtower, Jean is gone and Batman's doing mission control, as Flash really wants him to come to the museum opening.
I understand if everybody's too busy to come. No biggie. My mom's gonna be there. Let's see, my uncle's flying in. Be great if one of the original 7 made it. I mean, okay, yeah, it's a Flash museum, but to me, the whole League deserves the honor. All of us. Like I said, no biggie.
What time?
6 o'clock. No. You're really coming? Awesome! You're a stand-up guy, Bats. Don't ever let them call you a crazed loner. Well, I got a lot to do.
But Batman doesn't need words to make people do things.
I can't believe you let that buffoon manipulate you. You'd never see me at one of these museum openings. It's not black tie, is it?
Hey guys, how they biting?
Flash, congrats, man.
It's just so charming to see Flash know everyone in town and know what's going on in all their lives. I mean, even in real life, these are just the traits that make someone likable. A goal from Justice League Season 2 onward was making these characters feel like real people, and Flash shows it off really well in this episode. He's just so genuine.
I proclaim this Flash Appreciation Day.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, folks. Wow. You've all been so great to me over the years. It really gets to me, you know? Hope I always make you guys proud. That's all.
Now here are some great moments about the rest of the story.
Flash,
Hey, guys.
you're tied to a very large boomerang.
Yeah? What are you guys doing here? The thing isn't for another hour.
Someone means to kill you.
You don't say.
Waller told me that Boomerang left Task Force X, so I did some checking. 3 other supercriminals from Central City are off the radar.
Hey, Mirror Master took a shot at me too.
Here's what we're going to do.
Listen, I need to go home and change before the opening tonight.
We're coming with you.
You really don't have to.
We're coming with you.
This is where you live?
Isn't it great? Low maintenance fees, and there's a laundry room on the same floor.
The way you talk, I would have thought your Central City had built you a palace.
You get a big burst of flavor with everybody. Dude, what was my last standee?
It startled me.
Cool, huh? The hard part is getting the costume back into it.
I can't believe you expect us to kick in for that fiasco.
Don't you start pouting, Cold. That stunt cost me a fortune. Boomer, must you always plead poverty? I've got my overhead. You just pull another mirror out of your blinking arsenal. What's that cost? Nothing.
After that, the villains all leave the Trickster behind, and the heroes use this to their advantage as we see how Flash deals with villains.
Orion.
talk while you still have a jaw.
Hey! Would you guys please take it down a notch? Let me handle this. James, you're off your meds, aren't you?
I'm better off without them. Take them if I start feeling down.
You know that's not how the medicine works. You're not well.
I'm fine. You want to throw some darts?
No. Listen, James, you're wearing the suit again.
I am? Well, what do you know?
Here's the deal, buddy. Tell me where those guys went, and I promise to come see you in the hospital. We'll play darts. The soft kind.
Okay. They're going to ambush you at the Flash Museum.
See? That's all we needed. Come on, we better get over there.
What about your enemy?
Oh, right. Dude, as soon as you finish your drink, turn yourself in.
Got me again, Flash.
I love that scene. I mean, it's funny, right? But it just carries on the idea that Flash really is a nice guy. He doesn't want to just beat up villains. He actually wants to help them and make them better people. And talking to a guy like the Trickster actually would help him, as opposed to beating him up. I also love the reference to the STAS Flash episode here in the Flash Museum. I love how Orion doesn't understand Flash, but Batman, without having to say anything, totally gets and respects Flash's lighthearted superhero approach.
Central City builds statues to this fool, who makes bad jokes, who concerns himself with pitiful men like the Trickster. I don't understand.
No, you don't.
In the final fight, Flash even gets trapped inside the mirror dimension. More lore from the comics making its debut in the DCAU. Mastery of this mirror dimension is what Mirror Master's main ability is, and I like this brief moment. It's comparable to that stupid scene in Sonic Forces where they get trapped in null space, but through the power of running fast, they get out in 20 seconds. But here, Flash is like, yeah, we're gonna have to keep running through every single mirror until one of them brings us back to reality, which might take a while, until Batman lights a flare and saves the day like he always does.
This'll make my rep forever.
Really, this episode is practically showing us what Flash, the animated series, would have been like, and would be a pretty cool and distinct show.
Now I understand. You play the fool to hide a warrior's pain.
Dude, the bad guys went down and nobody got hurt. You know what I call that? A really good day.
Flash is just a great character who's gotten better in every single season we've seen him in, this episode being a perfect day in the life, with grand set pieces and funny dialogue. It was great to pair him up with Orion and Batman, two really serious characters that have to take the back seat to Flash for once. For all those reasons, I think it's a great episode. Episode 6, Dead Reckoning. Grodd has sent a team of villains to this temple grounds to find an artifact, which is heavily guarded by these monks who have clearly been practicing their Devil May Cry combos.
This would also not be permitted.
Also, here we get a reminder that Luthor was the one who created Bizarro, which I actually forgot about until now.
Bizarro, you despise me, right?
Bizarro hate Luthor. He'd do anything for him.
Good. I mean, bad. Anyway, take care of those monks.
Not the kind of thing you think about when it comes to Luthor's resume at this point, but I will give credit. George Newbird's Bizarro voice has greatly improved from the first season of Unlimited, where he was just awful. The new character here is called Dead Man. He's a ghost that can't ascend to the next stage of life as he has to do something heroic first, and he's unsure of what because he already avenged his own death. But now his mission is to stop Lex and company from whatever they're trying to do, as they killed the Master and stole the heart of Nanda Parbat, which takes the souls of all the monks as well. Back at the villain base, Luthor and Grodd are just so funny to watch.
I have done as you ask, Lord Grodd.
Get off your knees, woman.
Not until my master says so.
Excellent work, my dear. You may rise.
You're pathetic, debasing yourself like that. If you're quite finished demonstrating what an alpha male you are, maybe you'd care to explain what you intend to do with that thing.
Already told you, but you won't accept it. You don't believe in magic.
It's not a matter of belief. I'm just unaccustomed to working with something I don't fully understand.
As long as the amplifier you built for me works?
It does.
Then consider this an exotic power source.
Tala explains how she's even here, because when I first saw her I was surprised, because when we last saw her she was a member of Cadmus and was trapped in the mirror by Felix Faust when he stole the armor. Grodd somehow brought her back. Don't ask. Grodd has like fucking superpowers. I mean, he turned Giganta from a gorilla into a human, and promised to make Clayface normal again. He probably could have done it too. Deadman seeks the help of the JLU, as the members in this episode are Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman.
All reports filed.
Good. What do you guys say we get something to eat? We hardly ever spend time together when we're not working.
Sounds good to me. But I'm tired of commissary food.
I'd like to, Diana, but I've been away from Gotham too long.
Come on, Bruce. I know a burger place in Metropolis that has the best fries on the East Coast.
Again, it's great that these characters are just friends now.
And the milkshakes are so thick, I need your help.
That's pretty thick.
I'm serious. I need your help on a mission of vengeance. Now, don't be alarmed, but I'm not Superman. I'm
a ghost inhabiting his body. Is that you, Boston?
Hiya, Bats. When I'm working, people call me Deadman.
You know this, Ghost?
But Deadman mentions that Batman was trained by this master. I guess that means Batman had more than one, because the master from this episode is certainly not the guy from BTAS, but I guess I buy it. I mean, Bruce was also trained by Zatara the Magician in the ways of being an escape artist before ever going to Japan. We don't know when Bruce left Gotham to train, we just know he was about 18 in the BTAS flashback and about 20 in the Phantasm flashback. I also like this scene as they try to identify the villains. It just feels like a real mystery is developing on the JLU's end, which it is.
First sign of Luthor since Shayera saw him on Black Hawk Island. What's he up to?
This seems like it might be bigger than Luthor. Agent Faraday told me Devil Ray escaped from prison. And Bizarro showing up again. And all the odd teams of previously unaffiliated villains.
Whose brains have conveniently been shorting out when we question them.
Do you guys remember the one bit of information Jean was able to pull out of Giganta's mind before it shut down?
Grodd. Think he's put together a new secret society?
Except this time he's doing a better job of keeping the secret.
We, the audience, just happen to be perfectly clued in on what it is. Mr. Terrific there is the one doing Jean's job on a regular basis now, just so you know. As Deadman mentions that he can feel the souls from the artifact in Africa, which leads Batman and Wonder Woman to suspect that Grodd is trying to get revenge on Gorilla City, which he tried to destroy back in his debut episode in Season 1. I just love these recurring locations and characters, as Batman decides to call Solovar, the gorilla that helped Flash and GL in that episode.
Solovar, this is Batman.
What a coincidence. I was just about to call you.
Wanted to give you a heads up. We've got reason to believe that Grodd's headed your way.
You don't say. That might explain the armies of supervillains attacking the city.
How bad?
All but taken over.
You know, when they beam down on that TV show, they never miss.
We didn't miss either. It's a force field, but it also hides the city from prying eyes.
Looks like a job for Superman.
You're wasting time. Go in as a ghost, find the central control building, and shut down the shield generator. We'll follow as soon as we can.
Yeah, okay. You have to eat them with a spoon. What am I doing in Africa?
You have to eat them with a spoon. What am I doing in Africa? Once the shield is down, we get the big action scene, and it's really well done. The action switches focus from each hero at just the right time, as they do it so smoothly, and the music is great. It's scenes like this that show just how perfected the DCAU is at this point. Grodd lied to Luthor about his plans, and then he turns the entire world into apes. The fuck? What kind of plan is that? I remember watching this scene being like, that's Grodd's master plan? I was just about ready to take points off for how stupid that is, especially when the Justice League stops this plan like 2 minutes later max. But before I get to why I'm not taking points off, Devil Ray shows up and is about to attack the League, and this happens.
With more to come, I'm sure.
Bruce, Deadman took over your body. It wasn't your fault.
Like, holy shit. That actually killed Devil Ray. And the gun was in Batman's hand. I mean, that's intense, what more can I say? But with the machine destroyed, all the souls return to where they came from, ending that part of the story, as the non-depar Bat-Lord doesn't return, bringing us back to the villain base.
Since there's only one monkey left around here, I'm assuming that the Justice League found a way to stop the carrier wave.
There's more than one way to peel a banana. Next time...
I wasn't going to do this for another few weeks, but seriously. Turning all of humanity into apes? That was your master plan? Listen up. From now on, I'm in charge of this operation. Anybody got a problem with that?
How can I take points for Grodd having a dumb plan when Luthor speaks with the audiences thinking while making fun of Grodd and then shooting him? Luthor is now running this operation. This I gotta see. But that ends dead reckoning. It was alright. I thought the action was great, the character interaction was great, continuity was good, and the jokes all land, but that's Unlimited Season 3 summed up really well. Everything's perfectly executed. It's just kind of hard to get amped up for most of it. I definitely couldn't care less about the Dead Man lore, but that's just me. For the next episode, we shall return to the Cadmus storyline, though. Episode 7, Patriot Act. Wade Eiling discovers an old super soldier project from the 1940s that would give the user superpowers, and he thinks using this will help him protect us from the Justice League. Amanda Waller is also back as the two of them discuss this new age, with great performances in this scene.
We're lucky we're not all in jail.
Look, the only mistake we made was trusting Luthor.
Wade, you know better than to dwell on the past.
I'm talking about right now. The Justice League is still the single greatest threat to global security.
I used to believe that too, but remember, we used to say the same about the Soviets. Our enemy is never as evil as we imagine. And maybe we're never quite as good. I'm not the League's greatest fan, but their intentions are good. I can work with them.
What if you're wrong, though? Look what happened last year. Superman walked into Cadmus and tossed our best men like a salad.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
What's to stop him from doing it again? They're all orbiting us with a space weapon, supposedly decommissioned. That's a much bigger threat than the Russians ever were. If we'd rolled over like this with the Soviet Union, given up our nukes...
We'd all be living under a red flag.
Yes, ma'am, you better believe it. After all our work, what did Cadmus accomplish? You get a reprimand, I'm pushing pencils. And the League gets another base here on Earth, that Metro Tower. When one side loses ground and the other side gains, that isn't a truce. It's a surrender.
It's a different world, General. Learn to live in it.
It is true, the League getting to keep the Watchtower, get the Metro Tower, and Cadmus being gone completely is a bit one-sided, but like I said last time, Waller has realized that we can get so much good done by working with the Justice League instead of against them. I had this feeling about Eiling ever since he appeared in JLU Season 1, but his motive is far more oriented towards beating the JLU now than it is towards protecting Earth if something bad happened. This is why Waller is done with that, because the fight is over. The Justice League proved that they were the good guys and always will be. We need to protect ourselves from Luthor or Darkseid, not Superman, and how can we best protect ourselves from those villains? By teaming up with the Justice League. Eiling decides to break into the old Cadmus base and steal the formula from the 40s, and it turns him into the Hulk as he rampages through the streets trying to challenge Superman, while the superpowered characters are on space missions, so Green Arrow, Vigilante, Shining Knight, Stripe, and Stargirl have to fight him off. The point this episode is trying to make is that the characters fighting the Eiling monster don't have superpowers. They're fighting to protect people from him because he's a dangerous monster. And that's what real heroism is, and why the town cares so much for these supposedly D-list heroes by the end of the episode and not Eiling, the guy who pretends he's here to protect us.
You and those other no-name heroes, you're just people. In the great scheme of things, nothing you do has the least bit of significance. I'll waste you and a billion like you before I let any power rival America's. It's my duty.
You don't know what the word means.
You can't win.
I'll die as befits a knight, defending the weak.
Superman and your Justice League are a threat to a safe and stable world.
Drop the act. You think killing Superman would make the world safe? Or killing this boy? Or us? Tell me, how many of us do you have to kill to keep us safe?
They're the ones I'm after, not you. I'm not the menace. Metahumans are. Superpowered beings.
You're the only one around here with superpowers.
Also relevant because these heroes were covering a parade meant for Superman, but the crowd got pretty disappointed when these D-listers show up. But when they do what a hero is supposed to do, they get the crowd's favor. Also, this part is funny, as Terrific can't spare any quality backup.
Well, you wanted Superman, now you got... the Crimson Avenger and my ex-sidekick. Ex-partner. Speedy, we gotta do this now.
This action scene is again really good and dynamic, but I realized that what this episode's problem was the second it ended. It's exactly like Hunter's Moon from the last season. I thought it was a fine episode that checked off all the boxes you would need in a star-crossed follow-up, however this star-crossed follow-up cut between the Cadmus story we were following, worst part being its placement in between Clash and Question Authority. I love me some star-crossed, if we're watching Justice League Season 2, or if it's mentioned. But in Season 2 of Unlimited, you're just like, yeah, that's fine, but can we get back to Cadmus now? I much prefer the Cadmus arc to the Secret Society story in Season 3, but it's the same principle. This is the story we have now. Cadmus is over, and we just saw Luthor take command of the villain team, which will be the focus of the next episode. But here we are with this Cadmus follow-up in between that, yeah, checks off all the boxes, but it's not needed or all that compelling on its own. It does everything right, but you just can't write home about it, unfortunately. Well, actually, if I were to complain about one thing, it would be that this is just how Eiling's character ends. He turns into a monster, fights, and leaves, never to be seen again. But anyway, I'm happy now because after 7 episodes that were, really good, just fine, doing everything right, but not like amazing. Let us get to episode 8, The Great Brain Robbery, one of the funniest Justice League episodes. Lex Luthor is testing that Brainiac rock that Grodd taunted him with in the first episode. Tala has completely shifted loyalty from Grodd to Luthor once he became the alpha male around the place, and her actress must have had a lot of fun this season. I mean, she didn't really have a personality at all last time, but now she literally turned love interest on a dime, only to find out that the guy is more interested in a piece of Brainiac than her. Luthor can't get it to work, so he decides that they're going to make Grodd talk, or else they're going to use his mind control technology on him to get the info Luthor needs. Meanwhile, Terrific, GL, Flash, Fate, and Red Tornado have gotten sick of waiting for the villains to strike and want to find them now. Here's our continuity usage of the day. In Justice League Season 1's The Brave and the Bold, Grodd temporarily took control of Flash's mind and had him fight GL and Solivar while he and Dr. Corwin activated the force field around the city. Apparently that brief psychic link between the two, while brief, did leave a trace of Grodd's mind that Dr. Fate can tap into and find Grodd with. Unfortunately, these two things happen at the exact same time, only resulting in Lex Luthor and the Flash switching bodies. Body swaps can be pretty corny, but this is the funniest execution of the idea I have ever seen. Now, when they came up with the concept of this episode, they thought it would be funny because Flash's actor had played Lex Luthor on Smallville, so he'd be doing his Luthor voice for a day on JLU. Which, first and foremost, I love how it's still Flash's voice even with Luthor inside of his body. That's just what makes the most sense. And because of that, it's just funny to hear this monotone voice coming out of the Flash.
Wally! No, something's wrong. That's not Flash's mind. It's Lex Luthor. What? What have you done to me? That's Luthor.
What have you done to me? Leading to hilarious moments like Luthor escaping to the bathroom.
Lex, you're having a difficult day. If nothing else, I can at least learn the Flash's secret identity. I have no idea who this is.
That just reminds me how some superheroes have secret identities, but like for no reason. I mean, Wally West is a complete nobody. Bruce Wayne is a face to hide while crime fighting. But yeah, that delivery was just hilarious. At least I can learn the Flash's secret identity. I have no idea who this is. One of the best parts is how I have said it countless times. Flash acts weak and holds himself back all the time, but when you put Luthor in Flash's body, he uses his powers within the span of seconds in ways Flash never did.
Beam me out of here, or I'm going to vibrate these fingers and scramble your brains.
Give it up, Luthor. Get down!
His vibrations create an unstable resonance.
Which is why the real Flash doesn't do it.
Because Luthor is really good at thinking at his feet and knows how to use speed to his advantage, even with no prior experience. Yeah, Flash can just vibrate through walls, but he doesn't do it because it's dangerous. So yes, Luthor in Flash's body is plenty entertaining, and it was what the writers thought would be the funniest. But no. The Flash in the body of Lex Luthor is fucking comedic gold. One of the best things about the acting here is that Andrea Romano, the voice director, would have, for example, if Luthor is speaking in Flash's body, Clancy Brown would first have to say the line how he would normally deliver it as Lex Luthor, but then Michael Rosenbaum would have to match that exact inflection with his own voice to really increase the authenticity of the whole episode. And apparently Michael Rosenbaum decided to do the most over-the-top line reads he could think of, and Clancy Brown would actually do it.
You need to stop following me around so I can think for a second. Okay. I'm trapped in a building full of supervillains. I've lost my powers, and for some reason, this creepy hot chick thinks I'm Lex Luthor. Oh, that is just wrong.
I should mention, earlier in this episode, the villains were doubting Luthor as a leader as he's more focused on Brainiac than he is on leading the team, which continues now as Polaris wants to do Luthor's mission, which Flash has no idea what he's talking about, and these scenes are the funniest in the whole episode.
Are we doing this or what?
I told him you want to be alone.
We're supposed to be going over your big plan. We are still pulling the job, right? Or was the whole thing just a bluff?
Huh? I mean, right, the big plan. I'm all over the big plan. So let's go do that. What?
You gonna wash your hands?
No, 'cause I'm evil.
No, 'cause I'm evil. But it only gets funnier when Flash has to deliver a whole speech about the big plan in front of the whole villain base.
We're waiting, Luthor.
My fellow bad guys, I, Lex Luthor, your leader, will speak now about my, Lex Luthor's plan. My villainous plan. Question the plan at your peril. Any questions?
We all get a cut, right?
Watch your step, my evil minion. You presume too much. One of these days, you'll go too far.
Me got answer.
Excellent. Do enlighten us.
Ever since you plug into Monkey's head, you act perfectly sane and rational. Am you Bizarro's mommy?
What's his problem, Ray? Come on.
Wait, I got it. You, evil head guy.
Yeah?
Tell me your part in this plan.
I don't have a part in this plan.
Exactly. Pop quiz. Everyone tell me their part in the plan.
The recently reunited country of Kasnia has gone democratic and is joining the European Union.
As such, they're switching their currency from Kasnian crowns to euros.
That scene gets all the credit it deserves. First, the funny lines. About my Lex Luthor's plan. My villainous plan. Question the plan at your peril. Watch your step, my evil minion. You presume too much. One day, you'll go too far. You, evil head guy. Clancy Brown can be really funny, and this episode proves it with flying colors. Then there's the continuity. Kasnia drama is back. After the corrupt regent from Superman the Animated Series got replaced with the monarchy seen in Justice League Season 2, Princess Audrey was arranged to marry Vandal Savage, who killed the king and almost held the world at gunpoint but was stopped by the Justice League. The now Queen Audrey took command, but a civil war broke out between the northern and southern sides as seen in Justice League Unlimited Season 1. 2 years later, the two sides are one again, have gone democratic, and are now joining the European Union. After this season, someone in Kasnia is doing business with the Penguin in Batman Mystery of the Batwoman, and eventually Kasnia will be an element of a Batman Beyond episode, and that will be the final time I mention this fictional country. But it's cool that there's just this ongoing lore surrounding one fictional place just made up in the first Superman episode. Lastly, Flash isn't mocking Luthor here. Flash literally doesn't know anything about Lex Luthor, so he's just acting like a mustache-twirling bad guy, which is so funny because Luthor is anything but. The depth of the character writing is really unmatched here. The final action set piece is what it is. I mean, they finally take down Luthor, Flash gets exposed, but Fate switches the minds back to normal just at the right time.
It sounds like Wally, but is there any way to be sure?
You want proof? Until he went off into the Marines, GL's nickname was...
Stop! It's him. Man, you promised never to repeat that story.
I know. I was just messing with your head.
Well, can you tell us anything about Grodd's secret society? Where's their headquarters?
I don't know. In a swamp?
The reaction of the villain base is even better as the tension rises up. Polaris takes this as his chance to take over leadership from Luthor, but Lex, he's not gonna take this lying down.
That doesn't matter. I'm running things from now on.
Oh, don't kid yourself, Polaris.
Whether you're just a look-alike or the real thing, I'd hate to be you about now.
That's how you know I'm Luthor. When I augmented your powers, I also made sure I can override your abilities. Would anyone else care to try me?
Lex, is that really you?
Of course it's me, you twit.
Yeah, those power mods Luthor gave everyone in episode 6, the catch was that Luthor has direct control over everyone's powers now. I'm telling you, Luthor is just the best villain! But that ends that. One of my favorite episodes all season, a definite contender for top 10 JLU episodes. Memorable, funny, quotable dialogue, a cliche setup done a lot of justice, and what more could I ask for? Episode 9, Grudge Match. Yeah, I wasn't particularly blown away by this one. The Huntress finds Black Canary really suffering in her superhero performance. Weirded out by this, Huntress consults her boyfriend, The Question.
Think she's moonlighting? Maybe she's stepping out on Green Arrow.
The deeper mystery here is, why do you even care? Isn't this the woman who beat the snot out of you a few months back?
She got a lucky shot in. Okay, 5 or 6 lucky shots. Anyway, that's not the point.
Aha! As I suspected. 32 flavors.
Does this guy even fight crime? I mean, this whole setup is based upon some old real-world ice cream commercial that claimed they had all 31 flavors of ice cream, and The Question has now discovered there are indeed 32 flavors. I got a really good laugh out of that. Now, the villain of The Cat and the Canary, Roulette, can hardly get business, so she goes to Luthor to get villains for the brawls.
There isn't enough. The last remnant of Brainiac, but there isn't enough to work with.
Perhaps if you constructed a positronic event chamber.
Yes, that could work, but where would I get the money? Between the government freezing my assets and the cost of running this secret society.
He's talking to his imaginary friend again.
However, they realize that there's nothing men will pay more to see than watching women fight, so she's been capturing and brainwashing JLU women to fight with nothing held back in the ring. That's why Black Canary was so sluggish earlier, with Huntress trying to save the day. This episode suffers from the issues that the Blu-ray re-release of Mystery of the Batwoman had and the episode Hearts and Minds from Justice League Season 2's Blu-ray had. That at some intervals, the video will look really bad and up-resed. The closest thing I can compare it to is like watching a YouTube video and the quality just drops from 1080 to 480 out of nowhere. I think this episode of these 3 examples suffer from it the most. But there are really good character moments, as the animosity between Huntress and Black Canary turns into more of a playful rivalry as they have to survive this together, with a plethora of fantastic action scenes. Good drama too, like when they have to fight against Vixen and Shiera, who are still under the influence. That sounds hard enough, but when bringing those 2 back to sanity, we get this.
Oh no. I've saved the very best for last.
Seriously, that's such a great "oh man, here we go" moment. Followed by a carnage-filled Wonder Woman fight. Also, if you were disappointed we never got a Wonder Woman vs. Hawkgirl scene back when these 2 were enemies, I guess you're in luck. It wouldn't end well.
I hope you two have an explanation for this.
In the end, of course, Wonder Woman is brought back to sanity as well. Roulette is beaten, goes to jail, everybody's saved, yada yada yada.
You know, if you want, I can talk to the League and get you back in.
Nah, I do fine on my own.
Thank you, Helena. If you hadn't...
You would have done the same. You know, I was totally whipping your butt back when they caught us.
In your dreams.
I don't have any, big issues with this one. It's just another well-made Justice League Unlimited episode. Seriously, think about this. Justice League is the longest show we've done yet. We did 4 Batman seasons, 3 Superman seasons, and now 5 Justice League seasons. My closing statements on these episodes is like a deflating balloon. I mean, what else can I even say? Episode 10, Far From Home. If you recall in Superman Season 3, we were introduced to the Legion of Superheroes, a team of superheroes that protect Earth in roughly 1,000 years from whenever the current day is. Seriously, when Superman the Animated Series in the 1990s did an episode with these guys, the year was 2979, but when we get an episode like this made in the early 2000s, the 21st century, now we're seeing them from what we'd call the 31st century. Right off the bat, I'll say that the Legion of Superheroes, from what little I know about them, are a moderately large team, so the three characters we focused on back in STAS's New Kids in Town are not the characters we'll be seeing today. The two we focus on being Bouncing Boy and Brainiac 5. Yeah, he says it himself, he's a part of the Brainiac lineage, a good guy trying to make up for the mistakes of his ancestors. Now he has short hair when he had the Nightwing cut back in his STAS cameo. But wait a minute. The name Brainiac 5 means that there was a Brainiac 2, 3, and 4. 1,000 years is a pretty long time, but the whole premise of the Superman episode was that Brainiac, the villain we know, realized that all of his defeats dated back to Kal-El being sent to Earth from Krypton, and he went back in time to kill teenage Clark Kent before he becomes Superman and stop him in stolen memories. Brainiac 5 is right there, and yet the villain Brainiac number 1 is still kicking. You folks that read comic books can explain this to me. Like, are Brainiacs 2 through 4 around still being evil? Is Brainiac a threat for the Legion of Superheroes, or did the STS writers just pull that one out of their butts? Also, his existence there would mean that eventually Brainiac not only survived his base's destruction in Justice League Season 2, but also comes back from the end of the Cadmus arc. And what's going to happen later this season. Whatever, it's not impossible. After all, this is superhero stuff. Unless you actually see a corpse, you can't call a character dead. And with Brainiac being a robot, there's no such thing as a corpse, I guess. I'm really getting off topic. Back to Episode 10. The Legion's villains, the Fatal Five, have captured most members of the team, leaving only Brainiac 5 and Bouncing Boy. They've decided to bring back JLU members from the past to their time to help.
Some kid, huh? Today's her 21st birthday, but she'd rather be here practicing than go out on the town with me and Dinah.
Good for her.
Hey, at least we wanted to spend some time with her. You ever think about how she must feel? She's always an outsider.
I know a little bit about that myself, Ollie.
Just a little. You came to Earth as a baby, grew up here. Kara spent most of her life on a planet with technology hundreds of years ahead of ours. She's gotta feel like she's trapped in the Stone Age.
I've tried to make her feel at home.
How? Seems to me you treat her just like another cape.
I was never happy about Kara going into the family business, but now that she's decided it's what she wants to do, I've tried to step back and let her develop into her own person. I didn't want her living in the shadow of being Superman's cousin.
This may shock you, but she's proud to be your cousin. She even changed her costume to look more like yours.
Yes, and I'm very proud. But don't tell her.
No, that's a job for Superman.
That was a really good ending line from Green Arrow, but of course that dialogue was a lot of exposition. Exposition that does give me pause for thought, though. I never really realized it before, but Superman did come to Earth as a 1-month-old baby, so he's just used to the world being the way it is. But remember, Supergirl was 12 when the explosion on Krypton had caused a devastating effect on her planet, Argo. 4 years later, she goes into frozen storage for 30 years, and is saved by Superman. Now having to live in a world hundreds of years behind the one she came from, it's just a different kind of thing than what Superman went through. But I have an issue with this episode. Green Arrow's actor's doing a good job with these lines, as he's given good material, but he sounds like a lot of his lines were recorded after the fact, over the phone or something, and it's really distracting. Arrow, GL, and Supergirl are pulled into the future, as Bouncing Boy remarks that at one point, Supergirl just disappears from history around her 21st birthday, which is right now. Meaning she's probably going to die before this episode's over. Which makes Brainiac 5 feel guilty because they're dragging her into the situation without explaining that first, which he does by the end of the episode, when she and him have grown feelings for each other. As she finally feels at home because the 31st century Earth has the technology she grew up on. I can't focus too much on this relationship because there really isn't much there to discuss or work with. Its purpose can be explained in a moment, but Supergirl finding out that she's going to most likely die in this mission doesn't deter her from fighting the army of brainwashed Legionnaires, and the brainwashed Green Lantern who was captured earlier in the episode during the first fight scene because in comics lore, Green Lanterns are banned from Earth in the Legion of Superheroes time, and so the Fatal Five wanted his power set for their side because why not? Seriously though, this is what I was saying about Supergirl in the Galatea fight, and it definitely holds true now. She's just a courageous character for looking her own potential death in the face and fighting for her friends anyway. This actually has been a character trait of hers since her debut in Superman Season 3.
I've seen one planet die, and I'm not gonna stand by and watch it happen again.
It makes her an endearing character, it just does. Especially here where she actually almost does die at the hands of brainwashed GL no less, as they pay homage to the famous comic cover where Supergirl died. But she is in fact alive and well, and saves the day. Realizing she could do so much more as her own person and not just Superman's cousin while living in the future, a setting more familiar to her, and with a guy she likes, Supergirl decides to stay in the future.
History says Supergirl never returned from this mission. because she decided to stay in the future.
That's why there was a small romance plot. It gives her an extra reason to stay in the future, which is the exit of this character from the DC animated universe. The last Supergirl appearance ever. As we get this really good moment to close the episode on.
Tell Mom and Pa I love them. And I love you too, Clark. Don't take this the wrong way, but I've found a place where I can make a difference. Where I'm more than just Superman's kid cousin. I feel I belong here. Also, I met this boy.
You should have seen her. She was amazing.
She's a grown woman now, capable of choosing.
Kara's headstrong, but she's always made good decisions. I trust her judgment. But you were right, Ollie. I wish I had told her.
It's okay, Clark. She knows.
Now, this boy Kara likes so much, does he have a name?
I feel like that shouldn't have gotten the emotional response out of me that it did. I mean, it's no star-crossed ending, or legacy ending for that matter, but it was this moment that it dawned on me that the Justice League series is almost done, with that being the very final Supergirl moment. Not a deep character, but still, it's been about a year since I did my review of Superman Season 3 when she was a new character. Well, I talked about her TNBA appearance before then, but you know what I mean. It's just so weird to look back at how far this retrospective has come in such a short time. While this universe is growing bigger and bigger by the review, here we are in the final episodes of JLU and we're actually getting smaller. Characters like Jean and Supergirl are leaving and getting closure for their characters. So yeah, when she said "I love you, Clark," I thought that was a sweet moment. Speaking of being almost done with Justice League though, there are only 3 episodes left of this entire show. And the subject of closure, this next episode is really going to drive that home for arguably one of JL's greatest aspects, the relationship between Green Lantern and Hawkgirl. Episode 11, Ancient History. This being the follow-up to Episode 2 as Carter Hall, Hawkman, is back.
I fought our gentleman ghost before. These intangible types can be tricky.
Uh-huh.
But he didn't stand a chance against the 2 of us.
Look, Hawkman, I appreciate the help. Let's leave it at that.
He helps GL bag a crook that works for Luthor, but GL doesn't care to make friends with the guy, as the Shadow Thief villain from Episode 2 is still around and watching, leading to this.
I just ran into your stalker boyfriend, Carter Hall.
He's not my boyfriend.
And he's still talking about you.
Yeah, the whole reincarnated lovers from ancient Egypt bit. Carter's just a little confused.
He's an obsessed fanboy with wings and an axe.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were...
concerned. The guy's a serious creep.
I'm a big girl, John. You know I can take care of myself.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you a heads up. This isn't about us, Shaira.
I recapped this during the Episode 2 review, but it must be such a challenge for GL knowing that the future showed him and Shaira settling down, but for now, Vixen's going away for a photo shoot, but of all people, the Shadow Thief busts in, wrecks the place, and captures Green Lantern. But why? Well, Vixen and Shaira go to Hawkman for help, but find GL and Shadow Thief. Vixen doesn't have any part of this, according to Shadow Thief himself. He wants Hawkman, Shaira, and GL, as he recovered the Absorbicron from Episode 2 that made Carter think he and Shaira were the reincarnated versions of the old Katar and Shaira. Now he wants to show the 3 of them the full story. Remember what I said? Katar and Shaira created the ancient Egyptian society, but through the actions of a jealous outsider, this led to them being poisoned to death. Now we see it play out for our own eyes. Ancient Shaira is upset that Katar won't settle down in favor of expanding his territory as Katar's best man, Bashari, arrives to announce the military victory they just had, who just so happens to look like Green Lantern. Katar also has an advisor that seems salty about Shaira's attitude towards him, who is voiced by the same person who played Lieutenant Krager in Star-Crossed.
Hathset, I wish to speak to my husband. Alone.
As you wish, my queen.
I think you might know where this story's going. Bashari and Shaira have a friendly, banterous relationship, but in reality, Shaira has feelings for Bashari even though she's already with Katar. The nostalgia is real with this because yeah, this is the story of Justice League Season 2, only in ancient Egypt. I'm sure this will be instantly recognizable.
Katar's my husband.
And my best friend.
I'd leave him for you.
I'd never ask. I'm afraid that you would. Katar needs you.
And I need you.
Is that laying it on a bit too thick? Maybe, but I'll just refer back to the part in Justice League Season 1 where at the end of the Savage time we heard the GL Hawkgirl romance theme for the first time. I was sold on the scene immediately because of that. I'm not gonna lie, if you want me to love a scene, you just have to remind me of and play music from GL and Hawkgirl moments in Justice League Season 2, and bam, I'm hooked. Seriously though, why don't we have the JLU soundtrack? I mean, my ears just heard an Egyptian remix of the GL Hawkgirl love theme, and I don't have it on my hard drive? To cut to the chase, the point here is that the story is cyclical. What I was scared of going into this season is making Justice League Season 2 some kind of a fate plot is not something I'm a fan of. As Shadow Thief and Hawkman himself view Carter to be the reincarnation of Katar, Shiera is Shiera, and GL is Bashari. More credence to this cycle is the story from Justice League Season 2, where the attendant Hothset was Krager trying to get between Shiera and Katar/Rotalic.
It can't be true.
No, of course not. Bashari would never betray your friendship in such a manner. And the Queen's trustworthiness is, of course, beyond reproach.
Then why pester me with idle gossip?
It's just that these ugly rumors undermine your authority. And I must admit, no, I speak out of turn.
You speak when I command it, Hothset.
They spend a great deal of time together. They give the appearance of impropriety.
I trust Bashari with my life, and Shiera is my life. I'll hear no more of this nonsense, Hothset. Leave me, now!
What do you think you're doing?
I'm sorry, sir. She's guilty of high treason, espionage, and consorting with the enemy. Commander, I hated to be the one to tell you.
When Shiera's affair with Bashari/Green Lantern is what led to the end of Katar and Rotalic, as Hothset is actually the one who poisoned Bashari and Shiera, with Katar poisoning himself in response to Shiera's death. That was a tragic part of this world's history, as was the story of Starcrossed. We now learn that Shadow Thief is Hawkman's shadow. When he touched the Absorbicron in his early expositions, not only did he see this story, it released his inner darkest desires as the Shadow Thief, which is why he has gathered this audience today. He wants Carter to finally end the cycle by killing GL once and for all, and then he can finally have what he wants. This is when I was turned around on the Destiny angle here. Because it doesn't matter that in ancient Thanagarian lore there was a story that was almost identical to the one in Justice League Season 2. It wasn't actually destiny or reincarnation. The truth is, we all have a choice at every step of the way. Katar, Hothset, Bashari, the old Shiera, the new Shiera, Rotalic, GL, Krager, Carter, all these characters have had the chance to make a choice. It wasn't destiny. Rotalic just made garbage choices that just so happened to be something that already happened in history. Our Shiera made different decisions in the end than the old Shiera. Bashari knew what he was getting into from the offset, GL did not. Again, we always have a choice. There is no such thing as reincarnation. As much as Carter wants Shiera, he will choose the right thing.
Had me worried there.
In the end, the day is saved and Shadow Thief is destroyed. Vixen and GL both got injured in the process, though. But this is where the closure for GL and Hawkgirl finally comes in. Green Lantern actually has learned something from Carter, and that is that there's no such thing as destiny. He finally decides to do the right thing as well in a really cinematic moment.
Slight concussion, multiple fractures and lacerations. Without her healing powers, it could have been worse. Hey, cheer up. She's going to be fine.
Shiera, I haven't been fair to Mari, and I haven't been fair to you. I couldn't figure out how to tell you this, or even if I should.
What?
When Batman and I went to the future, we met a man named Warhawk. He's our son, yours and mine.
Our son?
That's why I've been so awkward around you lately. I've been trying to figure out what to do with that knowledge, what it means for our future.
Well, what else could it mean?
I won't be Destiny's puppet. Whatever the future holds, we'll make those choices ourselves.
Don't say you don't love me.
I'll never say that. But you need to know, I'm staying with Mari.
Another moment of finality. That is the very last time that GL and Hawkgirl's relationship will be a focus in this retrospective. GL has decided that he's not going to play to Destiny. And if he and Shiera are going to get together, they'll do it on their own terms, not because one mission in the future is forcing him to do it. But the Batman Beyond Justice League episode has Warhawk in it. That means that they eventually do. Finally, GL and Hawkgirl will be able to put all the drama behind and be happy, just not right now, in the future. What better note could it go out on?
Tell me about my son.
I also love how Shayera trusts Batman enough to ask him about that future mission, and I'm sure, like the great guy he is, Batman said everything he knew because the Justice League is more than a team at this point. It really is a family. With that said, it's not a two-part episode, but these next two go hand in hand like the Cadmus episodes did last time. So, let's begin the finale of Justice League and Justice League Unlimited with episode 12, Alive. Luthor is testing on the rock again to no success, but Tala uses her magic to show whatever meaning this rock has. Well, after Luthor is a complete dick about it.
I will show you what is in there.
Don't be stupid. This is science. What good is your sorcery? Unless you plan to turn stone into gold, or maybe a frog?
Such ignorance. Transmutation is what you want to do.
Transmutation is... What are you waiting for? Do it!
Okay!
Okay!
Now, what does Luthor see? This.
Critical system failure in 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second.
No, keep the image!
With Luthor's photographic memory, he can trace where Brainiac's base was from the JL Season 2 premiere by the star patterns and travel there by turning Grodd's base into a starship. Luthor becomes a complete maniac here, and I love it. Bizarro also turns into the average Black Hooded Gamer comment section.
Help, Bizarro.
As we get another beautiful scene of Luthor villainy.
You're going to help me collect some newly discovered pieces of Brainiac.
Swell. So you merge with a living computer like you did before. You become more powerful than all of us put together. But what do we get?
You'll all be my lieutenants in the new order. Of course, if you don't like those terms, you'd better stop me now while you still have a chance. But you'd also better remember what happened to poor Goldface. I'm already more powerful than all of you put together.
You better remember what happened to poor Goldface. Like, damn.
Come to gloat at me again? I'm not some monkey in a zoo throwing...
Listen, I've been very, very bad. I begged the wrong Bonnie. It should have been you.
Oh, you finally sussed it out. That hairless sweetheart of yours isn't a leader. He's a thug.
Grodd leads a rebellion with half the villain team, starting a full civil war. Another fantastic action set piece as these villains are just beating the shit out of each other. And while I give Batman credit for this a lot, Lex Luthor deserves the real credit for living through all this shit. You'd think he'd be the first to go here, but he's just such a diabolical mastermind that he can play every scenario, even this one, to his advantage.
It's very weird. You were never so much fun when we were together.
You wouldn't believe what this cost me.
As his last appearance, I should also mention, don't fuck with Toyman, he'll wreck you.
Around the world?
Now, I must say, I don't know why, but the sight of Lex Luthor getting punched in the face by a giant gorilla was really funny to me. This, of course, leads to another badass Lex moment, possibly one of the best of all time, as Grodd tries to use his mind powers on Luthor.
Took you long enough. I was beginning to think I'd figured you wrong. Take 6 steps forward. Get in.
I should have let you rot in jail.
Goodbye, Grodd. It could have gone the other way.
It really could have, couldn't it?
No. But why speak ill of the dead?
You twisted pink rattle of a hominid, I'm not done with you! I'll get out of this, and when I do...
And there goes Gorilla Grodd. Dies at the hand of Lex Luthor, tossing him out of an airlock. Luthor could have killed him under the influence of mind control, but no, he returned Grodd's self-awareness just so that he could kill him while he's angry. And then there's this dialogue. Goodbye, Grodd. It could have gone the other way. It really could have, couldn't it? No, but why speak ill of the dead? Luthor has all the rogue villains killed as well before they reach the pieces of Brainiac's base. Tala is captured, plan being to use her magic power to bring Brainiac back from the pieces floating in space.
You'll be the mystic conduit that will siphon Brainiac's essence from the debris. I'll be able to reconstitute him from that energy. But I doubt you'll see it.
You planned this all along, even before
I'm a sick person, too.
I'm a sick person, too. God damn, this is the 8th and final video with Lex Luthor, and they continue to find new ways to make him a great character every freaking season. This gets held off because remember, Brainiac's base was right next to New Genesis and Apocalypse, so new gods showing up is a likely occurrence. This is exactly what happens was Metron, a god who seeks to unravel all the mysteries of the universe, stops time and tells Luthor that he's messing with forces beyond his comprehension. But since when would this stop Luthor?
Brainiac, I'm coming. Your new Lord and Master.
It seems I have you to thank for my resurrection. Though your world will suffer slowly, I grant you a quick death.
Holy shit, it's Darkseid. I mean, he died in that Brainiac base too, and Luthor's process mistakenly brought him back, more powerful than ever before. Yeah, the final battle of the DCAU will be against Darkseid, who first travels to Apocalypse, where the civil war from Season 2 is still ongoing. But everyone on both sides instantly bows down to Darkseid. Seriously, this guy commands some serious respect.
Only the slimmest of chances has allowed me to overcome my death at the hands of Superman. But let the universe howl in despair, for I have returned.
What is your will, my lord?
As ever, to search for the anti-life equation, that I may bring order to this aimless universe. But first, Superman must suffer for killing me. His adopted world will die screaming. Only then will I seek the ultimate end.
Forgive me, Lord, but an attack on Earth would violate your pact with Highfather. New Genesis would doubtless retaliate.
Where do you think I'm going next?
Now Darkseid isn't even afraid of the New Genesis Treaty anymore. I guess returning from the dead really diminishes Darkseid's fucks given meter. And now it's time for the final episode of Justice League Unlimited, the final episode of the DCAU, what was our last ounce of DCAU content in existence until Batman and Harley Quinn and Justice League vs. the Fatal Five from 2017 and 2019 respectively. Episode 13, Destroyer.
Superman! You better get outside, quick!
We have a little problem.
Sinestro has saved the team from death at the hands of Darkseid as one of the new gods came to help.
We accepted, of course.
So all the heroes and villains are going to team up for this epic battle against Darkseid's grandest invasion yet.
We'll need all the bodies we can throw at this. Oh, come on, it's Lex flippin' Luthor. Why should we trust him?
Hey, it's our world too.
Let's be clear about this. We're not here to help you save the world. You're here to help me get revenge on Darkseid. When this is over, it's back to business as usual.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
It's Lex flippin' Luthor. That confident attitude from Lex is just insanely fun to watch, and this is the last time, folks. Now, here's what I like about this finale. I love seeing all these heroes again. You see Green Arrow and Black Canary fighting together, the Question is running over parademons with his car, Hawkman joins the fight. It feels like an Omega level threat. We get a dedicated shot of Zatanna fighting these guys, who is the first DCAU guest character with numerous great moments between the founding League members. I have a hard time picturing the people making this episode not knowing it was the last episode, because it really feels like one. Like when this guy leaves his wife to help Wonder Woman.
Get away from here! It's not safe!
Don't worry. I'm here to help.
I appreciate your intent. Hera.
Good to see you, Diana.
Yeah, Jean found a human wife in his absence that can now turn into different forms with different colors, too. Before, it was always the same green shade that his natural Martian skin had. That's no longer an issue for the guy. He's found happiness, and Carl Lumbly just sells it with the delivery of his lines.
I've got a lot to tell you about.
We'll catch up later.
Wouldn't miss it. First things first.
And of course, I love this last GL Flash scene.
Oh, cool. Doesn't look like it quite made escape velocity.
Nope. Good effort, though.
Or Atomic Skull saving Shiera from an explosion. It's a really grand episode for a mere 22 minutes, as Superman, Batman, and Lex Luthor take the fight to Darkseid on top of the Daily Planet. And these are where the best moments are. Let's just watch the action scene.
With everything going on, I'll bet he never notices us. You're on.
I'll take some of that action.
I hope you appreciate, Kal-El, that everything that happens from this point is on your hand. The skies will rain fire, the oceans will boil, the streets will run red with the blood of billions. Only then, after your last pitiful hope is extinguished, will I end your life. Let's go.
You destroyed Brainiac, and I'm going to make you pay!
Unlikely. Last time we met, you barely managed to hold your own.
Funny, that's not how I remember it.
Allow me to refresh your memory. Dispose of these annoyances.
Excuse me.
Problem? I'm out. Take my extra.
Not my style.
Suit yourself. I'm planning to live through this.
Okay, that's something I want to talk about. I like how Batman tries to attack Darkseid. It just doesn't do much. I hate how OP Batman has been and how much screen time he's been taking up in the last few years, because no, Batman doesn't stand a chance against Darkseid. That's not why I want to see them in the same room. It's because Batman will do anything to help Superman defeat Darkseid, even if he himself doesn't actually stand a chance. That's why we love Batman.
Flee. Impressive. No one has ever avoided my Omega Beam. I wonder if the other one is as agile. Excellent strategy.
Luthor!
Meanwhile with Luthor, Metron's watching as Lex is still not afraid of this higher power.
For instance, if you know so much about Darkseid, I'll wager you know how to beat him.
There is one possibility. One thing in all the universe that might, but no. The risk.
I know a little something about risk myself. Care for an object lesson?
Metron takes Luthor to the only thing that can defeat Darkseid. Yeah, you never thought this was gonna happen. Metron teleports Luthor to the edge of the universe, to the source wall. If Luthor can make it inside, he will gain the ultimate knowledge of the universe and acquire the anti-life equation, the very thing Darkseid has been seeking for thousands of years. Lex has always been seeking knowledge, power, and control. What greater knowledge is there than the ultimate knowledge contained in the source wall? Another comic book concept quickly introduced to the DCAU lore.
Only a 12th level intellect has the slightest hope of surviving what you are about to experience.
Then I'm overqualified.
Then I'm overqualified. So what really is this place? Well, let me lazily read the Wikipedia definition. The source wall is a fictional structure in the DC Comics universe. The wall lies on the edge of the known multiverse. Beyond the wall lies what is known as the source, a cosmic essence of being that is the, quote, source of all that exists. Damn, Luthor really is overqualified. Who in this continuity could handle that knowledge better than Luthor? Back on the ground, we get a fan favorite moment right here as the STAS theme triumphantly plays in the background.
You still try to fight.
That man won't quit as long as he can still draw a breath. None of my teammates will. Me? I've got a different problem. I feel like I live in a world made of cardboard, always taking constant care not to break something, to break someone. Never allowing myself to lose control, even for a moment, or someone could die. But you can take it, can't you, big man? What we have here is a rare opportunity for me to cut loose and show you just how powerful I really am.
The thing I always thought was weird about that, though, was that I don't understand what that rare opportunity is. So Superman thinks that since Darkseid won't die if he unleashes his full power, he can just do it. But we see people on the streets. People are in these buildings. How are they not dying? And how come Superman couldn't unleash his true power in Twilight, where it's Brainiac's base, for Pete's sake? In fact, I thought that was the point of that scene. So yeah, it was a badass moment for Superman, but I never thought it made a whole lot of sense. But Darkseid quickly gains the upper hand until the universe is saved by one man, Lex Luthor.
As much as I'd enjoy seeing that, first you've got some business with me. Sorry it took me so long. I had to go get my power suit.
You would dare challenge me? Insanity.
Oh, I'm not here to challenge you, Darkseid. Quite the contrary. I've got something you want. The only thing you want.
The anti-life equation.
My gift to you.
Let's don't! It's too late.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yep, that's that. Dwayne McDuffie had since confirmed what happened there was that Luthor gave Darkseid the anti-life equation, and this sealed them both inside of the Source dimension, which is what the Source Wall guards. Lex knew it, and he finally accomplished his goal of gaining ultimate knowledge, and so he sacrificed his life and saved the whole universe. As for Darkseid, I'm sure he's happy with ultimate universe knowledge as well, but just think about it. Darkseid for centuries wanted that anti-life equation to bring misery to the universe, but the ultimate irony was that all it did was trap him in the Source dimension. With that, all the forces just leave. And I guess that's what you do when Darkseid just vanishes. As I must return to the idea that there is no way they didn't know this was the last episode, as all 7 Founding League members get a line here, reflecting on this ending. Let's watch.
Thanks to Luthor, of all people.
In many ways, Lex Luthor represents the worst mankind has to offer.
But he died saving us all.
I doubt that either of them died.
We saw it this time.
You saw it last time, too.
What's the old saying? Believe half of what you see.
And none of what you hear. They'll be back.
And we'll be ready for them.
Meanwhile, it's past time that Luthor's partners in crime were locked up.
Wait a minute. We help you guys save the world and we don't even get any consideration?
You're right. 5-minute head start.
5 minutes? Are you kidding?
4 minutes, 50 seconds.
And we end on Batman, the first DCU character and the last. Truly a grand way to go out.
I should be back in time for dinner. I love you too.
These are the end times.
A head start. You're getting soft in your old age.
Don't you have a tall building to go leap?
And the adventure continues.
So, what did I think of Destroyer? I mean, I really enjoyed it. It closed the character arcs of Lex Luthor and Darkseid once and for all, had numerous great character moments and action scenes, however, there are ways in which it does fall short. I think this episode is kind of emblematic of JLU Season 3. I really liked it, but it doesn't really do too much you haven't seen before. Darkseid attacking Earth, I mean, meh, that's been done so many times now, it's nothing new. For what it's worth, I love what they did with it as Batman and Lex, how Superman fight him off, but it certainly doesn't stay in your mind like the Lex Brainiac battle in Divided We Fall does. It's also really quick, it's a 22-minute episode after all, and they had to squeeze in all these moments. Not much room to breathe here. But don't get me wrong, Destroyer is a great episode, a great watch, it really is, but from a review perspective, it's one of the weaker finales. For clarification, I don't count Batman's seasons 1 through 4, Superman seasons 1 and 2, and the Beyond seasons into that equation because those final episodes were just episodes that happened to be at the end. But of the finale episodes, this just being a battle between Superman season 3 and the 5 Justice League seasons, I would say Star-Crossed ranks at the top, Divided We Fall / Epilogue are right after that, then Legacy from STIS Volume 3, then I'd put the Savage Time from Justice League Season 1, and I'd say that's roughly tied with Destroyer, which I'd still take over the Once and Future Thing from the first Unlimited season. But hey, we did it! That was Justice League Unlimited Season 3. I have been dropping hints and jokes all throughout this video leading to this conclusion. Justice League Unlimited Season 3 was not a season that needed to exist, but they did their absolute best to make the season something worth watching, to still give us great character moments. They still tried to up the ante in the action set pieces, still find new ways to use continuity, and for that reason I have nothing but respect and love for JLU's final season. I say that JLU Season 3 doesn't stand out, and that's not because of a lack of quality. It's just because by this point we really have seen it all, which is a testament to how good this season is. I mean, after this, there wasn't a single Justice League cartoon at all until 2017, and Destroyer aired in 2006. I loved watching JLU Season 3, and it's the 3rd best Justice League season ever made. This may come as a surprise, but it ranks at the bottom of S tier. It's a season that might seem like I like it less than I do, but no, this season actually was casually S tier, because that's just the JL quality standard, to the point where all the great things this season does aren't really new or impressive anymore. This season was overall better than Superman Season 3 or TNBA, those were just technically more impressive for their time. But I will remind for the 100th time, these season rankings aren't really that important because it can change any time in the future and my thoughts on the individual episodes would stay the same. But more importantly, with this video being done, that ends my coverage of Justice League, the animated series. All the JL videos on my channel will probably take over 12 hours to watch. We all know why I love this series. The retrospective has built up to this show from the very beginning, and while this wasn't something I really planned on making a highlight of my channel back when I first started, it certainly is now. In the year 2019, I covered all 5 seasons of Justice League / Justice League Unlimited, a show that inspired me at a very early age, introduced me to this mythos, to this continuity, as I would later get so much enjoyment out of the shows that came before. Of course, Justice League's first season doesn't do it for me anymore, but that doesn't mean I don't still care for it a lot. Nor does that take away from Justice League being my absolute favorite show in the DC animated universe. For many folks, it's Batman the Animated Series, and I can't take that away from you at all. If that show inspired you from a young age back in the 1990s, I totally see it and I respect it. The DCAU is a great thing, and I'm glad to have spent so many man-hours this year devoted to discussing and analyzing this show. My childhood favorite show that, yeah, still holds that title to this day. In addition to valuing the hours I spent crafting the Batman and Superman videos as well. However, the DCAU retrospective is not done yet. This video marks an endpoint for the marathon though. These past 15 videos have all dealt with the present day storylines of familiar characters and settings everyone knows. However, it's done. We've gone from Batman Season 1 all the way to Unlimited Season 3. Think about this, outside of a few flashbacks, we are done with Bruce Wayne as Batman, we're done with Superman's times in the spotlight. Superman has 1 appearance left in this retrospective. Lex Luthor, Darkseid, Brainiac, they're gone. Batman's cast of characters have been gone. The Justice League we know and love is done. We won't see GL again, won't see Flash again. I love these characters so much. All of them, every single character I've talked about since May of 2017. I love this continuity, but it's time to move on to an entirely new setting and cast of characters. Yeah, for the next 4 videos, we're jumping into the world of Batman Beyond, starting with the first season. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time.